please?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. trying to not getting your shadow on the roller.
Okay, that's great.
Okay, good morning everyone. How are we doing today? Welcome to day 2 of the 5th ASEF Young Leaders Summit. We are so happy and excited to start this very packed but very exciting day full of sessions with such wonderful expert speakers, and we hope you will have interesting questions ready for them throughout this day too. Okay, so I am delighted to also welcome our online live stream audience today. We will be live streaming throughout the day's program, and we are really excited to be able to share little parts of the 5th ASEF Young Leaders Summit with our online audience as well. Of course, we have our wonderful ASEFYLS5 participants in the room with us today who will be asking their good questions on representatives of the huge number of young people who are interested in these topics as well. So I am delighted to introduce today first our keynote speaker, Dr. Lampros STERGIOULAS, the UNESCO Chair on AI and Data Science for Society, who will be delivering his keynote on Society 5.0, Future of Human-Centered Tech. Dr. Lampros, over to you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really delighted to be here. It's so privileged to be among you, and I'm really honored to have the session today. Thank you so much for attending this morning sessions. First of all, I have to thank the organizers, I have to thank the foundation for a really kind invitation, and Reka in particular inviting me here. I will be talking about the concept, the recently coined concept of Society 5.0 and the human-centered technology and what we need to do. So I'll be talking a bit about the technology itself, digital technologies, and the challenges and the opportunities that are in front of us. First of all, what is it about? I'll be talking a bit about this, and what are the key transformative technologies of our age. And then I'll be talking a bit about the things we do at UNESCO and how UNESCO is interested in these things and how it relates to the strategic development goals. And then a bit on the challenges. Yeah, we'll talk a bit about the risks, particularly to do with the ethics and security of these new technologies and the opportunities that lie ahead. So in particular, I would be interested actually in talking about openness and the humane AI. So Society 5.0, right? It is defined as a human-centered society that balances economic advancement on one side with the resolution of social problems. So a strong focus on society. So this embedding on society is very important. So it actually involves a fundamental shift in the way we live, work, and communicate. But fundamentally embedding the technology within the fabric of our society, I think that's the key thing, this embedding. I think in this context, the design principles and design-based innovation is key. I mean, how do we bring the social needs, the social requirements, societal context, and the user really into the play here? And Reka has recently shared the ASEF Youth Report. That's a new report, actually, that it was developed during the summer. I was quite impressed with actually the findings of that report and how actually it relates very much to what I'll be talking about today, and also what we have been doing at UNESCO in relation with these, with the transformative digital technologies of our age. Really. So what are the transformative technologies of our age? I would really argue that, of course, the data revolution is very important. We have really now, where people talk about big data, this explosion of big data. And of course, this is really key. This is really fundamental to enable the development of AI, because AI cannot really stand on its own. I mean, the data feeds AI, and really, if you have good quality data, then you have good quality algorithms and good quality analytics. Really, so it feeds from big data to AI, and we have now AI and robotics, which go hand in hand to transform really the way we do a lot of things in our societies, really. And both data and AI actually depend on good security, because with this galloping development of these new technologies, we also have been challenged by the risk of security. I mean, we have data security, we have algorithm security, etc. And that's more and more important. Actually, a lot of a lot of the effort we have in IT these days is about security, is about safeguarding what we do rather than developing or improving what we do. So security takes a big chunk, arguably the biggest chunk of what IT does these days. And we need to manage that. This is a challenge that we need to manage. And this reflects also in the job market. If you see these days, when we look at IT jobs, a lot of them, these jobs are about security. And of course, there's a scarcity of data scientists. We don't have enough. There's a scarcity of AI developers, machine learning experts, and we are really limited in what we do by this lack of human capacity. And I'll be talking a bit more about this. But just to set the scene and talk a bit about this technology and what skills we need to have. I mean, we have, of course, with the big data comes data science and data analytics. And what is applied data science? It's the development of an application of methods, algorithms, technologies, and tools for discovering meaningful patterns in data and creating useful insight knowledge to solve complex problems. So problem solving is really key, because this is what relates to our society. This is really the embedding to society. But to do that, of course, we need to use data, we need to develop methods, to apply the methods, etc. And analytics is the process of developing these actionable insights using existing and simulated data to actually do things better, do things differently, and improve our systems and organizations, etc., and transform our organizations in the end. We live in the AI revolution right now, which is really a kind of, it feeds from data and feeds, data analytics is relevant. But AI really is, I mean, that's one of the many definitions, a lot of definitions. It's a kind of a very contested subject. What is AI? I'm offering this very simple title, this very simple definition: combination of computers and machines and data to enable problem solving and decision making. So data is key, because data is the main ingredient of AI. The concept of AI developed over the last 60 years, and it has changed, of course, but it is really everywhere these days. It is omnipresent, let's say. I mean, be it in map navigation, digital assistants we use, healthcare, medical application, medical imaging, autonomous AI, drones, robotics, you name it. AI is behind a lot of things that we do, and in everyday lives, actually. I mean, we use, for example, maps, applications. We use AI. That's it. Now, why data in AI? I mean, why is it important to have really good data, and how can AI be enabled by that? Well, we have a very good example. We have some, I'll give you some examples of really importance of AI and the potential of AI in improving our world. And of course, the prime example recently has been the application in COVID-19 pandemic, where data and AI was used really to save lives. And saving lives of millions was enabled by AI and open data. And that, so this sharing of data between countries, which was the first thing that happened, and in such massive scale, because of the urgency of the pandemic, really made a difference to actually limit the spread of disease, increase disease prognosis, speed up diagnosis, and of course, drug development, vaccine development in the end, the development of vaccines. So this led to knowledge sharing and faster and better understanding of the disease and the development of all these new drugs and vaccines that within a few weeks rather than a few months or years that used to be the case earlier, right? So there's a huge opportunity, there's a huge potential of these technologies to transform our world for the better. And I think there's no objection about that. But at the same time, there are also risks. I can give you an example. There's a lot of security risk, of course, but also there are other kinds of risks with AI. And one risk, of course, is bias and discrimination and unfairness, algorithmic unfairness, as we say. In the Netherlands in particular, in the country I work at the moment, has been a very big scandal to do with child benefits, where actually children were removed from their families based on a bias of an algorithm, really, because they used an algorithm, self-learning algorithm, to classify benefit claims, and the algorithm identified wrongly that there was some benefit fraud, and a lot of families were accused of benefit fraud, and a lot of families actually had a terrible experience from the government. And they were penalized, really, because they were a bit different in the features. So actually the parents that were penalized were mainly of foreign nationality. The effects were devastating because the children were removed for months or years, and actually some children never returned to their families. It was horrible, and the government resigned actually in the Netherlands because of that. So that's really a prime example of things getting wrong with AI. But now this experience is fed into the EU's new AI Act, and hopefully this will become a regulation, European regulation, that will help us to avoid such kind of misuse, if you like, of AI. Now I'll talk a bit about UNESCO work, and because I work with, as UNESCO chair, I work with the Information and Communication Division of UNESCO, and of course UNESCO is focusing on developing the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, which are these 17 goals here, and we're focusing more on 3 pillars of research, if you like: health innovation, social innovation, and education analytics. And it's all about human-oriented AI, humane AI, as I call it. And how can we develop AI systems that are responsible, behave responsibly, and incorporate social and ethical values? And of course, some key elements and activities here is AI ethics, AI openness, and data openness in that respect. And we'll be talking a bit about that. And AI for development, because it's all good to have AI, but how can actually it can be used to foster development around the world, and not just in the developed world, let's say, in the most privileged countries in that respect, or in terms of human capacity and of economic resources, etc. That's a big, really challenge that we face in United Nations. So this special focus on ethical and human-oriented AI is key, and that's what mainly most of our work is focused on. There are, of course, huge opportunities, as I said, because AI and data science, together with data science is the new oil or the new gold, of our era. We have the challenge of high speed. I mean, these technologies are really developed at a really neck-breaking pace at the moment. And, but the adoption is slow, especially from the government side. We see a lot of push from the big platforms, corporations, and private sector is doing very well, but public sector is quite slow in adopting this. And that's an issue, and actually the governments are, have started to be concerned and actually starting to act on this, although it's quite difficult. It's a huge scope for making real world impact, of course, greater opportunities to have big scale, if you like, collaborative funded projects and cross-border collaborations, hopefully, and that's really one of the bets we have to face, really. So how can we, what can we do to bridge this digital divide? I mean, to leave no one behind, especially the developing countries, and how can we make sure that these technologies also can benefit sustainable development everywhere? Just a parenthesis to say a few things about what we do as a UNESCO chair. I mean, my university, the Hague University of Applied Science, has been a UNESCO university, which is the network of universities around the globe. We are part of the theme of technology and society, and of course we are focused on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are part of the UniTwin program of UNESCO, which is again an academic network, networking scheme with universities and research institutions around the world. And we cover both research and education, so we really have these two focuses on research and education. And we have some internal structures that we built recently in the university, the Data Innovation Hub and the AI and Data Lab, which are across the university, big initiatives to support the work we do on data science and AI. So in our UNESCO work, what's the focus? Well, human-centered, practice-oriented data science and AI. Of course, with the vision that artificial intelligence will give us the potential, will give us the power to accelerate progress towards a better world for all. And this means, I mean, the work means studying systems and studying complex problems and hopefully suggesting some good solutions using these technologies. And what are the main ingredients in being successful in that? We need data. We need good quality data, because if you don't have good quality input, you will not have good quality output. That's very clear. And also we need a human perspective and embedment in society, which is very important. And this is really, this reflects on the Society 5.0 mission as well. What does applied data science and data analytics, if you like, involve? Well, we start with data. I mean, a lot of our work is actually developing new applications or applying these technologies to real-world problems. And we start with data. We convert them to some useful information with some techniques. And then what we want is actually to get some useful knowledge out of it. Useful knowledge, hopefully in the form of actionable insights, where actually the knowledge will enable us to actually do things better, to change what we do, to improve what we do, and maybe also transform our organizations, not just our decision-making, but the way our organizations are structured and operating. So we have these three pillars, as I said before, which is health innovation, social innovation, and education analytics. And one of the big opportunities that we have, if we make it right, is actually to have to materialize this vision by the UN, which is called open solutions. Yeah? Openness, in many respects, is vital. It's really the enabling agent, if you like, to spread innovation, to spread the benefits, and to accelerate really innovation. And so open solutions, what is it? It's a new kind of concept by the United Nations, which involves open tools, processes, and content. And there have been some successful paradigms of that, like open education resources. There's Open Science Initiative, United Nations. But how can we make it actually better for data? I mean, can we have also open data initiatives? Can we have open government data, which relates to the government and how government can actually speed up what they're doing to do with data? Can we have open algorithms to do with AI? And that's really the challenges of our time. And this is what we are working on. So the aim is to enable a more sustainable approach to building information systems that can serve the global public good. So actually to spread benefits and to have this kind of sustainable development at equal pace around the globe, if possible. So this is a conceptual framework we're building for open solution together with the UNESCO units, with the colleagues there and some other UNESCO chairs, as you see. Open government data, very important. Governments are quite well behind in this. I mean, there are open data initiatives, but not always include governments. So what is it? Well, we need to make government data or public data available to anyone in open format with possible distribution in standardized forms without restrictions. So that's a dream in a sense, but we have a challenge, of course, and this dream has a trade-off of security. When you open up data, you have to make sure that personal data are not really compromised, etc. But there's a strong case of open government data, and as you can see here, we have data, open government, and open data really is in the middle. And you have the concepts of open data, you have also open government, and you have a lot of data sitting with the government, and bringing all this together will bring this vision will materialize this vision. And there's a very strong case, because transparency, democratic control will benefit from that. We will have self-empowerment and participation, because each citizen will be able to do things using publicly available data. Improve new product and services, innovation, efficiency and effectiveness. We can improve efficiency and effectiveness in what the government is doing. We can actually measure the impact of policies much better and have evidence on assessing if the policies are good or not. That's very important. We can get new knowledge from sources, and knowledge that probably was not evident before. And of course, support the Sustainable Development Goals here, an example, through a number of things, including standards. Standards will help for cross-border collaboration in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, to assess the impact of what we do in delivering the SDGs, and also accountability for governments, because opening up the data increases transparency and also helps to keep the governments accountable. Yeah. Now, regarding open algorithms, I mean, that's another dream, and it's not there yet. And we have now this new developments of generative AI and ChatGPT, etc. I mean, there's a company called OpenAI. I'm not talking about this. It is not a company. It's actually about open algorithms. ChatGPT is available for free. It's an application, but it's not really open, because the data and the algorithms that actually empower ChatGPT are a closed ecosystem. They're not really publicly available. So how can we open up algorithms? That's really important, and we have been recommending a series of steps for governments and organizations in actually doing that. So what are the barriers and the challenges in opening up data, in opening up government data in particular also, and have an open algorithm kind of ecosystem around the globe? Well, there are a lot of challenges, barriers. I mean, one is legal and licensing, that we need to put in place actually frameworks that help to do international collaborations towards that. Technical and operational issues. There's use level issues, user, if you like, also requirements there. Institutional and governance barriers, and a lot of economic barriers, because not all countries or all regions in the world have the capacity to build, because building up open data is expensive. I mean, it's an infrastructure which has a lot of value, but it's actually very expensive to build. So we actually proposed an open government and AI policy framework with these 5 different pillars. We have a a draft document towards a kind of United Nations guideline now. So there will be a set of guidelines published soon when this is finalized. Yeah, just to summarize what the main findings of these recommendations are. I mean, what kind of action we need to take to promote openness. The role of government is extremely important in implementing this. International cross-border data flows are very important. So standards are very important, because if you have the standards, then you enable this kind of cross-border collaboration and transfer of data. Key enablers include the openness of data, the openness and access to data. We need access, not just openness, but also easy access to data. We need right of information systems in place. And use, reuse, and sharing of data is important as well. And building ecosystems is important in order to do that. So global ecosystems are starting, first of all, at the national level, but also build it up to the global level. I mean, we need ecosystems of many different actors that will be able to enable this. And another challenge we have, I mean, it's a big opportunity, openness, but it has certain barriers and challenges in order to be able to be successful in it. Now, a big challenge we have to do with humane AI is the ethics of data, first of all, and also the ethics of AI. And recently, there have been some really major international efforts towards that. Also, as UNESCO chair, we have been involved in first of all, in the EU's global AI frameworks. There are 7 AI global frameworks by the AI for People committee, really. And also, last year, we have the framework, the recommendation, really, of ethics by UNESCO, of artificial intelligence. This was published last year, and also we had a contribution to that. Now, what does it involve? Well, it's about international and national policies and regulatory frameworks to ensure that AI technologies benefit humanity as a whole. Again, equitable, if you like, how do you spread the benefit? Kind of equitable development of AI technologies around the world is important. And also a human-centeredness of AI is important. I mean, how to benefit the people, how it can be used for the benefit of the people and not the other way around. And both of these frameworks actually have some common principles, and the common principles of ethical and humane AI are really these 5 principles there. Beneficence, do good, really. Non-maleficence means don't do any harm, right? Autonomy, justice, explicability. Also, advocacy and agency is important, where actually humans have control of what's going on and not the other way around. So I'll finish with these high priority challenges and in relation to Society 5.0, and also I think this echoes a lot of what has come as a conclusion from the recent Young Leaders report that was developed by the foundation this summer. I can see these high priority challenges really as being key in what we do and how we can actually be successful in the future in materializing all these benefits and avoiding the risks of these technologies. So first of all, human capacity building. We don't have enough people and don't have the right kind of people to deliver this. And this is challenging. This is challenging for actually the privileged countries. I mean, in my university in the Netherlands, for example, we always look for good data science, AI experts, good programmers. We cannot find them, although Netherlands is producing a lot of them. Actually, most of the good people go somewhere else, go to to the big platforms, really, because that's where the money is, etc. So we cannot really benefit. And actually, the governments also struggle to get good people in these areas. So how can we actually solve this problem? Capacity building is very important, and we need to train more and more experts in this. And that's a big challenge. And of course, if we go to developing countries, for example, if we go to Africa, and that's even more difficult to retain good professionals in these areas. No? The next thing is data and AI literacy, because in order to benefit from these technologies, we need actually people in general to understand what these technologies do and maybe benefit and actually be able to use these technologies in more innovative ways. But you need a certain level of literacy to do that. So data literacy is important, AI literacy is important these days. Openness, shared practices and standards help collaboration, catalyze innovation, and it's very, very important. But in order to do things right, we need regulation, we need ethical and legal frameworks, and we don't have that. I mean, there's a lot of discussion in Europe, for example. The AI Act is a draft at the moment, but when it's going to be a regulation? I mean, this is quite urgent, let's say, to actually put down some regulations so we actually can set the rules of the game for innovators, for business and government actually to operate on. And then how to embed this in society and how to really deliver societal impact. How do you make a real impact? And there again, involving the people and having user-centered approach and design principles and design-based innovation will help a lot. And if we can actually infuse these principles into all the steps of developing these new technologies will help us a lot. Okay? So I'll stop here. I hope this was a bit useful. This is a message that my university has, and also UNESCO chair. Let's change the world if we can a bit. And yeah, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much.
And if you want to get in contact, you can get in contact through.
We'll share your details also with everyone too. Thank you
Please
so
do.
much.
Please. Yeah.
Thank you so much. If you want to take us through, watch the presentation and then Lovely. What a wonderful, insightful keynote from Dr. Lampros here. I think that's set the stage, set the day off with a really, some great points for us to think about and continue these conversations throughout the day. Next up, I especially am very happy to be able to say this, that we are launching today, if we can pop back to this slide, thank you, our youth perception report on societal challenges and the role of technology. Some of you know that at ASEF we do these youth perception reports. We try and do one with each edition of the Young Leaders Summit. We gather data and responses from young people all across the two regions to give their understanding and perceptions of the different topics that we are tackling. With this edition, we have responses from over 8,500 young people who have given their perspectives on this topic. And with the research that we will be launching today, the publication itself, but we are very happy to have our researcher be able to present to you some of the key findings. So we have Dr. Chris McCarthy, who is an associate professor for Fulbright and the Institute of International Education. And he's been working with us on this report, on this study, and I'm very happy to have him to be able to deliver. While he can't be here in person, he has pre-recorded a message with his presentation and the findings from the report for you. So enjoy. Okay, give us 1 second while we prepare the technical side of things. But in the meantime, I will say that we have a previous edition of the youth report also. We have several editions, but the previous one from 2021 focused on on young people's understanding of leadership itself. So I really encourage you all to have a look at this report too, which talks about the opportunities and the barriers towards leadership experience and leadership roles for young people. So this is a report that we published in 2021, and so we're really happy to be able to follow up that report with this edition, focusing on leadership itself, but also with that added aspect of technology and the understanding of society and technology. These reports, we think, I mean, as you know, ASEF is not a research institute, but we really want to be able to give the status quo and especially be able to share the views of young people. So while we are not an academic institute, we're not a think tank, we are at least trying to bring the voices of young people to the forefront and to be able to promote the understanding for decision makers and policy makers of what young people really think, how they see things, and how they understand the world, because this is something we really care about. And well, I will just check with the technical team. Okay, they're giving me the thumbs up. So I will let you listen to Dr. McCarthy's presentation now. Thank you. Let's just fix the audio here, and then...
Scholar at the International Institute of Education, which is based in Washington. Apologies for not being able to join you in person. I'm traveling for work, and as much as I would love to have been in beautiful Salamanca, it was sadly not possible. My name is Chris McCarthy, and I'm an assistant professor and Fulbright scholar at the International Institute of Education, which is based in Washington, D.C. Today, I'm excited to present the Youth Perception Report on Societal Challenges and Role of Technology for 2023. This presentation was prepared for the 5th ASEF Young Leaders Summit, and it aims to answer two key questions. Firstly, what do young people perceive as the most significant societal challenges, and how do they envision tackling them within the scope of Society 5.0? Secondly, to what extent are young people cognizant of the risks and opportunities of leveraging technology to address these challenges? These questions guided our research and will be the focus of today's discussion. But before moving on, let me share why these questions are highly relevant. We're in a time where technological advances are making a massive impact on society, both positively and negatively. Understanding the perspective of young people who are the future leaders and decision makers is crucial. By focusing on their perceptions and awareness, we can tailor educational programs, policy initiatives, and technological solutions that not only solve current societal issues, but also resonate with the very people who will inherit the future. In other words, these questions help us create a roadmap for action that is grounded in the realities and expectations of the younger generation. Let's dive into the demographics of our study. We had a broad and diverse set of participants, which adds to the applicability of our findings. We had a total of 8,508 respondents, nearly balanced in gender. This helps ensure that our results are not skewed towards any one gender perspective. The average age of our respondents is about 24 years, showing that we are indeed focusing on young adults who are at a stage in their lives where they are forming opinions that will likely influence their long-term views on societal challenges and technology. Our study represents 51 ASEF countries, which provides a rich international perspective on the issues at hand. And lastly, an impressive 69% of our respondents are active volunteers, suggesting a sample that is not just aware of societal issues, but also engaged in addressing them. I like to direct your attention to this word cloud, which visually captures the most urgent societal challenges as perceived by our young respondents. The size of each word corresponds to its frequency. The larger the word, the more times it was mentioned by the respondents. Quite visibly, poverty emerges as the most frequently mentioned challenge, capturing a majority of the responses. This is closely followed by education and healthcare. It's important to note that climate change is also a significant concern, capturing a significant number of the responses. This reflects a growing awareness about environmental issues among young people. Other challenges like mental health, gender equality, and racism and discrimination also find representation, although at lower frequencies. Interestingly, civil discourse and drug addiction are among the least mentioned, but should not be disregarded. This word cloud gives us a snapshot of what young people today view as urgent issues that need addressing. It serves as a visual testimony to the shared as well as diverse concerns of our youth, which are instrumental in shaping policy directions. Let's turn our attention to how aware young people are about the risks and benefits of using technology to address societal challenges. On the left-hand side of the slide, we see a bar chart that illustrates how familiar respondents are with the potential risks of using technology in this context. You see a majority claim to have a lot of understanding. A large portion even say they have some understanding, and then a relatively small group claim to have a little understanding. Shifting to the right-hand side of the slide, we have another bar chart that focuses on respondents' awareness of the benefits of using technology for societal issues. The largest group say they have some understanding, but a significant portion also claim to have a lot of understanding, and a smaller group say they know a little. Based on the data, it actually appears that respondents have a slightly higher level of understanding about the risks associated with technology compared to its benefits. This could suggest that young people are not only exposed to the potential upsides of technology, but are also considerably aware of its downsides. This pattern is an important cue for educators and policymakers, emphasizing the necessity for dialogue that is both inclusive and balanced. Such conversations are essential for harnessing technology in an ethical and sustainable way. By understanding this trend, we can better tailor educational strategies to fill the gaps in awareness, thereby helping young people make more informed decisions about how technology can be applied for societal good. Our next slide delves into the potential drawbacks or risks that young people perceive when using technology to tackle societal challenges. As we look at this sideways stacked bar chart, you'll see a range of concerns brought up by our respondents in both Asia and Europe. Key issues emerge, such as data privacy and security issues, reduced human interaction and empathy, dependence on technology, ethical concerns, unintended negative consequences, cost and access barriers, lack of transparency and accountability, bias and discrimination in algorithms and data, undermining human agency and autonomy, exacerbation of social inequalities. These insights offer us a nuanced understanding of what young people find concerning as we move further into a world increasingly mediated by technology. This highlights the critical aspects that policymakers, educators, and technology developers need to address. As we continue to delve into the data, let's focus on the positive aspect, the potential benefits of using technology to address societal challenges, according to our young respondents. On this bar chart, we display the top perceived benefits as identified by our participants. These include increased innovation and creativity, increased accessibility and inclusivity, greater collaboration and knowledge sharing, rapid response to emergencies, new business and job opportunities, improved quality of life, cost savings and resource optimization, enhanced data collection and analysis, and sustainable solutions for the environment. The overall takeaway is that young people view technology as a highly beneficial tool. They see its potential to spark innovation, improve accessibility, and solve a myriad of societal issues. So while we've looked at both the potential risks and benefits in this study, it's clear that the youth hold a balanced perspective. They are optimistic about the capabilities of technology, but also aware of the potential pitfalls. Next, we'll explore two key aspects that impact youth perspectives: their level of optimism about the future and their confidence in achieving personal goals despite societal challenges. You'll see two sets of violin plots that offer a nuanced look at these sentiments in Europe and Asia. On the left, you'll see optimism towards the future. First, observe the areas where the plot is the widest. The most frequently chosen rating seems to be around 8, which suggests a general trend toward optimism among the young people surveyed. This is followed closely by a rating of 10, which indicates extreme optimism. On the flip side, there are fewer but still notable low ratings, indicating a subset of youth who are considerably less optimistic about the future. On the right-hand side of the slide, we see confidence in achieving personal goals. Similarly, the widest point in the second plot is closer to 10, suggesting a high levels of confidence. Another noticeable concentration of responses occurs at 8. However, we should also pay attention to the tail end of the plot. A smaller but still important group rated their confidence at the lower end, and they warrant our attention. To sum up, both plots reveal an overall sense of optimism and confidence among the youth, yet it's crucial to note that there are individuals with lower ratings who represent a segment of the population that may need special focus and intervention. As we draw our presentation to a close, it's crucial to shift our attention towards the so what of our findings. Namely, what concrete actions do young people believe can make an indelible mark on society's challenges? Displayed on the screen is a bar plot that highlights a variety of actionable steps as perceived by our respondents. Educating oneself and others. This is the most frequently cited action, emphasizing the role of education as a powerful tool for change. Next, volunteering time and resources emerges as a significant way to make a tangible impact, reinforcing the value of direct community involvement. Advocating for positive change. Advocacy is also high on the list, indicating that young people are ready to speak out on issues that matter to them. Engaging in respectful dialogue and supporting diversity. These are both crucial for creating an inclusive society and were chosen by a significant number of respondents. Practicing sustainable living. Sustainability is another key focus, highlighted by a notable portion of our survey respondents. And finally, participating in democratic processes and donating money and/or resources. These two actions encapsulate a broad view of civic engagement and responsibility. So, to bring it all together, this study vividly underscores that today's youth view themselves not as mere spectators, but as active agents in shaping the future. From education to civic engagement, they are poised to tackle challenges through a multifaceted approach. Their collective voice sends a compelling message. Change isn't just possible, it's a responsibility that we're willing to shoulder. Thank you for investing your time to explore these crucial insights with us today. I believe the revelations from this study could be a watershed in how we perceive and harness the latent potential within our youth to forge a more equitable, inclusive, and sustainable future. Once again, thank you for your engagement and have an inspiring day ahead. I'm traveling for work and is
Okay, thank you very much.
so that I'm in the shot for the video. Okay, so thank you very much for listening to this presentation. We are so happy to be able to launch the report. We will be publishing the full report today, so you'll be able to find it on the ASEF website and on our social media channels. And we hope you find it insightful, and it can be shared with any decision makers, policy makers you know, yourselves as well, of course, your friends, anyone, any young people you think would be interested and would find it meaningful. We really think it's an important part of getting the youth voice really heard. Okay, so our next session today is a panel discussion roundtable on the societal challenges and role of technology across Asia and Europe. And we have an exciting group of panelists. So if I can invite them on stage, we have Dr. Lampros STERGIOULAS, who will be joining us. We have Abhishek VATS, Kirsten BROEKEMA, and Katrina SPRONGE. So if I can invite our panelists onto the stage, and of course we have our wonderful ASEFYLS5 navigator, Thomas, who will be moderating this session. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to this panel where we're going to discuss the societal challenges and the role of technology. I had a chance to go through this report a week ago, and I find it very interesting and useful for us as young leaders to take further actions and decision-making. And at the same time, I believe that the insights from this report will be definitely useful for all of the participants who are here in solving the challenges in the next couple of months. My name is Thomas. I am R&D manager at Eurasia Foundation of Central Asia. I've been given the privilege of moderating this session, and we hope that we're going to learn a lot together. Let me first introduce the panelists. We have a lovely, diverse range of people. We have Ms. Katrina SPRONGE, is a representative of the European Students' Union in the steering committee of the Global Students' Forum. Katrina advocates for fair learning mobility, international student rights, sustainability in higher education, and supports the development of student organizations. Dr. Lampros holds a Doctor of Philosophy, PhD in Electrical, Electronics, and Communications Engineering from the University of Liverpool. Currently, he's a professor for data science and AI at the Hague University of Applied Sciences. And since January 2022, he is a holder of the UNESCO Chair, Artificial Intelligence and Data Science for Societies, awarded to the university for 4 years. Ms. Kirsten BROEKEMA is pursuing her Erasmus Mundus Joint Master's Degree in Society, Politics, and Culture in a global context. And since August of this year, she has been acting as the president of AEGEE, one of the Europe's biggest interdisciplinary youth NGOs. She leads projects on active citizenship, European elections, and digital activism. And Mr. Abhishek VATS is a qualified and registered advocate practicing in Delhi. He is an experienced individual with a demonstrated history of working with socio-legal and human rights organizations. He also co-founded AO Recent, a youth-led research center for ASEAN countries. And since 2022, he has been a director of research developments at ASEAN Youth Organization. So please join me in welcoming all of them. So, dear panelists, today I'm looking forward to exploring your thoughts on the key societal challenges of the future and how technology can enable human economic development with more equity, more prosperity, and sustainability from different regional perspectives. So here I want to emphasize on the regional perspectives, seeing different perspectives from Asia and Europe. And my questions are designed to each specific speaker, based on your professional backgrounds, but if any of you wish to add on or share your perspective, please do so. And we would also get a chance to take some questions or comments from the audience in the middle of the panel. We're not going to use Mentimeter, so you can raise your hands. I will explain more rules later. So the report findings show us that there is a wide spectrum of views among young people from Asia and Europe about what constitutes the most pressing societal challenges. And the colleagues are opening the presentation, but there is a distribution of rankings for each societal challenges presented in the word cloud. The consensus is clear that there is a poverty, education and healthcare, and climate change are among the top concerns among the young leaders. And in terms of the regional differences, a distinct pattern emerged from the data. Young people in Asia were more inclined to regard education and healthcare as urgent societal challenges, whereas in Europe, the focus shifted more toward poverty and climate change. So you can think more about the questions towards this divide in terms of societal challenges that we face in Europe and Asia. And we're here to discuss the societal challenges, and I thought it would be nice to start by thinking what we mean by the phrase Society 5.0 challenge. So the first question to all of you, what does Society 5.0 challenges mean to you? Highlighting the regional perspectives, differences, and your background as well. So anyone who wishes to start first? Kirsten? Okay.
So I think what we can see is that there are a lot of challenges that can be identified in regard to this. For European, as already mentioned, climate change and poverty are the ones that are most prevalent right now. And this all leads back to the fact that there's a need for a balance between the technological progress and societal progression. However, this balance, as we've also seen in recent history, it's not a natural process that happens to achieve a kind of balance which is fair for everyone. So the questions always arise, how do we keep up with this? How do we make sure that these are inclusionary processes? And also, what is the role of youth in making these processes inclusionary? What is needed to actually tackle these problems is to look at more integration and cooperation. But as Professor Lampros also said, the public sector and also societal sector, we're slow. The progresses in technological advancements are quicker than we can adapt to it. With regard to environmental concerns, the questions now arise, like how do we foster sustainable growth and eco-responsible growth? But also, how do we balance this between the technological process and the environmental progression? As these are not easy questions to tackle, and especially not for youth, as we are not the experts on these topics. However, for poverty as well, seeing that it's a multifaceted issue that intersects with the concept of Society 5.0 very well in a lot of places, envisioning a high advanced and digitally connected society, the questions and the issues that we need to tackle at the moment and are tackling as well is how do we make sure that the access to information and education is done in a safe way and does not increase the digital divide? Or how do we make sure that actually everyone can enjoy the digital and digital economy opportunities that are there while not increasing job displacement or income inequality? Because all these things lead back to the fact that if we aren't regulating it, then we aren't actually able to tackle this and grow with the advancements at the same rate.
Thank you, Kirsten.
To build up on the European perspective as well, the Society 5.0, it also, and the digital change and transformation, it also still highlights and even more emphasizes the social background divide that we're having in the society. We're seeing way more how those who have access to different technological advancements can then a bit easier than advance in life, and those who don't have that, they are left behind, and there are not enough solutions in place coming from the policymakers and the stakeholders that can assure that everyone has equal access. We're talking about equality, but we as a society are not necessarily always putting in place all the necessary actions to assure that that everyone can access that. Yes, we're talking about different solutions, different technological advancements, but does everyone has access to internet or the devices? We saw a lot during the pandemic, and then when in European context, we also saw a lot at the moment when the Russian aggression started in Ukraine, how much that influenced access to different services and how you could continue running your daily life. And the topics that are being highlighted, especially for Europe, are the ones that I feel like those are the ones that the policymakers on European scale talk a lot about. Yesterday, in the State of the Union speech, President von der Leyen also emphasized especially those two. It's about the economic growth and the Green Deal in Europe, so climate change. But there are so much more to talk about when we get towards the equality and equity questions that are just being swept under the rug sometimes, and no one really talks about on a European level about access to education and access to information. And yes, we're talking about the AI Act, which will hopefully soon be out, but we need to tackle also the questions about disinformation and dishonesty online, and how that ties into the data security, and how through educating people, not just the younger generation, but everyone, and coming into the data literacy, how we can assure that we make educated decisions regardless of our backgrounds.
Thank you, Katrina. Indeed, I think
all right, so first of all, namaste everybody. Namaste to all the panelists as well. It's my immense pleasure to be here and interact with everybody, especially my bright peers here. So for me, when I talk about Society 5.0 challenges, I think something is interesting we learned yesterday from the presentation by Ms. Hariyama was the fact that initially by Japan, Society 5.0 was conceived as something which was much more focused towards economic growth and prosperity. And then subsequently we came down to the discussion about ethics and openness and accountability, right? As a lawyer, when I hear these things, they sound very vague to me. I like things which are much more defined, so we know how, where are we going to operate, essentially, all right? So when we talk about the ethical considerations, the accountability, the openness, I think primarily we also need to think that, there is not a one-fit-all size or solution for the countries, right? There is a lot of diversity, even within continents and even within a country, let's say for India in itself, huge diversity is there, right? So I think what I would like to challenge all of you to maybe think about is how do we, set up some standards which are, let's say, applicable and acceptable of, let's say, transparency, openness, ethics. How can these things be defined? How do we come to a global consensus on that? Some issues that I personally care about, I can speak on, is the fact that I think technology has definitely addressed a lot of problems in our society, so we cannot neglect that part of it. But additionally, new ones have popped up and there are a lot of questions, right? In my 4th year of law school, I worked on a research paper which was focusing on state-sponsored surveillance, right? Unlawful and illegal surveillance by the states, and how the technology that already exists is being reprogrammed or designed to make sure that people are able to essentially spy on not just their citizens, but also it is extraterritorial in nature, right? The access to information, the data mining. So there are a lot of considerations about data protection, privacy, which I essentially feel must be addressed. State surveillance is also something which I believe it must be addressed. And I think the reason why the delegates have recognized poverty, education and healthcare, as well as climate change, I think sort of that rolls back to the fact that we believe when people are alleviated from the poverty and their socioeconomic status changes, and once they have access to education particularly, they're going to be in a position to make more informed decisions for themselves and get out of this rut. I believe that technology should be used as a vehicle for change and not a bandwagon of oppression. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, these are great points raised by my fellow panelists, and I subscribe to them all, actually. I would like to echo some of them. for me, it's very important, the human-centeredness, if you like, aspect in society 5.0 probably is the most important aspect of the concept, in my view. And of course, the balance between economic growth and societal benefit and delivering value to society is very important. And yeah, I would like to echo Kirsten's point there on how do you deal with that balance, actually. And economic growth is not everything. It is the means towards a happier society, a better society, really. I think also the human centeredness also in terms of using design principles when we develop these technologies, that's very important. The design-based innovation, for example, I think it's not there yet. I don't think people have got this message yet, and I think we need to do more to have really the citizen at the center of what we do and not the other way around. Of course, very much agree with Abhishek's point about human rights and I mean, inequality, really. I think there's also a kind of another level of here of what does society 5.0 mean for different countries, because not all the countries are at the same level of maturity of these technologies, and that's a big point, I think. And again, is there equality and can we have an equitable spread of the benefits of these technologies, and how can everyone benefit, especially countries that do not have really the technological infrastructure or the human capacity in terms of trained professionals in these areas to actually do better, and how do we bridge that gap? That's really a wicked problem for me. Yeah. And of course, at the individual level, also human rights are important, and Abhishek has raised that, of course. And I think the biggest challenge in delivering technologies that help society is how to avert these risks to individual freedom and human rights and privacy and security. And actually, as I said, probably most of the investment at the moment in IT is not about developing the great things, the great applications using AI and data, but actually about safeguarding really these rights. And security is actually taking a big chunk of the investment at the moment. Yeah, I'll stop here actually.
Okay. Thank you so much. We will talk more about the challenges of the technologies and the privacy and security. I would like to go to the second question, and before that, a little bit of context. In addressing societal challenges, young adults from Europe and Asia indicated educate oneself and others as a preferred action, emphasizing the importance of knowledge and learning in dealing with societal challenges. We can go to next slide, please. And we can see here the division, the differences between what kind of actions young leaders think that we need to take in order for us to tackle those like societal challenges. And my next question is to Katrina. Young adults assign high importance to education, indicating a firm understanding of its role as a catalyst for individual and societal transformation. And you, as an advocate for accessible and inclusive education, how can we leverage the strong emphasis on education among young adults to ensure they are equipped with the skills and knowledge needed to drive Society 5.0 transformation effectively? And here also, we want to hear what specific actions we as young leaders here and online should take in order for us to come closer for this.
In the student representation, we talk a lot about how education has to change to fit the needs of the society today, but also tomorrow. And we talk a lot about specifically different parts of sustainability as we understand, because we can't talk just about the climate action, but generally about how sustainability needs to be intertwined into the whole curricula. It cannot be just one specific course taken at one point. It has to go through. It has to be very intersectional. It has to build on the different perspectives and understandings of how different sustainable practices go through every subject that we learn, and how that builds onto a more holistic life, and how we approach our profession or everyday actions. And when we talk about what we as young leaders and society need to do, well, there is this divide. We need to look at what comes from the formal education. I have been working mostly on higher education advocacy, but also what is the role of different informal activities, non-formal education, everything that's happening outside when we learn from our peers. Then we engage in different conversations and discussions and educate ourselves along these lines. But what we need to do is identify what are the things that we see as the need to change. And I know that for students, especially those who are recently starting to engage with education, those are the voices that no one in the decision-making bodies wants to listen to. I have had too many experiences when they think, or you're just a young woman, what do you even know? But we are the ones that know what we want out of our futures, and we have seen how the society has evolved in the last few years, and we foresee what is needed in the next years and next decades. And those who don't want to change don't want to listen. But we and you all, we need to make sure that they listen, and to do that, and to drive this change, it's a fairly simple, we break it down, you can break it down to a fairly simple campaign in a way. You understand what are the things that you want to influence, and what is the change that you want to see in the world, or in your institution, or in the legislator, depending on what level you work on, and what is the thing that you want differently, and from there you understand who is the person you need to convince, and what it's going to take to convince them. You do some background checks, you understand what are the arguments they have been using against, what are the counter arguments you can use, and then you build the ally pool. You find the people who are ready to advocate together with you, and especially finding the people from different sectors, from different, well, if you're talking about specifically education, different departments, those can also be the lecturers, for example, who also believe in that. And step by step, just move from having people who advocate against you and start turning them into your allies, and give them the arguments. And look for peers, not just within your institution, but look for best practices all around, cross-border. We're seeing more and more how big the importance is of finding those different best practice examples in different countries as well, and then you can advocate, but see there is the argument of how this is making the life better. And in often cases, it doesn't necessarily always include a lot of resources. It's just what is the most needed is the shift in the mindset and the wish to change.
Thank you so much. Definitely, like, interdisciplinary approach is a key here. But I also have another question, maybe to all of you, about this gender inequality or inequality that we face in a physical world. Do you believe like a technological advancement can actually decrease that gap in inequality, especially, like, for example, gender? Sorry, this is not prepared question. Yeah.
Thomas, can you please repeat the question for me? I was not able to hear it properly. Do you mind repeating the question?
Yeah, can.
Please.
Yeah, I will continue with the questions, but then maybe we can come back.
No.
Okay.
I meant, can you repeat the question that you just asked?
So, Katrina touched upon the problem of like gender inequality. Like, for example, no one is listening to us as young leaders, especially those who are holding a decision-making level power. And do we believe that this technological advancement, or in the cyber world, we can actually decrease the gap in inequality, like, and specifically, for example, in gender inequality?
Okay. So let me maybe open the discussion, and then I think the panelists can also jump in, because I think a joint perspective on this is very important. So I think to a greater extent, I do agree to the fact that there are gender differences in how people experience technology or how they even interact with it. And that also goes back to a lot of intersectional factors, like of course the level of education. Still in parts of Asia and Middle East, women are not encouraged to pursue basic education. So that definitely impacts how they also interact with technology. But at the same time, there are different forms of gendered violence which particularly adhere to people coming from the LGBTQI plus community, people of diverse gender expression, and as well as women, right? Because most of the like the body shaming issues, they definitely target women in the sense, and also of course all the trolling and the sexual harassment. There are a lot of harsh comments that definitely are very perverted and targeted towards women. So of course I think technology in that sense has definitely created I would say a form of agitation, and rightfully so. I think these things must be taken up. I think as young leaders, what we probably can do here is, I think essentially, a lot of the people that I have seen, if I speak about India, in my personal experience, I have seen that in the current leadership, there is a change and emphasis on listening to young people. It is my personal opinion. But I do definitely feel that regardless of which leadership is where in the parts of the world, the laws need to be forward-looking, but laws are sometimes, so to say, 2 to 3 and even up to 5 years behind as compared to what are the needs of the current society. For example, for years, we have a mental health bill that is being tabled and discussed, but has never been enacted. Mm-hmm. It is only through judicial intervention that we've been able to come to a point where mental harassment compensation has been included as a part of any suit or proceedings that you institute. But still, the emphasis on getting formal mental health care is not promoted essentially. And I mean, these are things which are also societally discouraged. I think very often people even from well-to-do backgrounds find it hard to maybe sit down to their parents, and even if they in all transparency want to say that I feel I am, let's say, depressed or I'm feeling anxious, parents sometimes do not even know how to relate or help them out. So I think as young people, our emphasis should be definitely on engaging, but in a meaningful way, right? It should not be a lot of, well, that this is 2023 and you should be aware about this. I think if you have an opportunity to ever educate somebody, maybe share your story with them, or also maybe help them understand the nuances of your personal experiences or whatever knowledge you have, you should definitely take that opportunity. You will definitely be able to create an ally who can also make a difference going forward. So I think we really need to maybe do a 180, change our perspective on how we interact, but I can also understand how social media creates a form of insecurity in us that very often warrants a very agitated response. I think that's my key takeaway on this.
Thank you. Maybe. Thank you, Abhi. Anyone would like to share? Maybe a quick short comment?
I very much agree with this. I think at this point, this of informal, changing the mindset and informal education was raised by Katrina as well, and it's important. And I think that probably this plays a more important role than formal education. You can see now that the new generations are really digital natives, but what does that mean? Do they become natives through formal education? No, it's mainly through informal education, right? And we have to address that, because that's a reality, and we don't really have the right level of awareness, at least at the policy level, really, to address this. I think that's a good recommendation coming out of this report and of the discussion here. Yeah, but in the general discussion about inequality, I think, yeah, technology, just responding to your question, technology, yes, can do a lot of things, can be a really positive, enabling factor, right, towards reducing inequalities, but it's not a given, it's not for granted. You need to have really the right attitude, and you need to take specific initiatives, and you need to have targeted actions in order to make that happen. It's not that technology will do that just by having it. Yeah. I think it's tricky. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. I'll just go to the next question and the next slide, please. So the report underscores a general perception of insufficient government action in tackling societal challenges across ASEF countries. And this perception appears more pronounced among adults in Asia compared to those in Europe. Can we see the graph, please? The next slide? Yeah. And yeah, again, like maybe a question to Abhishek. Sorry that Mel is speaking for now, but Abhishek, I'm keen to gain your insights regarding the underlying factors contributing to the perceived inadequacy among Asian representatives about the perceived inadequacy of government actions in addressing societal challenges, which is with a specific focus on how governments can proactively respond to this perception, especially concerning the use in Asia and technological developments. And what kind of questions do we need to ask them and ask ourselves in order to, tackle this problem?
All right. Thank you so much for the question.
Quickly and short. Thank you.
So sorry. So thank you so much for the question. I think there are 3 to 4 parts of this question. I will try to address all of them. But I think, first of all, I would like to begin by saying that I think rightfully so, that there is a tendency, particularly in the Asian leaders, to realize that there is insufficient government action, right? That is not, I would say, even a far-fetched thought. It is definitely true. And there are a variety of reasons for that, right? The biggest thing is, I think our leaders are generational wealth, in the sense that there are a few generations too old for us to really understand what our ideas are, right? At the same time, in Asia, there has always been a societal structure where emphasis has been always on listening to the adults, right? So it has always been believed that they know what is right and best. In some cases, perhaps, but not all, right? I think as the society is increasingly changing, when you are going to run after economic growth and prosperities, there are going to be newer perspectives and ideas that are going to flow in your country. How do you assimilate those ideas is essentially the beauty of your democracy, right? I think to the governments, what I would like to say is pay attention to the fact that you are losing the brightest minds of your country to brain drain, because the quality of life is not good. People do not have the freedom to really express themselves, be with who they want to be, like who they like, study what they want to study. Even the education system sometimes is way too rigid, right, as compared to countries in Europe or even countries in the US. Every society has their own challenges, but I think we are losing our brightest minds because, and I don't blame them, everybody wants a good quality of life, and our governments need to ensure that they are able to secure that. And then those bright minds can definitely contribute to solving all these problems. So that's, I think, the first thing that must be addressed, that we do not lose out on our good resources, our brightest minds. Even for myself, based on the challenges that I have faced, after law school, I was totally contemplating leaving India and moving out. And now my thought process has changed a lot. I want to stay here and try to make the difference that I can in my personal capacity. And I think also another thing is that governments very often, they do come out with legislations, but they do not have a clear plan of action to follow up, to also make sure if they can, they're going to be revisiting the law based on some key priority indicators. Do they want to assess the legislation for the next 3 to 5 years to make sure that the legislation is achieving the goals it is supposed to? And at the same time, there are also vacuums which they do not fill, right? Like for the longest time in India, if I just give you another example, there is a case called Vishakha versus State of Rajasthan. This case is so famous because in this case, the Supreme Court had laid down the guidelines of protecting women against sexual harassment at work. Mm-hmm. And after this judgment came out, I think it's somewhere in the 90s, 70s, in 2013, we finally had the POSH law, which is Protection Against Sexual Harassment at Work Act. So it was such a long period, more than 20 years, where there was no legislation in place. So there's a lot of latent act on the part of the parliaments across Asia, which I feel is definitely lacking. Right now, I do see that, maybe try to make it seem like they're engaging the youth, but are they actively listening to us is probably a question I think they really need to ask themselves. Coming down to the part where I think what the...
Abhi, can we wrap up like in 30
sorry,
seconds?
what?
Can we wrap up in like in 30 seconds? Like just
Right,
to...
right. And coming down to I think what the youth need to do, I think I will just, just summarize it. Know what your values are. Do not fight an ideological war, or do not try to just subscribe to ideas which you just think or hear about. Find out what your values are, weigh ideas, weigh perspectives from your experiences and your value system. It is very important that you are open to newer ideas, and also figure out who you are, and in that sense, with certainty, you would be able to move forward as a leader. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhi, for sharing this. And my next question is more about the advocacy that because advocate for positive change was also one of the popular choices among the respondents. Advocacy is another key priority for young adults, reflects their recognition of the vital role of policymaking and public discourse in societal progress. And Kirsten, a question for you. You once said in your interview that it's important to hear both sides, and in both sides I mean probably like citizens and the governments. Could you please elaborate more on that? And from the European context, and drawing from your experience, what is the role of technology in digital activism and advocacy, and again, like what specific actions we need to take as young leaders?
So to hear from both sides, that's maybe a little bit out of context. On the other hand, it's always an important thing. How do you create a balance? You can only do that if you actually take into account all the different parts. And for my experience, it's the most important one is how do we make sure that the youth is accounted for in the debate and in the public discourse. In the European context, I think a very clear example of it is how it enables youth organizations and youth-led organizations and communities, because there's a wide variety of options to be active and to actually be involved in policy and advocacy, whether it's what has already been there, like a passive activist with liking and sharing things on social media, or if you're actually busy with physical campaigns or online campaigns that targeting at making regulations, proposals for regulations. So it's not only the reach, of course, it's also the support and knowledge transfer from one to another, and the knowledge building, knowledge sharing that you can do very well through these tools. In general, digital means, what you can see now in the youth sector is that they empower you with digital tools, especially in things like non-formal education, as Katrina already mentioned. The digital means fill the gaps that we have knowledge-wise, for example, from our educational institutes. We are, in general, we as society, we as youth are quicker to catch up and see what are the gaps that we have and what do we need to learn. And non-formal education plays in very well as a means of policy and advocacy in learning together, having a horizontal learning experience and making sure that everyone in this situation is benefiting from it. However, it's important that everyone feels comfortable taking their place and also taking their space. And it means not being listened to in co-governance positions is a very prevalent thing. And actually these new tools that we have, and the digital tools, make sure that people have more accessibility to skills. However, it's always good to keep into account that, of course, that the accessibility to doesn't mean that it's an equal access to, and what you don't really want is digital equality, but you want digital equity. And to achieve this and achieve a digital literacy, that the competences that are shared between youth, but also between older generations, a bottom-up approach is needed. Because inclusion and digital equity, what do we need and what do our neighbors need, even if we have a good situation, we shouldn't forget about the fact that our neighbors may need more support in that. It needs to come from us.
Thank you. I think that we can open the floor to the questions, and I would like to accommodate them. So if anyone has a question, I see that you can raise your hands and our volunteers can help. Yeah. Please identify yourself and whom you're addressing your question. Thank you. To make it more interactive.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. First of all, thank you so much for the insightful sharing from all the panelists. Really appreciate it. I'm Hansen from Indonesia. I work as consultant in engineering, construction, built environment company, where the headquarters based in England, in London, and where I lead the digital service division. I would like to ask, especially to Dr. Lampros, you mentioned about the open solutions. I think it's very interesting. You mentioned that like everyone has to have the access to technology, open tools, process, and content. Like we all know, like there are free and open source tools, like for all and so on. My question would be like, how would you balance to like the business needs, like between the business needs, industry, tech industry, with the like open solutions for all? Because like to give more context, I mean like based on my experience, like industries are often provide and facilitate the best environment for researchers, scientists, and so on. So yeah, back to my question, how would you balance the needs between the business needs, industries, tech industries, to like this open solution for all? Just one disclaimer, I'm not asking this because I came from industry background. This is a new thing for me as well. Previously, I also support from the government perspective in the past 5 years. So yeah, I'm just saying, thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry, I did not catch the question very clearly because I think we have an issue with, I'm not sure if it's my hearing,
there is an echo.
We have a lot of echo up here, I think. Mm-hmm. And it was really a challenge understanding also what my fellow panelists were saying sometimes. So please, can you please maybe a bit more, it's not, I think it's how we actually hear at this side of the panel here.
Okay, no worries. Is it clearer now?
A bit slowly, if possible.
Okay, yeah. My question is, how would you balance the business needs between the business needs, industries, tech industries, with the open solution for all that you mentioned that you promote?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is a balance, as you say, and a lot of I think the current perception at the moment is that there is a balance, right? I mean, if you have stronger regulation, that's really a kind of, that stifles innovation. That the more regulation you have, of course, that creates an extra burden to the business, and it doesn't help to speed up innovation and speed up actually development of these technologies, etc. So that's the balance you're talking about, right, or not? Is it the balance of regulation? Yeah. But sometimes this is not really a real kind of challenge, because in a lot of cases you have actually a business case where actually if you have more safeguards and more regulation in place, then actually you can accelerate the market, and you can because you actually increase the consumer trust in these things. So it's not always a kind of trade-off, yeah? Because people see this as a trade-off, but definitely there's a lot of it that can be said about that, yeah. What I would say is that we can see a lot of examples where these things can be streamlined, where actually they making sure that what you do is ethical and according to the rules and regulations, according to the law. And put the investment up front to do that will actually enable you to reap a lot of commercial benefits afterwards, yeah? Because then you have a more mature market, you can actually have help you to mainstream your products with and winning the confidence of a massive consumer base, really. But how to do that, I mean, and how to bring this message to the business community also is a challenge, I think, yeah? So we should not actually see this as a kind of a balance and trade-off always, but how to streamline the two towards a common understanding. And I think this can be driven by users. I mean, in a lot of cases now we have actually users that demand really their technologies to be ethical and actually helpful to their individual needs, etc. And I think the businesses are listening. It's happening, but probably it's quite slow. And I think regulation also needs to kind of go up a pace, really. I mean, it's a fair comment that governments are really have been quite slow with this. It's too little, too late a lot of the time from government in terms of regulation. I think if we can speed things up and not stick with really massive regulation. We don't need massive regulation. We need actually some basic principles in place to be commonly agreed and shared, if you like, shared frameworks that across countries. That will help a lot, because cross-country collaboration, if we have the right regulations internationally, the right standards internationally, that can make it more accessible, actually, because they can actually bring the costs down quite effectively, and also speed up this transfer process that is very much needed. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to be said there, but it's a very good question. It's a very good question, I would say. Yeah, but it's not always a negative thing. Yeah, I think streamlining regulation and the ethical and human concerns with the business case, I think it's very important that it makes. Probably the last point is that what really makes things difficult is that investment should be upfront. So there's a lot of investment needed to really comply with the ethical and the legal kind of rules. But then the benefits can be massive, right? But it's this kind of forefronted investment. I mean, you need to have some investment up front in order to get these benefits later. And things need to be realized, and maybe the governments should have some initiatives, they should kind of try to incentivize this a bit. And we don't have really the right measures at the moment, or the right policies to do that. And I think if we get down to it and we deliver some good policies about it, I think things will change. Yeah.
Thank you for the question and the answer. We have a question here. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Here. You can stand up, also identify yourself. And who you're addressing the question, please. Yeah, to whom?
Thank you, Thomas. Thanks, everyone. Hola, buenos dias. My name is Andre Orlando. I'm from Indonesia. It's interesting topic for today because it's about Society 5.0, which I'm far away from that background, but I'm interested for today. So my question is for Abhishek and Kirsten. As you guys are representative for Europe and also Asia young leaders, my question is, I believe we do agree that the technology and Society 5.0 is coming with the expensive investment, and we agree that from yesterday's discussion, it's a lot of money, costs would be involved in this sort of like change for our society. So my question is, what are you guys thinking about the top 3 priorities? If we have money, for example, $100 million in front of you, and what are your top 3 priorities investment, specific investment, to make this Society 5.0 happen in country in Asia and Europe? Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea, for the question. Very interesting question. Maybe Kirsten, you can start first.
Okay.
Yeah. And I will ask maybe like a minute for the answer, just for the sake of.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Time.
So top 3 is quite difficult at the moment. However, I think that a lot of money of that should be going into education and educational access, but also to improve the education that we currently have. Because that's indeed the factor that also is the most important for the youth now and for the future generations. If we build that up and we invest a lot in there, it will be very beneficial for the full society. Additionally to that, healthcare and also the support for the marginalized groups. So how do we actually actively, or we, the governments, also put in regulations and systems that are supportive of all the groups in society and don't leave anyone behind? And how do we make sure that everyone has actual access to by means of investing in equity measures?
Thank you. Andy?
All right, so for me, I think my perspective would be that the first thing, of course, I would always give priority to, of course, education. But when we talk about education, not just the formal kind, but I must tell you that, knowing the law definitely enhances the quality of your life. Because in the Asian countries, I have seen that, people are very afraid to engage, with the legal system, be it appearing before a court or even, just speaking to the police officers, because, of course, reputation is at stake. In their head, they're thinking about the reputation, that police is going to show up at their house and people are going to talk about it. And very often people do not feel comfortable even availing their basic rights. So despite the fact that rights are there, people are not even able to avail them, right? So I think education, sensitization, and also, of course, legal literacy is very, very important. I think there needs to be a massive push for the people, especially the indigenous communities as well. We did a research in 2021 about the indigenous communities in Philippines and Indonesia. And the focus of the research was that there are laws and protection which exist within these countries, but we wanted to understand when it comes to actually availing them or putting them in practice, are these rights actually successful? And we also did like a case study of few case laws from these countries, where we found out that so many times the system itself tries to discourage people from the marginalized communities from actually availing these benefits. So I think a class consciousness is required. That is why my first emphasis would be on education. I think the second emphasis would definitely be on supporting small and local businesses. I think there are incredible ideas flowing in from all sides, especially the fact that there are local creators who are able to meet the needs of their, let's say, particular villages or even households only with the material which exists in their circumstances. So I think we definitely need to nurture such innovators and ensure that we are able to provide them the right training and also the resources so they can create sustainable businesses. And I think my third focus would definitely be on creating incentives, right? Why I'm saying this is, I'll give you another example. Before
and we can
COVID,
also wrap it up because
right,
there are many
so,
questions.
Okay, so I'll just say very, very quickly, incentive creation is very important. When the digitalization started happening, the government was pushing for people to start, linking their bank accounts and using online payments. People were not doing that. And then COVID happened. There was an incentive collectively for the society, not only the purchaser, but also the seller, also the manufacturer, all of them to link their bank accounts to the online portal so they can have contactless transfer of money. So in that way, there was one collective incentive which was binding the entire country. So I think I would definitely invest in R&D to find out, more priorities where we can link up, address challenges together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhi. Indeed, people respond to incentives. Can we have, Christina? Here. The third row. Yeah, you can stand up. Is it Christina? No. Sorry, I can't see.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for your discussions. I really love it. And I really want to ask one question about activism. So I really know that higher education is a must investment to our society, but some will think that why should we have to focus on education? Why in other 100 years the earth will be disaster, will be down, will be doomed? And do you know Greta Thunberg's movement? And she just skipped on her Friday for the futures, puts pressures on the government and the press to protect the environment. And I will want to ask that, is it possible for us to do activism? Does activism work? And in the long term, will it work like this kind of activism work? And do you think that political purpose behind this manufacturing of Greta Thunberg and other environmentalist activism? Thank you.
Thank you. And to who you're addressing the question? Or any speaker?
Oh, no, just general.
Oh, just general. Okay, maybe Katrina, do you want to take this question?
Yeah, there is a bit of echo, but I hope I caught the question, and if not, then please say so. But why we need to invest in education, The research supports that the money invested in education then comes back several more times afterwards to the country, to the GDP, to everything, in a way that the more skilled the person is, the more they can bring back the money to the country and to the society, and then it can be further on invested. And why we need the education, why we can't just be the activists, it's more into the fact that the activism also needs to be supported by information and data and knowledge. And the more we have that, the more critical thinking we can exercise, and the more we can draw parallels through different scenarios or different perspectives, the better we're going to be at what we're doing. And sure, some are born natural advocates for the work that they do, and they're just passionate, but they're still self-educating themselves, and they're researching the information, and they're finding the arguments. And either that is done through formal education or through non-formal, or just reading up on the research that is available. We still need that. We can't just go out in the streets and shout whatever comes to our minds. We need some ground for what we're doing, and otherwise no one's going to listen. And the more facts and arguments you can give, it is more likely that the campaign and advocacy work is going to be more successful in the long run.
Mm-hmm. Like evidence-based approach. Thank you so much. Maybe we can take a question from this side. Okay, you the guy, yeah, you can sit down.
Perfect, thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to thank our distinguished speakers and the moderator. I am Erkis Bokhai from Belgium. I am a legal advisor in indirect tax at Deloitte Brussels office. And my question evolves around a very specific topic. More specific, we have talked extensively about the role of young people, the role of governments, when it comes to digital transformation of our societies. But we are missing a very important elephant in the room, which is the private sector. And if I can put my question a bit sharp, and if I can be that cheeky, if you have a house which is owned by the private sector in this case, we also have some roommates which are citizens, young people, and governments. I just wonder, should the roommates talk more about among themselves when it comes to digital rights and digital transformation, or should they talk more to the private owner, the private sector? Thank you.
Thank you. I believe it's also a general question. Who would like to take this question?
Can you repeat the question again?
I also face this echo issue, but what I comprehend from this question is, imagine that you have a house and you have multiple rooms, and basically, and you put different actors, stakeholders in those rooms, and who you are going to talk to in terms of technological advancements and tackling these challenges. Or maybe you can address this question without the mic. So yeah, I think that would be better.
Should we talk more to the private sector when it comes to digital transformation?
Okay. Should we talk to private sector when we talk about digital transformation? This is the question.
Anybody wants to take it up? Okay. So what I understand of this question is, I think it's a question related to stakeholder mapping and prioritizing, I think, who we have the dialogue to. And I'm just going to start the discussion. I have very limited experience in terms of technology on the commercial sides, to be very honest. But I do think that when it comes to which roommate I would speak to the most is definitely, I think private companies definitely have their role to play, which is often stifled by the action of the government, right? Because I think we cannot give them too much freedom also, because that definitely perpetrates, oppression, but we cannot also stifle them completely because that does not leave room for innovation. Do I think we should talk to them for digital transformation? Absolutely, because they come up with very efficient ideas essentially, which helps improve the quality of life and also how they conduct their in-house businesses, right? And also not all those technologies are available in the public domain also, so there are definitely some secrets to learn from that roommate. So I think essentially I would say in affirmative, I believe I would interact with the, the private stakeholders to ensure that we are able to move the digital transformation. But I think I would also emphasize on the fact that, again, economic growth and prosperity should not take prominence over the basic rights of the citizens. That's just my take to open the discussion.
All right, thank you. We can take one more question, maybe here. Yeah. I'm not sure if we can, if you should use the mic because indeed it's so hard to understand the question on the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the insightful panel discussions. My name is Nara from Cambodia. So earlier we're talking about the power of education, right? Access to education, access to AI and database. However, we haven't talked about the well-being actually. So you mentioned earlier about the quality of life. So right now in Cambodia, there are a lot of children crossing the river, crossing the sea just to go to school. So how can we use the collaboration between private sector, governments, and international NGO to support it together and make it towards the use of technology to support them?
So basically, how can we create this triangle of partnership between the CSOs, NGOs, the governments, and the private sector, maybe also academia?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then also, can you emphasize a bit, because I work a lot with women, so through my experience, when we invest in women, especially mother, they tend to make better decisions for themselves, their children, and their family. So I think can you be tailored a bit toward that angle as well? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have 2 minutes to respond to this question. Maybe Professor Lampros.
Yeah, I think it's important to enable people. How do you empower people in all settings? And of course, as you say, we have a lot of people in different countries in very disadvantaged settings in terms of access to education, in terms of equal opportunities to education and entrepreneurship, and etc. Yeah. And are we doing enough? Probably not. We are not doing. We can do more. And I think a key point here is openness. Right? How do we, if we have, for example, certain actors that have certain assets or resources in place, can this be shared? And for example, in the new technologies now, we have data, we have algorithms, we have a lot of these can be shared quite easily. But do we have really the mechanisms? Do we have the frameworks where we can enable this sharing, can enable this transfer of knowledge, this transfer of resources? Because that's important. You have the mature actors, people, organizations, governments, nations, if you like, that have more resources. Actually, in the digital world, we can share quite easily. But do we have the mechanism? Do we open up our systems? Do we have really the frameworks in place? Do we have a common languages or common standards to make that happen? I really believe in that, and we need to do more work in putting these open frameworks in place, which will enable this cross-fertilization and transfer of technology, knowledge, good practice across borders. It's very important. I think that will be a catalyst. That will be really accelerating. So that's one thing we can do. Of course, we can do a lot more. Investment, for example. And again, investment delivers in the long term. There are no, the political gains are really short term most of the time, and we need to change sometimes the way that political discourse is happening in the countries. But yeah, that will also help. So, in that respect, evaluation frameworks and tools. Can we come up with tools that help us to measure the long-term benefit and to show and make it visible? That will help policymakers. That will help, of course, in the end, the people that need to receive these kinds of benefits. Yeah. So yeah, two recommendations there in terms of openness, in terms of also impact evaluation frameworks. We need that. Yeah.
Thank you for the answer. Unfortunately, we cannot accommodate more questions due to the time limit, but I believe the speakers are going to be here for the coffee break, maybe during the day. Katrina had to depart. But as a closing remark, in your opinion, what is the future trends and what are we going to talk about the same topic in 5 years? Also quick and sweet, in 30 seconds each. Kirsten?
So I think this touches a lot upon what we also mentioned yesterday at the end of the day, that there's more common problems and challenges than we have different ones. So the common thread will be how will we approach this together, and how will we use all the digital means that we now have to tackle these problems? Because it has become a lot easier to actually make, continent-wide campaigns or actions, activists, where it couldn't be possible before. And the diverse point of view in tackling these problems is essential. So these problems will still be there in 5 years, that's confident. However, I also hope that in the future that the cooperation will become a stronger and stronger point, and that will be the focus of.
Thank you, Kirsten.
I think in 5 years, as there's still so much unknown, probably in 5 years, and everything's advancing so fast, we're going to be starting to look at how the implementation may be, what have been the strong points and what have been the weaknesses, and actually start to analyze on which direction we need to improve and maybe what we shouldn't do. But also, I have a feeling that with more technological advancements and as the time goes by, we might need to look into the question of how we bring back the humanity to all the work that we do, and what is the role and the value of the human contact. As now working for different organizations, I am barely ever required to be in the office, but I still prefer to go in and see my colleagues, because there is something that you cannot get over a meeting on Zoom or whichever platform is being used. And this is this human interaction, and I think that in 5 or 10 years, that is something that's going to be on the table for discussion on how do we bring that back, or how we use the technology to do that, but still about this human interaction in the future.
Empathy and human interaction. Indeed, as one of the second, top second drawbacks from the respondents is also about the reduced human interaction and empathy. Yeah, thank you so much, Katrina. Abhi?
Okay, so I definitely believe that there are going to be new challenges which are propping up, of course, and but I also feel like that there are additional challenges, or you can say pre-existing ones from the previous society 0.0 versions that we've still not solved, right? I think we are moving towards a phase where challenges are going to keep on propping up, and we try to internally come down to a priority-based system based on the needs of the current society. However, we often leave behind that there are people who still do not have the basic necessities to join you in this society 5.0. There are people who still probably do not have electricity and all. So whenever you think about challenges, I think solutions of everything definitely go back to the basic grassroots. Even here right now, we are still talking about elevation of poverty. We are still talking about the need of education and all. So the solutions are definitely available to us. We just need to be maybe innovative about it. I think very often there is also an emphasis on, I think, again, as she was asking about what we can do, the initial idea that came to my mind was, I think our approach should also be to utilize what definitely exists in the now, because I think if we start changing with the now, we can definitely enhance the future. What I mean by that is, whenever, we have an application in India wherein you can just put down your basic information and it will tell you what all government schemes, services, scholarships you are eligible for. A lot of people don't even know about that, right? So there are resources in the now which we can definitely help and mobilize to address the challenges which are laying, like weighing on our backs. But definitely there are going to be new challenges popping up. And as young leaders, we need to make sure we are uniting. We have, like great values. We do not close doors to dialogues. Just because somebody does not agree to 20% or 30% of what we are saying, we need to come together and make the change happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abhishek. And Professor Lampros?
Yeah, I fully agree, and I will dwell also on the negative side and the challenges, the growing challenges we have. I think what is definitely the challenge of inequality, increasing inequality, because technology can also increase inequality. We have seen that with AI sometimes. And also the misuse of technology and disinformation. That's a growing trend as well, quite worrying. And I hope that in 5 years' time we'll have better tools to actually tackle these challenges. And what is important, of course, is literacy. I mean, to increase literacy around the world on technology and on general literacy also. But so literacy, I would say, and transparency. Transparency of what the technologies do, what governments do, what citizens do, share the knowledge, share information. That's really very empowering. Yeah.
True. Thank you so much, dear panelists. Let's give a round of applause to you. Yeah. What a wonderful discussion we had, and I hope that it was useful for us, for offline and online participants, and also to you as panelists. Maybe we have some logistical errands, and I'm giving the floor to Freya. Thank you so much again, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Thomas. And thank you to our lovely panelists. It's been a great discussion. So, on that note, we're going to go for a quick coffee break. We'll keep it short so we can stay on time for the rest of the day. So we'll just go for just under 15 minutes. But the coffee break is just next door in the cafeteria where we were yesterday. And you can bring things back in here as well. So we'll start back at 11:30. To our online audience, you can also go for a short coffee break, and we'll be back very shortly. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone, can I ask if you can take your seats, please? I know you're enjoying all of your conversations subsequent to our lovely panel this morning. If I can get everyone to quieten down so we can begin. Thank you very much. Okay, and welcome back also to our online audience on YouTube. Yeah. Shh. Thank you, everyone. It's good. I know we're encouraging lots of conversations this time, but please do hope we can keep respect to time and to the panelists' time also. So, we're excited to go into the next session this morning, which is on imagining the future of digital society and humanity. And we have three lovely speakers who I will invite to the stage now: Mayank Sharma, Joseph Wong, and Long Pham. And our wonderful moderator for this session will be our ASEFYLS5 navigator, Yusril. Over to them for this session. Thank you very much.
I guess we're just gonna have to switch my.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm seeing that almost everyone is in here, so I guess we're gonna get started. Right, cool. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yusril Nur Hidayat. You can call me Yusril. I'm one of the navigators. I'm originally from Indonesia. I think I'm gonna call myself on this stage as an anthropologist. I do a lot of research within the sociocultural anthropology. I do most of my research actually within the East African region and also North Africa. Pretty recently, I tapped into South Europe, working with lots of refugees in Germany and also in Greece, and understanding about how them as human beings kind of evolve given the circumstances that they get. So we have a very exciting panel for this late morning. We already have amazing speakers in here, but I guess before we got into the actual discussion, I kind of wanted to put my own commentary as anthropologists. You know, I think the session is all about digital society and also, you know, what's humanity gonna look like in Society 5.0. And allow me, I think from our perspective as an anthropologist, you know, when we talk about society, it's all about these complex patterns of norms of interactions that exist among individuals, right? So we're talking about all of these interactions, and obviously with the introduction of technology, these interactions now look different, right? So previously, as an anthropologist, we are very stereotyped of just like working in, you know, studying tribal life, you know, getting into a very isolated rural village. But now, with this whole society transformations, now even us as an anthropologist have to start studying about what makes human in a digital world, right? Before, it's all about culture, it's all about the daily interactions that we have, but nowadays, it's about how do we define ourselves among ChatGPT, right? How do we define ourselves among Instagram and Threads and YouTube and all of those tools, right? Which we don't have before, previously. And first, I wanted to introduce now the amazing panelists that we already have here on the table. So I want to begin with Mr. Mayank Sharma to my left. Welcome, and thank you so much for being here with us. Mr. Sharma is an Associate National Project Officer in Data Science at UNESCO MJIEP, where he conducts impact evaluations of digital courses intended to promote SDG 4.7 in the Asia Pacific region. Mr. Sharma is very passionate about social justice and the SDGs, and then he has volunteered with several UN organizations such as UNESCO New Delhi, FAO Rome, and also UNV DRC in the past. So can we give a round of applause to Mr. Sharma? And to my right, we have the incredible Dr. Pham. Dr. Pham is a technology advocate. That's her. She is a technology advocate, and she's been basically enabling talents in computer science, data analytics, and artificial intelligence to contribute to solving societal issues and grand challenges, including climate change and achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In her day job, she is a senior research coordinator at the Insight Center for Data Analytics, University College Cork, Ireland. And also she does research in smart cities, AI, and also AI-enabled wearables, ethics, regulations, and user engagement. So we're having a very big figure in here. So give a round of applause to Ms. Pham. And obviously, last but not least, everyone, we have the incredible Mr. Wong in here. So Mr. Wong is currently serving as the Secretary General for ASEAN Cham EU, which is the first chamber of commerce representing ASEAN business interests in Europe and the EU. He had previously spent more than 10 years, first as a civil servant of Singapore, and then a government affairs consultant working on climate change, digital, trade, and economic issues, particularly between Singapore, ASEAN, and Europe. So give a round of applause as well for Mr. Wong. So I believe that we all are now very curious to hear your opinions and also your perspectives on the topics that we'll be discussing throughout this panel. But I think maybe just to get us started, I wanted to start with perhaps a more general question that hopefully is not too complex for you guys. So I think I want to hear from you, how would you define Society 5.0, and what would be some of the biggest differences between today's humanity and that envisioned digital humanity when we actually got into Society 5.0? So maybe let's start with Mr. Sharma.
Okay. Hi everybody, I'm Mayank, and thank you for introducing me, Yusril. Before I start, I would like to take an opportunity to thank ASEF and all the partners for inviting me to this conference and to the summit, and for gathering this immensely talented group of people here that I had the privilege to interact with over the past 2 days, and I'll be interacting with over the next day as well. So sorry for that. I think I would personally define Society 5.0 as what I've gathered from Professor Harayama's keynote address yesterday, and also based on my own readings of what the Japanese government has been talking about this concept of Society 5.0 in general, is sort of this balance between economic advancement in societies along with placing an equal importance on addressable societal issues such as climate change, wealth inequality, or addressing other forms of injustices and discrimination. But while I have to be honest, when I was reading about it, it did seem a little utopic at first. It did seem quite a lot from where we are today. It does seem very fairy tale-ish, to be really honest. But I think that it's definitely possible, and the biggest shift that we need to create in order to achieve Society 5.0, which is also, I feel, is the biggest difference between today's humanity and the humanity of the future, as you asked, would be the ability to shift our beliefs and attitudes and sort of reorient ourselves towards what we think rightfully is progress or growth in society. I think that as we move forward, progress cannot just solely be measured in economic terms. I think there was a speaker yesterday also who talked about how, the world has an obsession with this number called the GDP, and everybody's on a lookout for that number where people are looking at how GDPs of countries are progressing throughout the years, which country falls first, which country falls second, which are the top 10 GDP, the biggest countries in terms of GDP. But I feel like when we move forward, and I also already see it happening in the world, we are moving further away from the concept of GDP towards something known as an inclusive wealth, which is a more holistic and nuanced understanding of what wealth and well-being should be in a society of the future. And I particularly know about the United Nations Environment Programme, which is the UNEP, which comes out with a report every 2 years, I think, on inclusive wealth, which does not just consider the human capital. So human capital is basically, so they have 4 different kinds of capital that they factor in to create sort of an inclusive wealth, the concept of inclusive wealth. One is obviously produced capital, which is the land, the machinery that a country has. Then there's human capital, which is the education and the healthcare infrastructure in a country. And then they also factor in the natural capital, which is usually something that people do not put a price on. So through this very interesting concept called shadow pricing in economics, where you try to put you try to assign a monetary value to something that does not really have a price in the market. Like, say, for example, the oxygen that we get from the trees or the sunlight that we get from the sun. They basically try to come up with an index known as inclusive wealth, which takes into account all these factors and is a more holistic way of understanding what progress should look like in, as a benchmark in national accounts of countries.
Yeah, amazing. I think from the points that you've mentioned, I really get that, we have so many things that we don't know about the society is right now. So definitely further research and also further discussions is really needed. And also we're definitely going back into the discussions that we had yesterday about the dilemmas of Society 5.0. You just mentioned about different measures and then, to put in place to make sure that we're entering this new phase of society, carrying on such values like inclusivity and equality and all of those things. So that's amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. Rahman. I want to shift now to my right and to hear Dr. Pham, what's your thought on that? What would be the difference of our humanity now and also in Society 5.0?
Good morning, everybody, and I hope that over here we hear a lot of echo, but I hope that you hear me all right. How many of you here are using social media, given it Twitter, LinkedIn, Insta? So a lot of you are already using social media. And do you think that those of you persona online would be very different from you on daily basis as you are now? Some I see the nod here, right? So it means that we are blending between us online and with us physical world. It will be the same when you are entering into whether it is 5.0, something stuck from something. We're already enjoying the benefit of technology, the benefit of different platforms, the benefit of digital world that are offering us, not just now, over the past decades. I believe that contribute to your education over the past decades as well. What we built from that is not entirely, but it's a lot of that good base on what we do and how we interact with that digital world. It doesn't mean that it's there. The 5.0 is there for us to contribute, to shape it. And do you know why baby cries? Any idea? Why baby cries? They need something, right? They're either hungry, they're wet, there's something like that. They need something. It's the same with us. When we grow up, we forget about that we have to demand, especially you, young leaders. Why? Because you have a very long life, career, and you are also leaders to bring along with you other community. So it means that you have to demand, you have to voice up, and you have to be taking your place in the table. So to me, 5.0 start from today, and 5.0 is starting from you forming it, be a part of it, and make it happen the ways that you want it to be. And I would think that you are here and being here selected from different communities representing different countries, you are able to do that. For me, we are here, we participate in this forum, is also to support you to do that. Thank you.
Amazing, wow. I think definitely no big pressure though. I think, as young leaders, over the last 2 days, we've been told that the future is in our hand. But let's chill out, take it one step at a time, everyone. So that's amazing. I think I'm really interested to continue that conversation because as an anthropologist, we're now studying about transhumanism, and also we start talking about posthumanism, right? From the things that you just mentioned. Now, I want to go into Mr. Wong. What about you? Like, what would you think would be the very difference of our society nowadays and later on in the future of Society 5.0?
So thank you very much again for the invitation to be here. Again, mandatory thank you to the organizers for putting together a nice panel. I also noticed it's an all-Asian panel, so kudos to the diversity aspect of this panel. I wanted to also talk a little bit about you guys, because you have been selected, as Dr. Pham said, among many of your peers to be really the representative of the future in that sense. And you are basically the Society 5.0 that we are all talking about, right? I'm sure you've heard a lot about Society 5.0 over the last couple of days. I think for me, Society 5.0 is really about bringing back technology to the center of what it is used for, which is about humans and our society and how we develop and how the problems that we are looking at today should be used technology should be used to solve some of these problems, right? And I think in the Japanese society where this concept was first developed, I think they see that, okay, you can have such a highly developed society, but at the same time, your societal problems are not going away. You still have the aging population that presents a lot of risk and challenges to society. You have humanity crisis, you have healthcare issues in the last 2 years, and I think the question is, why are we actually pursuing technology for the sake of advancing our society, or is it really about trying to solve some of these issues that have been present for so many generations and have not gone away in the last couple of years as well, even though technology has advanced to a stage where we have not seen before. So I think Society 5.0 is really about bringing back the discussion as to how can we use technology to solve some of these very existential issues and crises. And as business, as I represent a bit of the business aspect of it, I think businesses should also take that kind of consideration when they think about what they're investing in, the technologies that they pursue. Are they doing it for the right reasons? And at the end of the day, we talk a lot about global challenges and societal challenges, and whether these problems are being solved by what we are investing in today. So it's a very short summary of my own personal views, but happy to continue the discussion as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think it's really interesting, Mr. Wong, that you mentioned about, we have all of this progress, looking very optimistically, but also at the same time we have this imbalance of progress, and also we have all these hurdles and challenges. And it's interesting that you bring in the word center. We bring in technology into the center, and I think it is a very good swing into my next question that I think I've been asking myself a lot, obviously, as an anthropologist, and I think I want to hear from you guys' perspective about nowadays when we talk about Society 5.0, to answer your questions, Mr. Wong, I think why, right? Why are we moving into this direction? Obviously, it's for benefiting the humanity the most and also obviously the environment, but there is this buzzword that has been kind of like swirling around, and that is human-centered approach. We also have it called as human centricity when we talk about technology in the future. So I wanted to kind of like learn more from your perspective, everyone in here. What does it mean for you when we talk about human centricity? What does it mean for you when we talk about human design approach? Is it that we benefit human the most, or is it that human do the least works within this process? So would like to get us started. Maybe, Mr. Roman, yeah, let's go.
I could go ahead with it. So the word human centricity, to me personally, I feel like it's sort of, it is as simple as it sounds. It's a very complex and tough task to achieve. by the way it's written, it means that you place human beings at the center of the policies and the processes that you will follow in Society 5.0. But that's very easy to understand. But I think that what is the bigger question that we need to be asking is that who exactly would be those human beings? Would that be me? Would that be you? Would that be people in this room? Or a much larger cohort that we're talking about? And if we're talking about a larger cohort, then what exactly is the size of that cohort? And I feel like whenever we need to talk about sizes and people and being representative enough, I personally always fall back to ideas that I borrow from like activism, where they say that until and unless everybody is included, nobody is included. So I feel that this complex task of promoting human centricity to be the center of Society 5.0 is definitely tough, and it requires us to ask ourselves that who exactly are these human beings that we're trying to center? Is it all of them, or is it just a certain fraction of them? And a second thing that I'd like to add here is once we decide to center human beings as per the definition, we should also ensure that the human beings that we were trying to center do actually feel centered or not. So all the human beings that we're trying to place at the center in Society 5.0, they should be regularly consulted. They should be major stakeholders in the spaces, in the policies, in the processes that we will be developing for them. They should be on the table. They should be discussing it, and they should actually be giving a go-ahead as to they do feel centered in such a society, and should not really just, the onus shouldn't really just lie on governments or policymakers to decide for the larger population that we have centered everybody.
Yeah, that's definitely a very wonderful answer. I think I've never really thought it that way. So that's a good one to kind of like rephrase the question and asking about which human really are we talking about, right? And then like which segment of humanity that we kind of be focusing on and so on. So that was definitely very intriguing. Thank you. What about you, Dr. Fab? You've been working a lot with AI. You've been working a lot with AI-enabled technologies. Do you think that with this human-centered approach, do you think that it lift up some of the burden from the human, or are we talking about just to advance at their skill, their knowledge, or what does it mean exactly for you when you're trying to say human-centered approach?
So there's two concepts that we are talking here. One is human-centered, and the other one is human-centric. So as I've been in Europe for the past decade, and we are following, as we have heard this morning and the past few days, about the AI Act, the European Union, which is in the pipeline, and hopefully it will be approved by the end of this year, and it will have a kind of leeway to be implemented within the 2 years time frame, which is usually with the new regulation. So with that, from the European perspective, I'm European as well, even though that I come from Vietnam. With that, the human-centric is where it is human right based, and it is honest with all of the basic rights that exist among Europeans. And that is also honored the equities that we have talked about, with all of the fundamental rights, which is honor you as a human being. You have all the rights that is guarded by the law. But on the part that a lot of what we have mentioned here in this forum is about human-centered, which is putting people in the center of that. But there's a little bit of the part there we need to be careful about. When we put human in the center of that, do we really put the human needs? And with human needs, is that needs of today, or needs of tomorrow, or needs of us in 5 years or 10 years? As we this morning talk about what we would envision our kind of 5 years prospect of what would be the challenge, what would be the things like that. So there's a lot of things that we need to consider but it means that it's an opportunity for us to highlight the concept that we listened yesterday, which is inclusion. And human-centered means that we need to include all stakeholders into the process of designing the new technologies, especially with AI. And that is a part of what AI Act is actually touching on and have a certain way to regulate the new technology. So with that, I encourage you to find out more about what would be the differences between human-centered and human-centrics. Don't just believe me, which is a key skills that you would need, which is critical thinking. Just don't believe of what people say. You find out about that yourself and make sense of that and debate about that. That's how we can advance.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Pam. And I think it kind of like just like throws us back into what Mr. Sharma said about like the inclusivity and also, you know, whose needs are we putting in the middle and whose needs are we prioritizing and all of those kind of things. So definitely a very kind of big questions that we also need to address when we're talking about this whole concept about human centricity. And now when I go to Mr. Wong, you know, I think previously, obviously, we've been discussing about human-centered business, right? And now with the introduction of the concept of Society 5.0, now it includes more complexity in it. And then, you know, now technology is like one of the biggest part of this future that we're looking into. So for you, what does it mean?
Thank you, and I think Dr. Pham has actually put it very nicely in how, you know, the human-centered AI Act that the EU is actually coming up with. It's really a reminder of where do we fit in the middle of technology, right? I mean, how many of you actually believe that there will be robots living among us in the next 50 years? Okay, I mean, still a fair bit. You know, I grew up watching shows like iRobot and, I don't know, some other science fiction shows, but it's quite scary that a lot of these things that were in the past, you know, visions and just futuristic ambitions have actually started to become somewhat of a reality. And I think, sorry, it's just something that your generation, or my generation, I don't think I'm that much older than you, but we have to learn to grow up with and to really accept. And I think that's where regulation also comes in to play a part in how we see the future. I think from the business standpoint, it's really about, you know, a lot of businesses think about using today's technology to solve today's needs. Some forward-thinking businesses would use tomorrow's technology to solve today's needs. But I think the businesses that are really the ones that make the difference are the ones that are using tomorrow's technology to solve tomorrow's needs. And I mean, what are the needs that you can think of for tomorrow? That's also up for discussion, and you know, I think that's up to your imagination as the world develops. You can see already where you know, the global geopolitical shifts are going, and you can see that also, you know, the way that technology is advancing is going into an unprecedented level where even regulation is not able to keep up. So I think that's a good question for just, you know, to frame the discussion about being human-centered or human-centric.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Wong. So I hope that section was a really kind of a good introduction to what we're going to talk even further in this panel, and definitely those two questions about, you know, what does society going to look like in Society 5.0, and also like what do we mean by human centricity, human center when we discuss about Society 5.0. So for now, I think I'm going to get more details into your own very special background and expertise. You know, we have Mr. Sharma here working extensively in the education sector, and also we have Dr. Pham working amazingly in the AI and technology and data analytics, and then we have Mr. Wong in here also facilitating business and also like intergovernmental, and also how governments and business in Europe and ASEAN is like working together. So for my first question to Mr. Sharma, if you could just maybe share with us a little bit more details about the role of technology in promoting education and sustainable development at the UNESCO Mahatma Gandhi Institute that you're working currently at.
Sure. So first I'd like to give a little background of UNESCO MGIP, or the Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Education for Peace and Sustainable Development. It's a research institute that's affiliated to UNESCO, and it's based in New Delhi in India. And what its mandate is about leveraging education to promote global citizenship and sustainable development. So you would have heard of concepts of education for sustainable development, which is ESD, and global citizenship education, which is GCED. And these two basically form the bedrock of Sustainable Development Goal 4.7, which is the target 7 under SDG 4, which is a larger goal of quality education. So MGIP is actually uniquely located in Delhi in India, and it's the only Category 1 research institute that's UNESCO's Category 1 research institute in the Asia-Pacific region. And one important thing that we must remember when we talk about Asia-Pacific is that it accounts for about more than 60% of the world's population, and a lot of those countries fall in the global south. And concepts such as ESD and GCED are not really, they're still in a very nascent stage in a lot of countries of the global south. I know there are countries like Singapore, like India, which have now sort of started, taking on projects and embedding ESD and GCED into their curriculums after the new national curriculum frameworks came into being. But I think one of the biggest challenges that lies in this region is the size of the population. And what technology offers particularly is the promise of scale. When you want to reach to such a huge part of the world, which lives in the Asia-Pacific, technology actually offers a very good promise in being able to deliver programs and instructions to actors in the educational community, whether it be students or teachers or parents or other policymakers there. So what we particularly do at MGIP is that we create digital interventions that are based on our own learning experience and analytics platform, which are obviously developed by in-house experts on social and emotional learning particularly, in students, in teachers, for policymakers, and even for parents. And we, being a research institute, we basically have a 3-step process where we develop a product, which is usually this online intervention, an online course. Then you pilot test it in some countries, and then when you have the evidence to say that this thing works, then you scale it up in countries. And I think I would particularly like to share insights from one of the programs that I was very closely involved with, and I was involved in the writing and the research of that, the efficacy of that program, which was an online intervention that we did in India and the United Arab Emirates, where we had students coming in to take this online course on how to build knowledge of the refugee crisis. So this program actually was very innovative in the sense that it leveraged a digital game called Bury Me My Love, which basically follows the story of a Syrian refugee who migrates to Europe, and how she communicates with her husband who is back in the Middle East through a mobile chat-based application. And there was a course that was developed around this game called Bury Me My Love. And what students did was that they took the game, then they took the course, they had asynchronous and synchronous instruction with students, with teachers, with facilitators at MGIP. And at the end of the intervention, we saw that it was like an 8-week intervention. And we saw that at the end of the intervention, students reported greater compassion in general, and they also reported greater awareness towards global issues like the refugee crisis and even climate change. Another thing that I would like to add about, particularly in terms of technology, is that it also is a great place for you to conduct some sort of an assessment, because it becomes very, it becomes very challenging for a lot of interventions like these to not have evidence. And it's also tough to collect data for that sort of an evidence, because you need to do a lot of extensive on-the-ground work. So with technology particularly, the way we follow, the way we use it to sort of assess students and other people who are participating in interventions is through psychometric assessments that we just sort of embed them inside the intervention that we've created. So that also facilitates a lot of gathering a lot of evidence for scaling it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that definitely resonates with a lot of things that I've been witness as well myself. I think the role of technology within the education sector really leveraged the impact that these sectors can get, and I feel like there is really no way for us moving forward with the whole education system and the whole education aspect of our life without integrating technology. But obviously the question hangs is that not everyone has access to that technology, right? So that's definitely another question that can be discussed thoroughly. Now, so we just talked about how technology shaping the field of education and how it influences how, education system and education efforts playing in our society. Now, I wanted to understand a little bit about how technology itself also shaping business, especially in the regions that you're currently working at, ASEAN and an EU context. Mr. Wong, what are the opportunities and challenges that, does technology being introduced to our society that, bring for young leaders in business?
Thank you very much, Yusri, for the question. I mean, I think the role of technology to businesses has not changed. Technology has always been a multiplier for businesses. When you think about why do businesses invest in new technology, it's really about becoming more efficient, getting a competitive advantage over your competitors, ultimately translating that investment into higher profits. So I think the basis of that has not changed. What has changed, or what is different today, is that the plethora of choices that businesses have to invest in has increased multifold. And today there's just so much uncertainty over what you would spend your money on in investing for the future. So take, for example, if you want to move into digital payments, but you don't really know how to do that or which digital payment to use, and coupled with the fact that a lot of regulations are not even developed to the extent where you can predict. So a lot of it is a guessing game. You can be a first mover, but you might ultimately end up in a roadblock because, Bitcoins are no longer accepted as a mode of payment in your country. So I think a lot of that has translated into uncertainty in businesses, in how they spend their money. A lot of businesses are uncertain about the future. They are really looking at regulators as a form of direction. In ASEAN, I would say, we represent 680 million people in the world, so almost 10%. GDP of about $3.5 trillion. So I would say that it's really an emerging market of sorts that has the weight and the strength behind it. And if you see where I think if you talk about Society 5.0, I think ASEAN is still very much in the middle of Industry 4.0. Not in a bad way in a sense, but I think every society has its different stage of development, and ASEAN is just where it is today, right? And you think about what are the opportunities that are coming up at that level. It's really about e-commerce, for example. I just got back from Indonesia a few days ago, and everything there is basically done through either WhatsApp or Instagram. You buy your services through Instagram, or you buy your tour packages are all done through these channels. So you can already see that there's an expansion of marketing channels that businesses use thanks to technology. So that's one opportunity. I think the other opportunity that businesses don't realize yet is that the amount of data that they have on their hand is actually a commodity, right? Because it can be used in many different ways. And that of course presents different kinds of risk as well. But I'm just talking right now really about the commoditization of data and really how businesses can use that to translate that into a different business model or to understand your customers better. So I think that opportunity is often understated, but I think that's the two things that really would shape where businesses are going, at least in ASEAN. When you talk about challenges, I would say the two things of skills and government regulations. Skills is really very much about how do you bring up a whole population of young people. Arguably, a lot of them already grow up in a digital age, so they know how to use, the internet has become part and parcel of their life. But beyond that, you're talking also about how do you create, how do you use your skills for creation, and how do you benefit businesses using what you know. In Singapore, of course, there's a lot of emphasis now on programming and coding because, the government has already identified as that is where, the next generation of skills would be. And likewise, I think, if you're a young person, think about what kind of skills you want to adopt or acquire that would get you to be successful in the next 30 years, right? So, in Singapore, I think we do a lot of skills adjustment. So we started, of course, with a lot on manufacturing and basic manufacturing in the 60s, just to get the economy running. And then, of course, we moved up the value chain towards biotechnology at some point. And then, of course, now it's really about data and skills like programming and coding. So I think as an individual, I think you can also think about what skills you need to become future-proof in that sense. Government regulations, I think this is, I think I mentioned briefly about how government regulations can affect businesses. I think this will not go away. I think the difference between ASEAN and the EU is that you can see that the EU is a lot more forward thinking when it comes to regulation. They have the experience of, how do you regulate new things that come up, things that are new, things that do not necessarily present either a risk or a benefit. And of course, between industry promotion and industry regulation, there's always that balance that regulators have to play. And I think in ASEAN, we are a little bit behind the curve. I think when it comes to looking at what's next, often we use the EU as an example of how we can construct our regulations and our legislation. So I think there's that need to be a bit more forward-thinking in ASEAN on the regulation front.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for that answer, Mr. Wong. I think if I can pick up on some of the things that you mentioned, I think you highlight a little bit much on the data and also how technology kind of like predicts, what the society gonna need and how business can come forward to answer that need. So, and to my left, Mr. Sharman was just mentioning about how technology also can be used to understand what education approach that part of society needs. And so now we're talking about data, and there is no other person on this table that I could ask of better rather than Dr. Pam, right? So from the business industry, we've talked about the importance of data. From the education sector, we've talked about the importance of data. Now, if you could just elaborate on the impact of data analytics on society and also decision making at a more general level.
Yeah, so I think that we all know that every single day, each and every one of us generates a huge number of data. How many of you here believe that Google or Gmail would know you and remember what you put down on every single day basis better than you do remember yourself? That's about right. How many of you here are using Apples? Yeah, same. So it's just talking about those two ecosystems. We already know that the technologies and the services that we are using on a daily basis, we already generate a huge amount of data. And those data, if we know and if we are aware that that's what we generate, that's what we put it there, and we also have the rights to own those data. And we agreed and we share those data with a certain companies that we use the services. It means that you need to know your rights. You need to know that the amount of data that the companies, the different platforms, the different services that you are using can be. And if they are not having the regulation like GDPR from the EU, which is many countries has followed, not just only because they have to do business with European companies, but they also see that is a kind of global standard to do that, to protect the personal data. So if you are aware of that, and if you every single day reminding yourself and teach one other person, whether it is your family members or your friends or neighbors or whoever that you can, be aware of those things. That is the better impacts that you can make. So that is from the personal perspective. The business perspective, you already heard about. From the education part, you already heard about. But at the kind of more of the government level, they do have your personal data. They do have a certain data that they process because you have public services that the government provide to you. But again, that is also where you need to be aware of what would be your rights to own those personal data and how those data, or you can request those data being used. And with that, whatever we do, just be aware and see that how we are going to generate this data contributing to what we need and what would be the society and what would be the community. If it is aggregated data, which means that, for example, for your traffic information, from your dorms to this, if you go online, if you see that if you're walking, it's fine. If you're driving, it's not okay from 7 to 9, for example. Those are the aggregated data you may not need to worry so much about. But if it is something that would impact to your healthcare, to your insurance, to your other needs, then you need to be careful about those things. And the data is continue to be what they call the new oil, the business is out there. But again, we as younger leader and as peoples that generating data, we need to aware of what we are producing and how it is contributing to our society. And that is also a part of the community and the society 5.0. You are a part of it, but you are a part of it with the well-awareness about your rights, about your responsibility as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that collective actions to raise awareness on data and the importance of us knowing what data is being taken out of us and what are our data rights and everything, because we can't lie that, the awareness of data is definitely still a privilege that not every members of society can get, and especially if we're talking in the Asian context, evident I'm still one of the person that still scroll through if there is a notification saying, oh, this is the kind of data that we need from you, and I just like check. So definitely, that is a very good point. And in the spirit of engagement, I know that you all have so many questions now. I've been seeing hands, so although I have so many questions still, I'm gonna stop in here and I'm gonna give the time for 2 questions. Okay, this is a difficult choice. I'm gonna go with Pio. Sorry, I forgot your name. Yes. Yeah.
It's not. Okay. Thank you so much for the fruitful explanation. I'm Brilliantika. I'm from Indonesia. As we are gathering here, very diverse, we come from Asia and Europe, and the slogan of Asian Europe Foundation also diversity creates. How you see diversity can drive the inclusivity of development of technology in the society 5.0 in the education, business, or the government level? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's an absolute question, not just because it's actually a very good question, but actually one of the questions that I was about to ask, so you're saving me from one question. So I believe the question was about diversity and also, how we can ensure that, we're still kind of respecting that while also deploying this whole technology. So who would like to get us started? Maybe Mr. Wong, you could share a little bit on that one question.
Thank you, Yusri, for the arrow. I think, because he also planted a question that was related to diversity to me, so maybe I could start. I think the need for diversity has not changed. When you talk about, from a finance standpoint, you always try to diversify your assets to risk-proof your portfolio. So I think the same for, I'm speaking more from the business aspect. I think when you're talking about businesses that want to expand, want to go out, internationalize and globalize, you need a diversified workforce. I think there's no question about that, and I think a lot of companies already adopt that sort of policies. Of course, today you have a lot more emphasis on D&I, diversity, equity, and inclusion policies in the bigger companies. I would say less so in ASEAN yet. Again, drawing back to my earlier point about where Europe is a lot more forward-thinking on these issues. So I think that's where I would see diversity as becoming more and more a part and parcel of business and doing business as a company who is looking to expand. I mean, the question is always, if you're a small SME or if you're a localized business, do you really need diversification? You're only dealing with a small market. I mean, at the end of the day, also, it's also a little bit drawing back to Society 5.0 and where your beliefs lie. And, I think if you're willing to look beyond just, people who look like you or people who act like you and think like you, you realize that there's actually so much more to learn from others as well. So, sorry, it's a bit of a diversion, but, I think I'm very glad to see that, of course, there's a huge diverse group of people here as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Dr. Pam, do you want to add something to that?
So I think diversity, whether it is from a different part of the world or from a certain part of the world, there's a belief that Europe is not that diverse among different 27 countries now. It actually very diverse. It has different levels of development. It has different cultures. It has different languages. And it also have different systems, political systems as well. So it's the same exists in Asia, whether it is Southeast Asia where I come from, or whether it is in South Asia or the North Asia. Very different. But it doesn't mean that technology can't overcome all that, because technology is bottom line for all of the people, regardless. The ways that a lot of companies and a lot of the designer of systems today is firstly, as Mr. Wong already said, is from very business driven. If you can't make it, if you can't get the users to use those systems, your company failed. That's it. But from the application, from the different perspective from the government, where they have to provide public services to their own citizens, to different needs, for example, healthcare or education or daycare for child or things like that. They also have to have the ability to analyze those technologies that is mostly inclusive. So the point here is that we need to look at it from the perspective as we have as us, as a human being, we have a head, right? Most of us have 2 hands, 2 legs. That is what look like, right? It means the skeleton is there. But the system would be different from when it is adopted into different society. With some, we would need a little bit kind of like more attentive to the systems that would be, for example, here in Europe, we have aging population. That is nothing new. It's been going on for a few years now, it's aging. So then the system need to tweak a little bit toward that, with peoples that more senior people would be able to use those systems. So it means that diversity exists, and diversity has been taken into the system design of the technology, but we need more. And we need more from the user perspective. That's why your voice, your needs, and your needs as user is important, and use them. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. I think it's the need for mindfulness every time we kind of, deploy any technology to understand the context much better first before actually introducing anything. Mr. Sharma, do you have anything to add into that, or?
Yeah, I think the panelists covered it most of it.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna open another question. Okay, another round of very hard decision to make. Can we get a microphone for the guy in the green shirt?
Hi, thank you. My name is Rembert, I'm from Belgium, and I work at UNESCO to create a new online community platform for the education sector. And I heard that Society 5.0 starts today, but at the same time that today's needs are different than tomorrow's needs. And going back to the skills we need for creating Society 5.0, I agree that we need critical thinking skills. We need to have skills to work creatively and with collaboration. I think the educational curricula are changing in this way, but I'm missing future thinking skills. And what we can already very well, and we did it today and yesterday, is imagining a vision of the future, how it should be. We are not so great in describing different scenarios on what is the possible or realistic courses of the future, if we would intervene, if we would not intervene in certain areas. So I believe this should be more integrated, and part of it, of these future thinking skills, is also prioritizing. The needs of today are different than the needs of tomorrow. How can we prioritize? Yeah, we have indeed, if I think of this as a scale, you have the basic human needs and the human rights. You also have needs that are maybe unconsciously created by companies to make us consume. What are the steps in between? How can we prioritize? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. I think I want to begin, yes, the answer with Dr. Pam.
So thank you for a very good question, which is, I believe that is a question for a lot of people here as well, because you wanted to know that how you are going to prioritize your time, your resources, and also your access to those, to personally develop yourself, but also bring along your community as well, because you are here, again, as leaders of your own community. So here are the 10 skills that would be of desire for today or in the coming year or two. Those are analytical skills, thinking, creative thinking, resilient, flexibility and agility, motivation and self-awareness, which is I already mentioned, curiosity and lifelong learning, which is also a part of ASEF that we already know about the lifelong learning, technological literacy, dependability and attention to details, empathies and active listening, and also leadership and social influences. The points that I made earlier about social influence is actually that you need to use the different platforms to let people know what you are doing, what you are learning, how you can bring along those people that follow you, or you can become the influencers along that line. So don't just go along yourself. But again, before you can embrace that, how many of you here are actually coming here by plane? Do you know the rules when they tell you at the beginning, if there's any incidents, who would put the mask on first? Yourself, right? So it's the same concept. If you want to bring along with people, you need to educate yourself. You need to equip yourself with those skills. And that is the last one, with the quality control. And now coming to the skills that we would need, a lot of them would be the repeated one. Or, for example, the creative thinking would be the repeated one. Analytical thinking would be the repeated one. But they are of different orders. And then technological literacy, curiosity and lifelong learning, resilient flexibility and agility, system thinking. You have been in this forum thinking, if you are talking about the Society 5.0, so far you have been kind of listen to the system thinking of bringing different components together. Technology is one part of that, which is enabler, but you would be the main people that make it happen. And now come the AI and big data, which is where you can be a part of that and start to learn today. Also with the motivation and self-awareness, which is no new here, talent management, service orientation, and customer service. This one wasn't really highlighted in today's or the next 2 years, but it will in the next at least 5 years or next decade later. Because when technology is taking over with a lot of the automatic systems running out there, personal touch, personal interpretation of what we do, how we can encourage people to be a part of that would become a critical skills for you to learn. But come back to AI and the big data. There's a very good course that called Elements of AI. That is for everyone. I encourage you to check out. And if you can't, it's not that hard for you to finish it within a few weeks. It all have online. If you want to go with the path with the certificate, you can do that. If you want to just learn it for yourself, you can do that as well. If you want to go at different levels at the AI skills where you want to become experts, Europe has a lot of different resources that you can check out. I'm sorry I haven't really looked into a lot of those AI resources in Asia, but I know that in Europe there's a lot of those different resources, free access to you all. One of those is AIDA, A-I-D-A. You check it out and you will see that, okay, there's quite a bit of those different resources that you can start today. So it means that there's opportunity out there for you to embrace, to equip yourself, and to bring along your community once you are confident of what you are doing and acquiring those skills.
Amazing. I hope that answers your question. That definitely is a very challenging question because I think that the answer will be different depending on the context that we're standing on.
Can I
yes,
just quickly add in something there?
Yeah.
So I think the concept of skills also ties in very closely with education, and the way education is sort of evolving in the past few years is sort of moving away from this idea that just cognitive skills need to be imparted to students, but also social and emotional skills. So so in education there, you could find a lot of models of holistic education, with some of which fall under social and emotional learning, which target both cognitive skills that sort of give you the tools to basically enhance your knowledge and awareness on issues, and also social emotional skills like empathy, like compassion, like being mindful, or critically challenging, the power dynamics that exist in society. So I feel like the concept of skills also ties in very well with education, and education is definitely a tool to, holistic models of education like social emotional learning is definitely a tool to foster them.
Yeah, thank you so much for that additional information. Definitely, really, I hope that also adds into your questions. Before I continue my choosing from the participants, I do have this one question specifically for you, Mr. Wong, about, you've been involved with business, you've been involved in many organizations across the two regions, ASEAN and also EU. So I wanted to ask you about what steps should, any organizations, regardless of their cultural context, regardless of where they're actually based on, take to ensure that their digital strategies prioritize ethical considerations, such as privacy and also transparency and also fairness, especially from your background in the business where sometimes it's getting very, very blurry, and then, people tend to forget that there are those things that they have to kind of guard.
Thanks for the last question. I didn't catch everything you say, but I will just try. Actually, my background is actually in government. I spent many years in the government, but because we see how government and businesses go hand in hand, I think there's a lot of similarities or commonalities between the two. So when you talk about protection of data, it may seem like, oh, it's the government's role, it's the government's job. But actually, how many of you would trust your government more than Google or Apple or Huawei? You don't have to answer that question, but essentially what I'm trying to say is that, in this world, you don't really know who are the good actors and who are the bad actors. And you can be a force of good or a force for bad in either case. So I think where we talk about, the role of businesses in trying to understand how do you protect consumers, how do you protect your customers. Yes, it is something that should be done. I definitely agree. But is it the role of governments to do that and to regulate businesses such that they follow, or should it be something that businesses take the initiative to do? So to all of you who are future business leaders or young entrepreneurs, I think my answer is quite clear, right? I think you should be the ones who take the steps and take the initiatives to figure out how do you want to use your business for a force of good. It sounds very broad statement, but I mean, essentially, I think that's really the gist of Society 5.0.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. So now I know that there are still a lot of questions on the floor right now, so can we have a raise hand? Okay, can we get a microphone to the lady over here? I'm really sorry, there is no personal biases in here, I'm just trying. Yeah.
Hello. Hello. My name is Felina from the Netherlands. What I found really interesting is that you really emphasize the human-centered part. But in my studies, we talk a lot about how human-centered is maybe something that we shouldn't really encourage anymore because we tend to forget nature in that sense. So I was wondering how you look at that when you want to work towards a human-centered society 5.0. Like, where does it leave nature? Like, is nature something we use, or is it something that we are actually part of? And how can the technological sector maybe help in giving nature also a voice? Because I thought it was really interesting that she said, when we want something, we need to cry and we need to say we want something, but nature doesn't speak the way that we do, so we usually don't hear it. So I'm really curious about your opinions on that.
Yeah, that's definitely a very strong and very, very good questions. Thank you for checking off one of my questions on the list again. So that's great. Why don't we begin with you, Dr. Pam?
Yeah, so the part that I explained earlier about the right-based, which is human-centric approach, and then with the Society 5.0, which is human-centered. So by now, I hope that all of you are already kind of like aware about those different concepts. But we are not exist among ourselves. We are living in an environment that we share with the nature. And we are also, a lot of the time, we have to admit that sometimes we abuse the natures as well, which has happened in the past, which is happening now in some part of the world. We overcrowded in a lot of cities, that is with all of the issues that we are trying to resolve today. But it doesn't mean that we are not aware of that. And that's why the concept of climate change, even though that it has a lot of controversies around it, but majority of people, especially younger people, would believe that it is a part of the issues that we need to address and we need to resolve. Technology would help, but it is just only a tool. It could be a very effective tool if we know how to use it. But again, we exist in that, and I believe that we, in the whole environment, and if we already aware of that, because you know the curve with the knowledge is actually that you need to be aware of that. And then when you are aware of the issues, you would know that, okay, where we are, where we want to get, and that's the bridge in between, the gap, is how we are going to do that. And that's why it is not just a lot of the times that we hear from this morning, we put yourself in a lot of the missions. As I said, is that, oh, you are the leader, do this and do that. You are not alone. And you are not doing that just by yourself. We have different community out there, including those activists as well. We also have different societies that I believe some of you here representing. And we also have the government that we need to demand them to do things that they need to fix as well. And it is not just only at the local government that you can reach out to, but it also at the national government or mega government level here, like in the EU as well. So it has been started. It will take time because that is how we evolve with times and we evolve with natures. And give it time and be an active part of the solution. Just don't point it out and saying that that is the problem. That is our problems.
Great, thank you so much. I hope that answers your question, but I think since that is a very important question, I want to take on your point, Mr. Wong, if you have any response to that question, because obviously when we're talking about environment and everything, the business sector is a very, very easy target.
Thanks, Yusri. I think I've lived in Europe long enough to know that questions like that can often lead to very heated debates, and even friends can become enemies because of this. I would say that it's easy to paint the business community as the main culprit for what's going on in the world. You have biodiversity degradation and climate change in general. But we must also not forget that businesses, again, going back to what I said, can also be a force for good, right? You have today climate technologies that are being developed. You have, small plantations in Indonesia and Malaysia that are really benefiting from, how technology has helped them to harvest palm oil, for example. So I think, again, a very controversial topic or word, so maybe just skip that over. But basically, I think when you look at the world, in ASEAN, we don't really have such a divisive discussion about sustainability. But yet, we live harmoniously with nature, we take care of our animals, and I think people are generally not so fixated with the thought of is it us versus them, but rather, as a system, we coexist together. In Europe, of course, the discussions are very varied and very deep, and of course, very personal as well. And I'm not saying it's a bad or good thing. I think the context is just quite different in both regions. But what I would say that, again, I think when you think about who you are as a leader and how you want to make the change, I think that really starts from who you are. I mean, what kind of change you can make individually, and then work from there. So again, I don't know if that's a good answer to our defense in that sense, but I think again, businesses also provide jobs. They help communities where you don't have electricity or water. I think these are very basic needs that businesses can come in together with government, of course, to really resolve. And then nature and sustainability is, of course, a growing issue that both government and businesses need to tie in together to resolve. Which is why you also see there's a lot more businesses now going for the COP. The Conference of the Parties, every year. Even at the Biodiversity Conference recently, there was a sizable business delegation there. So you can see that businesses are taking an active interest in trying to resolve some of these problems, or wash themselves. I don't know, but basically, I think there's the need for collaboration on both sides. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I hope that answers your questions as well. So, wow, there are a lot of hands on the air. Okay, let's just get a microphone for the guy in the white shirt at the center. He's been raising his hand for as long as I remember. I'm really sorry.
Hi, thank you so much for this very insightful discussion. My name is Dimitar, I'm from Bulgaria. My question is maybe mostly to Dr. Pham and Mr. Wong. It's to do with how currently the main impact of Europe, and especially the European Union, on the world is through its power to regulate. As Dr. Pham pointed out earlier, the GDPR, for example, is a very powerful tool which is influencing basically the entire market, the entire world. And with that comes a lot of responsibility. My question here is, with the way that regulation right now works in Europe, we have a 2-year implementation policy in which time the governments and the private sector must align with whatever the regulation is. Do you believe that with the more of the pressing challenge that we're facing right now, this should change? Do you believe that Europe should actually should start acting quicker in the way that it regulates, the way that it implements new regulations and new rules into the game? Or do you think that because it's so forward-thinking anyway, this 2-year policy is sufficient, and if it uses some other strategies, such as, for example, unanimous decisions from Council of Europe, that would be fine, that would be enough? Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe that you are mentioning about the AI Act, right? Yeah. So the AI Act is now under the negotiation between the parliament with different countries. So they have to negotiate with every single national government to really see that what would be the definition and what would be the enforcement plans in those, and they have to agree on that. And hopefully by the end of this year, every countries will be agreed on that. And then with the leeway of 2 years for preparing to implement, then that would be more or less, if we can move faster, that would be good. Because business is already out there. A lot of companies, even with Americans that operate here in Europe, already asking that when we would have this sets of law would be enforced and how we are going to comply with that. They are working very active on that. From the lesson learned from GDPR, I would say that Europe is already quite forward in the ways that bringing along different allies from different parts of the world, given it with North Americas or with Asia, whether it is in India, Japan, or other countries, the dialogue is already starting, and with different levels of engagement, it's already happening. I think that it is not the question of whether it is forward-looking and then is it fast enough or slow enough. It's not that. It means that we now know that we have issues at hand. It's a similar question like the ladies already asked about within us living in the nature. It means that we are aware of the issues that we are facing with the technology, especially with AI-enabled technologies. And it means that we now know that we need to be a part of the game, and we need to regulate it with human rights in the center of that. We use the human rights base to really safeguarding what as our values first. And beyond that, we also facilitate the innovation process as well. Because AI Act is not just only about the regulation, but also as the tools and instruments that will come with it to help with the innovation. And innovation is also not just within the Europe, but also outside Europe, where you can work with different parts of the world to really come up with a global framework. If you listen to the State of Union delivered yesterday by the President of Europe, then you will see that those are the really clear direction of where Europe would go. And I think that with GDPR that now have been adopted in different names and different forms in different parts of the world, I believe that the AI Act would be a very strong foundation for other parts of the world to adopt. As I said earlier, we are not asking people to adopt the whole thing. It is the skeletons that we needed. It means that benchmarking, and it also means that standardize of the certain systems would be needed. And that is where we are heading to. And I think that a part of that, you as a leader of those, and also you are the regular user already of those systems, make your voice heard and be the extended hand when those regulations become enforced. Because you use your users' right to force companies to comply with those regulations. But it means that you have to be aware of that. You have to educate yourself of those things first. So I believe that now you have the action that you can take after this. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I want to go to Ms. Wong, but before that, I want to go to my left first and ask about, I think you brought up an important point about, mindfulness when we're using such technology, and I think definitely education sector being basically the actor that cementing that fundamentals knowledge, especially to younger generations, about how should they perceive all this like advancement in technologies. Like, are they taking some of our capabilities as humans just because we are so comfortably using ChatGPT nowadays, or are they actually challenging us to become better at it, to race with them? So what is your take on that part of the education sector?
First of all, I'd like to, I just had a small input to chip into the question that Dr. Pham just answered. I certainly agree that there are some certain, reflecting on the AI laws that are now being put out, especially after the, advent of generative AI. I feel like there are certainly some principles that need to be upheld everywhere, regardless of cultures, like human rights, belief in non-discrimination and equality, equity and equality. However, obviously, as Dr. Pham also said, that it's very essential for us to adopt the skeletons from countries where these models have been implemented and accordingly tailor them according to the cultural, socioeconomic differences that exist within those countries. I think that's a very, very essential step that needs to be taken, that should be taken care of as we go ahead in the age of AI. And coming back to your question, I feel like I personally, like if you were to talk to me, I'm not very skeptical of AI because, of course, I'm from a tech space as well. But I think with my experience in United Nations over the past 3 years, have sort of sensitized me a lot more on what could be the challenges and the risks while we work with AI and just digital technology in general. And I would just sort of have some sort of like recommendations that I could point out here. One is obviously when we're dealing with, in this space of, when we're in this space of, digital technology and AI that's surrounding us all the time, it's very essential for us to, close the tabs inside our brain as well as on the desktops and on the laptops and on our mobile phones. And it is obviously tough to do that because of the constant urge to, wanting to be connected to the internet all the time to know what's happening in the world, what your friends are doing. But I think that there is definitely that sort of, if I would give a very funny analogy, would be like to have some sort of a boundary like you have with your toxic partners. But I think that's sort of a digital boundary that definitely needs to be created with AI and technology in general. And it is also to understand that the aspects of technology and AI in general is not really just, like say for example, climate change. When we talk about climate change, a lot of the discussions are, centered around policy and tech. But there's a lot of research that's now coming in which says that climate change also causes a lot of anxiety in young children and adolescents. So it is also very essential for us to address this aspect of how the well-being of young people can be prioritized in an age where it's so, information is so readily available for them to consume and get overwhelmed by.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. And now I want to go back to Mr. Wong. If you could just quickly add your thought into that question.
Sure. I will try to be quick. I mean, how many of you actually work with policymakers or, have been a policymaker yourself? Yeah, so I think you understand, it's just a side point, but basically when it comes to making legislation, it takes time, number one. Number two, you have to balance the views of the various stakeholders. In the EU, they do that by having public consultations which run, 4 to 6 weeks. So when you talk about, whether something is moving too fast or too slow, sometimes you also have to look at the practicalities of how fast legislation can be made. That being said, of course, there are, certain situations where they have managed to speed up making legislation quickly. And at the end of the day, I think if you ask, businesses, for example, you might get a different response from if you ask civil society on whether protection of data, is that moving too fast or slow? AI Act, for example, is that too fast or too slow? So in general, you would need to kind of consider how different stakeholders view an issue. as the government, I'm saying, you know, before you make any legislation, normally you even start with something non-binding like, you know, a communique, a declaration, and then you need to figure out if you have the capacity to be flexible and to, you know, adjust your legislation. Because I think the last thing you want is to have a legislation put into place 3 years after, you know, the issue has come up and it's no longer relevant, and then having to change it again. So I think that's where this question about are we moving too fast or too slow comes from. I'll just make a point about, you know, I think we talked about sustainability legislation coming from the EU. One thing that they probably didn't realize is how much it actually affects the rest of the world, both in a positive but also in a not so positive way. When you talk about for example, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, right, where you are looking at cutting carbon leakage out of the EU. You know, when you have something like that, what you're actually doing is you're also affecting global trade around the world. You're affecting ASEAN exporters who potentially depend on, you know, your export of goods to the EU. You are actually, in a way, you know, trying to influence legislation in other parts of the world. From a civil society perspective, it's perfect. You know, it's actually something that they would push for. But from a business perspective, of course, they might see it differently. They might see that, oh, you know, how come a foreign government legislation is affecting how we do business in our part of the world. So I think that's something you got to consider as well when you talk about policy making and legislation. And today's world is such that there's no such thing as domestic policy. All domestic policy is actually foreign policy. So, I mean, it's a simple way of putting it. But yeah, so essentially I think that's a way to kind of provide some perspective as well.
Great, thank you so much. That definitely is a very big question to answer, and definitely it's a very long time to discuss. I wish we have that time right now, but Freya is already standing right there. But anyway, I think to close the session, I know that you guys have so many more questions, but I think to close up this really nice and very interesting panel, I just want to ask each of my panelists to provide maybe with one sentence a message that you want to deliver to our young leaders in here about the topics that we just discussed. Also in my effort to help them write a nice Instagram caption and a tweet. So who would like to get us started with that one sentence message for our young leaders? Maybe the one that is closest to them in...
Okay, so I just want to say that I'm very excited by the potential that young people are bringing to organizations as they're now finally joining the workplace after... This is the time when actually a lot of Gen Zs and Zillennials are actually stepping into the workforce the past few years, and I'm just really excited about the potential that they bring to, I am myself a part of that generation, and I'm really excited by the potential that they have to bring in these organizations in terms of the newness, their creativity, and just, you know, ditching the old ways of working.
Amazing, thank you so much. And now, Dr. Pham, what is your one sentence message to them?
If you want to stay ahead of the game, learn most about what AI means and what AI skills that you would need. And if you want to do PhD in AI, you come to see me.
Well, you get that golden ticket, so you better get her email address. And now, Mr. Wong.
Sorry, I don't have a PhD, so please don't come to me. But what I can see, I mean, just from the panel's view as well, I think this is a very encouraging view to see a mix of people that are, you know, coming from two different diverse regions. And I mean, I would just say that this is an opportunity that you should make use of. Don't, you know, think that, yeah, these opportunities don't always come so often. So try to get together, you know, mix around. I see there's a row of Asians sitting, and then there's a row of Europeans sitting around. Try to mix around, try to get to know your counterparts. And this is a perfect opportunity, and it's actually a very hopeful situation, I would say, for Society 5.0. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you so much for the three of my panelists. Can we get a round of applause for these three incredible panelists for these very engaging discussions? And I think just to close up from my end, you know, as you all notice, the more we discuss about this topic, the more questions come up. So definitely it just like emphasized the need for collaborations, and also for us to kind of approach any of these issues from the multidisciplinary and also, you know, multi-dimensions kind of approaches. So thank you so much for all the questions, and thanks so much for all the incredible insights from my three panelists, and definitely wish that we have more time for this panel, but now I'm handing over to Freya.
Je te promets, je te lâcherai jamais la main. Je te lâcherai jamais la main. Je te lâcherai jamais la main. Je te lâcherai jamais la main.
Okay, hello everyone, welcome back. You take your seats, please. Thank you. And welcome also to those still on the live stream with us. We are so happy to have you here today. So, I am excited to kick off with this afternoon session. We have two panels this afternoon with another group of incredible speakers. We are so happy to have them and have their generosity of time to speak to you all today. And I think we're going to have some very exciting interactive sessions. So this first session this afternoon is the role of technology, transfer, and science diplomacy in Society 5.0. And we have three lovely speakers. We have Mr. Alexis Vroegd, Maxime van der Kerkhoff, and Professor Carol Mundell, and we have Ms. Sandra Wolof, one of our ASEFYLS5 navigators, who will be moderating the session today. So I'll ask our speakers and moderator to join us on the stage. And we also have Professor Carol Mundell on Zoom with us, zooming in to join the session today. Here she is. There we go. Thank you all so much for joining us, and I will hand over to Sandra. Thank you.
Well? Okay, perfect. So thank you very much, Faye, for the really nice introductions. Welcome back, everyone, from lunch break to the first panel discussion. After this lunch break, I hope you're all not too tired after eating your lunch, digesting the first discussions from the morning. As Faye has already kindly introduced me, my name is Sandra Wolof. I am supporting the ASEFYLS5 as a navigator, and I'm absolutely honored to be able to moderate this particular session on the role of technology transfer and science diplomacy in Society 5.0. Let me just quickly start by going by the words of Sir Peter Gluckman, who is the president of the International Science Council. He said, "Science has never been more important for addressing the challenges we face at every level, from local to global," which is kind of a dirt question, or like a dirt answer, because we have been discussing this here for many times. You have realized this. You've been asking questions on this since the last 2 days, but this is also something the international diplomatic community has been increasingly recognizing in the past, making this term science diplomacy, which is also part of our panel name, into a bit of a buzzword recently. How it is, though, with many of those compound words with diplomacy in it, let's think about cultural diplomacy, sports diplomacy, business diplomacy, it's quite hard to actually define. There is no agreed definition of what science diplomacy actually is, and therefore it might also be a bit hard to conceptualize and to really know what is science diplomacy in working. If you go by the definition from the European External Service, then it can be understood as diplomacy for science, science for diplomacy, and science in diplomacy, which, personally speaking, it doesn't help that much either to understand what it means to do science diplomacy. This is the reason why I am absolutely happy and honored to have the opportunity to have these three amazing speakers here, esteemed speakers who have been working, have a wealth of experience in different fields of this implementation of science diplomacy. Let's go from city level, governmental, intergovernmental level, you name it. And I really cannot imagine anyone better to talk and discuss about this multifaceted future, as well as its opportunities and difficulties in a recent society, but especially in a Society 5.0, which we are all talking about. So let me briefly introduce our three speakers here. First of all, we've got our first panelist, who we have online. I'm really happy to have her here, especially because one of our leadership in action challenges is posed by the Slovak Space Office focused on satellite data use. So it's thrilling to have Professor Mundell with us online, unfortunately, but I'm really looking forward to her insights, and I hope you as well. Everybody who is interested in this challenge, please feel free to ask as many questions as you have. Professor Mundell is the Director of Science and head of European Space Astronomy Center at the European Space Agency. She has a wealth of experience, hard to summarize in just a short summarization here, but in a short introduction, her work includes being the Chief of International Science Envoy at the Foreign Commonwealth and the Development Office, as well as in the past Chief Scientific Advisor at the Foreign Commonwealth Office, as a professor in extragalactic astronomy at the University of Bath, and she holds a PhD in astrophysics. Also notably, she is an avid advocate for diversity in science. Thank you for being here today. As our second panelist, we welcome Mr. Alexis Roig here. He is currently the CEO of SciTech DiploHub, the leading international think and do tank working at the intersection of science, technology, and foreign affairs. He also serves as Barcelona's chief science and tech envoy. He's representing city science, technology, innovation in an ecosystem worldwide. He's also Commissioner for International Affairs of the Barcelona Metropolitan Region of Strategic Plan. He's a university of several universities, including the Shanghai for Science and Technology, but also here at the Barcelona Center of International Relations. He has over 15 years of experience as a senior advisor on science diplomacy for ministries and foreign affairs, and also for governments across Asia, Europe, and Latin America. Welcome. Also, really genuinely pleased to have Mr. Maxime van der Kerkhoff here, as he is a fellow ASEFYLS5 as well as ARC7 alumni. So he has experience with ASEF and youth work. He has started his career as a professional development officer for the master's student program EU Studies at the College of Europe in Netherlands. Before that, he eventually also joined the Belgian Ministry of Social Security as a policy officer at the Strategy and Governments team, working on social rights and inclusion. Most notably, especially for our panel here today, is that he's been appointed coordinator at the expert group on technology, science, and innovation diplomacy at the Brussels Diplomatic Academy, where he is instrumental in designing educational courses for future diplomats and on how to incorporate science diplomacy in their diplomatic work. Welcome also to you, Maxime. Now, before kickstarting our discussion, I've been already talking way too long, but before we kickstart and I give the mic to the people who really deserve to talk about their experiences here, I would like to explain a few technicalities of this panel. So I want everybody to really join in and be this more interactive as possible, especially after lunch break, where a few of them have already been a little bit tired. So there are going to be three main topics, which is cooperation and limitations, the Europe-Asia aspect, and the future outlook on science diplomacy in a society 5.0. I invite everyone to submit questions via the Mentimeter, as we did yesterday. I think Freya has already posted the code in the Slack. Yes, thank you, Freya, amazing. And I will go through these questions while we discuss here, try to incorporate them if possible, but also want to give you the mic if you want to ask your questions yourself. If you want to speak yourself, just indicate it in the submission by adding your name, and then we can get you to give you the mic, and then you can just directly ask the question, interact with our panelists. Yes, and especially since we have three panelists from Europe with a wealth of experience, but still quite a European-centric view, possibly, I invite all participants from Asia to please share their opinions and insights on the matter and to help guide this discussion in a really holistic view. Now, without further ado, again, I said I've talked a bit too much. I want to hand over the mic to the panelists by asking them to, again, briefly introduce yourselves and help the delegates to a bit better understand this topic, this buzzword of what is actually going on with science diplomacy, elaborate a little bit on what roles cities, regions, and academia and or private institutions can take in this realm of science diplomacy, especially from your own wealth of work, from your own level of work, and how your work contributes to global scientific collaboration, knowledge sharing, maybe even make it as precise as possible with a nice understandable case study. So I would like to hand over to Professor Mandel, so please feel free to unmute yourself if you haven't yet, and thank you.
Sandra, thank you, and it's a great pleasure and privilege to join you. I'm so sorry I can't be there in person, but it's wonderful to use modern technology to join you, and thank you to my fellow panelists. I'm very honoured to be on a panel with both of you. I think what I'd like to do is just give a sense of science diplomacy. Sandra, as you opened up with these three headlines, science for diplomacy, science in diplomacy, and actually diplomacy for scientists. And this was really a focus of my work when I worked in UK government as the Chief Scientific Advisor and then ultimately as the Chief International Science Envoy in our UK Foreign Ministry. I led a network of 100 science and innovation officers around the world, so it was not Eurocentric, it was across the globe, including Singapore. And those science and innovation officers helped our ambassadors to make sure that they could use science, both the science itself, if that was science advice, for example, through the COVID pandemic, but also the relationships that we built through scientific collaborations for their diplomatic work. So our ambassadors didn't have to have a science background, but actually science diplomacy was a tool in their armory. And it was our science and innovation network that helped them to build those relationships and in turn to return value back to the UK. And I led that network. The other side is actually science in diplomacy as opposed to for diplomacy, so whether that's science advice as in the pandemic. But the other side, of course, is where we do not have normalized political relationships, or sometimes where we have very difficult political and diplomatic relationships. What we often see is our scientists collaborate internationally. And so as a scientist, as an academic, and as an astrophysicist, I've always worked internationally. The scientific questions that I'm asking and trying to answer are about the nature of the universe and the cosmos. I can't design telescopes and space missions alone. I can't afford to do that only within my own country. And so by nature of the magnitude of the science that I and my science teams do, I've had by necessity to work internationally. And that also brings a great friendship and an understanding of cultures and scientific cultures around the world. And so that's really when we start to take our communities, be that local, in an individual university, out across our academic networks, out across our student networks internationally, you start to see these hidden networks of friendship and in particular of trust and understanding with common goals to address maybe some open scientific questions, then building infrastructure and creating safe and stable infrastructures for the next generation to come through and open up new scientific frontiers. So with my other hat now as the new Director of Science at the European Space Agency, I lead a directorate where my staff is spread over 5 different countries. We have 22 member states across Europe who all contribute to the agency, and we work very closely with industry and academia and the wider science and engineering communities across those 22 member states to deliver frontier science missions in space, to study everything from the nature of the sun and the sun-Earth interaction and the environment in which our planet is embedded, right out to other planets in the cosmos, galaxies, the nature of the universe and space-time itself. And in order to do that, we have to develop advanced engineering and technology that doesn't yet exist. We also work over very long timescales. I'm currently working on our implementation plan, but right up to 2050. And so you can see that whatever political turmoil, whatever political unrest we have, or whatever political relationships form or break, at the scientific and engineering level, we create some smooth stability and take out the bumps in the road. Of course, sometimes, we have very difficult situations. We were building good scientific relationships with colleagues in Russia, but when Russia invaded Ukraine, the European Space Agency's governing body, the Council, made the strategic and ethical decision to no longer collaborate with their agency, which was Roscosmos, as the Russian space agency. And that's the final point that I'd like to make, that at agency-to-agency level, NASA and the European Space Agency work very closely together, the Japanese Space Agency, Chinese Academy of Sciences. These are all major agencies with whom we collaborate at the bilateral and the multilateral agency level. So you can see that we can take it up at all scales. And of course, finally, the people who pay for this, of course, are our taxpayers and the members of the general public, whether they're the smallest children, right through to their grandparents and beyond. Everybody's interested in the nature of the universe and our place in it. And so we're able to tell these very inspiring stories and then take that right down to hardcore science, technology, engineering, and mathematics from our schools all the way through to our industries. So I'll stop there, and I know my colleagues on the panel will have more to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Mandel, for your insightful introduction and insights from your side. Then I will just quickly hand over to Mr. Reich to give a bit more of insights on how science diplomacy can work in a private-public setting, and also a bit more of a regional study perspective. The floor is on the mic. It's all yours, Mr.
Sure. Thank you so much, Sandra, for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to share the stage with Carol once again. Hi, Carol and Maxime. And it's a pleasure to share today's with such an inspiring group of young leaders. As Sandra was pointing out at the beginning, and Carol Professor Mandel was complementing, science diplomacy might sound like a buzzword if you're not familiar with, and it's like what it's actually science diplomacy, what it's not, is how do governments practice it, what's the role of the private sector in it. Well, in general terms, we could say that science diplomacy is the use of science, tech, or academic-based collaborations between countries, between regions that are aimed at creating bond partnerships, like solid partnerships. That would be like an umbrella term for other words we use sometimes, like tech diplomacy, innovation diplomacy, higher education, or knowledge diplomacy. In general terms, we use science diplomacy to include all these aspects of this more like knowledge or academic-based cooperation. And obviously, if we get academic, there is all these dimensions you were both mentioning earlier. But I'll try not to repeat these classifications or dimensions of science diplomacy. Well, we are all European today here in this panel, unfortunately, but just by bringing some 5 cents of an Asian perspective that I'm sure that many of you will be able to complement later on, and also how this links with my current role in the world of cities and science diplomacy. I spent over 11 years living in Shanghai, where basically I was working for European governments supporting their science diplomacy efforts in East Asia, mainly in China, but also with Korea and Japan. I worked for the Swiss government, for the Swedish one, for the Dutch one, and a few more, mainly for these like medium-sized, knowledge-intensive economies like the Nordics, Switzerland, Netherlands. And well, I did this for about a decade, connecting the science and tech ecosystems of some of these countries with China, and later on with Korea and Japan as well. And at some point I was feeling like, well, I mean, why are we doing these so cool projects with all these countries and we are not able to do the same thing back home? And this is how, in 2018, 5 years ago, Barcelona gathered its entire knowledge ecosystem, so all the university presidents, all the directors of all the research centers, all the CEOs of the main startups, business unions working on science, tech, as well as the public sector, of course, the local, regional, national governments, to set up a city-led science and technology diplomacy strategy. Usually when we talk about traditional diplomacy, we think about ministries of foreign affairs and nation states, but we have been seeing how in the last years, science and tech are becoming more and more relevant in international relations, because most of the great challenges we discuss every day about, you know, like climate change, global health, the challenges or ethical implications of artificial intelligence and how we regulate it. All this has a strong science and technology background, so we need to equip diplomats with this knowledge. And at the same time, another global trend we have is that diplomacy is seeing how different new actors, like the private sector, regions, cities, are becoming diplomatic actors themselves, are becoming legitimate diplomatic players. So having this trend of city diplomacy, cities wanted to have their voice heard in the main global fora, in the main global issues, and at the same time science and technology and science diplomacy being a thing that Ministries of Foreign Affairs were executing. It was about time that the city combined both things, and in 2018 Barcelona launched the very first city-led science and technology diplomacy. But well, I'm sure that later on we're going to have the chance to go forward into the role of cities in science diplomacy. I'm just going to leave it here, and later we can continue on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright, for this really insightful overview also on science diplomacy and what it can mean and what it can do. You've already mentioned equipping diplomats with knowledge, which is the perfect bridge to our next speaker, to Mr. van der Kerkhoff, to talk a little bit more about what he's doing, about what is your work to prepare young diplomats in making this dive into this particular topic.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and I'm happy to be, after 4 years, on this side of the room. What do we do in the Brussels Diplomatic Academy? Well, actually we create postgraduate programs with a holistic approach. So we try to incorporate tech diplomacy into the traditional structures of cultural, economical and political diplomacy. We were actually asked by the Belgian Ministry of Foreign Affairs to think about how far do we need to go in that, how far do we need to teach aspiring diplomats about technology, about the dual-use technology. We got a lot of input from the Ministry of Defense as well, But we're still in debate how far we need to go on that. And we actually want to create expert generalists, as a matter of fact, who see the broader picture, who understand these challenges, opportunities, and these new developments. We see that a lot of other countries, including European countries, implemented these real tech diplomats at these big technological companies, these big behemoths. But of course, these are non-state powers, and then of course you have the discussion which companies deserve this representation, what about corruption, because you're still dealing with private companies, of course. But in general, we need these broadly educated diplomats who can solve these very complex matters of tech transfer. And that also brings us to global collaboration, because this input will mostly come from scientific collaboration and from academia working together with existing diplomatic structures. We see nowadays that for politicians it's very hard to have a broad idea about the world, first of all because the span of attention of people on social media is very low, so it's very hard to recreate your message. Also, meritocracy already left politics quite a while ago, so we have quite an issue on that. So it will have to come from academia. And science diplomacy is there to build these bridges between the countries that have these strained political relations and promote these shared values. Everyone is impacted by these digital technologies, so we need to manage this social, political, and cultural impact. And a good example is actually the issues we have now with Russia. If we want it or not, there will be a time after the war, there will be a time where new diplomatic ties have to be made, and it will be painful, it will be hard, it will be difficult, it will be frustrating, of course. But the first step will come from science diplomacy, who opens these new roads and hopefully a new political structure. We all hope for that, of course. Importantly is also the focus on SDGs, promote this peace and security in general. Technology diplomacy is very potent, it's very powerful, but of course it's only part of the solution. For me personally, an important aspect is to bring these big ideas of tech diplomacy towards the local level. City diplomacy becomes increasingly important, smart city developments become increasingly important for the daily lives of citizens, with the quadruple helix, together with politics, private sector, academia, and the civil society. So I think that is the future, to bring down these big ideas to more tangible solutions.
Thank you very much. So before I will just ask a few questions I find really interesting, would like to bring into this panel. I want to give all of our delegates again the opportunity to ask some questions, and maybe even one of our speakers if they want to chime into some of the already mentioned topics from your co-panelists. If not, we've already mentioned the different levels of science diplomacy, the importance of city-to-city level science diplomacy. When we talk about limitations and opportunities of implementing science diplomacy, from my perspective as someone who is currently working at an embassy, I always think also about the national interests that are still part, of course, of all this whole process. When you talk about international cooperation, about how optimistic our international outlooks are, how we want all to cooperate and want to work together, there are, of course, some forms of limitations, as nations still, of course, have their own national interest and security in mind when engaging in all forms of diplomacy. However, as in science diplomacy and other diplomacy fields, just for example, last year, there was this, I don't know if you've heard of the Vienna Statement on Science Diplomacy. I just like to mention it because I'm from Vienna. So, and here a lot of really prominent politicians, also scientists, demanded freedom and access in the conduct of science, as well as freedom of cooperation across all borders for individual scientists. In this context, I would like to ask our panelists and maybe also our delegates to think about what, in your opinion, are some key policy or regulatory challenges that you see in international science diplomacy that need to be addressed to further foster international technology transfer, while also still having this aspect in mind of nations safeguarding the national interest or security. Whoever wants to be first, please feel free. Yes, please, Professor Mandel.
Yeah, I'm very happy to take this question. So when I was in UK government, of course, dual-use technology was a core part of my portfolio, and trying to understand how to support our academic community to collaborate internationally, but also do that in a clear-eyed way. I mean, I think the way I think about science, and more broadly the trust of science by the public and the trustworthiness of science, this really is really threaded through everything that we do in each of our countries. And so if we safeguard academic freedom for our scientific researchers, and we have the right regulatory standards, then I think we make very strong partnerships internationally. And the challenge is when that's not the case. I mean, we see this very much around the pandemic, the growth of disinformation digitally online, anti-vaccination campaigns, and really, you know, where the trust in science was strong internationally, and then in the countries where the general public did not trust their science system. They may trust the scientists, but they may not trust their politicians. And so I think, you know, for me working in government, I guess my top 4 priorities in delivering to my national interests for my government was influence, security, prosperity and development. And so for us, if we're able to trade with stable countries, with trusted systems, we're able to travel to them, we're able to collaborate, and we're each able to generate mutual benefit. The counter to that, of course, is war, conflict, instability. We see this with climate change. We know that climate change will increase instability around the world, and it will increase conflict. And so I think from my perspective, governments have a role to decide how science sits within society, and then multilaterally, be that through the United Nations, be that through, you know, government agencies, we also have an important role to help those agencies and colleagues in those agencies to work on internationally agreed regulatory standards. I mean, for example, we might think of artificial intelligence. Maxime, you mentioned these behemoth technology companies. You know, that's an important conversation for society to have as to who regulates that technology, how it's regulated. Should it be at the fundamental discovery space? Should it be at the application space? Much academic research shows that actually regulating downstream in terms of the applications of technology is important. And I think I would just like to leave sort of one final example that I always found a good example in the UK. Over 30 years ago, Baroness Warnock did a very deep Royal Commission study in terms of human embryology and fertilization technology. And at the time, the science that was being discussed really seemed like science fiction. It seemed far beyond what scientists were capable of doing in the lab, but they were starting to become capable. But the ethical and philosophical and societal questions reached far beyond what the scientists at that point were doing in the lab, but very much thought they might be able to do in the future. And she brought in a very diverse range of stakeholders from across society, religious leaders, civil leaders, philosophers, scientists of all different kinds. And she brought those together, and she did this very deep study. She set up a regulatory body, and the Human Embryology and Fertilization Authority, and it was really that authority that helped to regulate the technologies for the benefit of society. And that also benefited the scientists, so that those scientists were able to work within a safe framework, still pushing forward the frontiers of knowledge, not with their actual academic freedom interfered with, but so that that science could be placed in society for the good of society. And the counter of the negative side of all science is dual use could then be mitigated. And I think that that's a really good example. You can find that Royal Commission report online, and it's a really good blueprint, I think, for new technologies, disruptive technologies, that we don't yet know what the applications will be, and we don't yet know the implications for society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe any words on that? Any comments to add?
Well, I would just add, I mean, you were talking about, or you were asking us about limitations or challenges in this regard. Oftentimes when somebody presents for the first time science diplomacy, or if you get to, I don't know, like read a paper about science diplomacy, you will see that at the very core of the concept, what is explained is that the language of science is universal, is apolitical. It doesn't depend about what do you think, what's your political view, your religion, your nationality, your language, whatever. So this language of science can help like nations to understand each other. Well, this is way more beautiful in theory than in practice. It's way more difficult to put into practice, but the bases are there. I mean, it's factual that we can use knowledge and evidence-based knowledge to build relationships and design foreign policy or global public policy. And when it comes in terms of some limitations, I would say that some of them sometimes are internal, because when we talk about a science diplomacy strategy for a country, I mean, it can be very top-down, what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Ministry of Science thinks, but it could be more like trying to encompass a vision of other sectors that are not necessarily just the national government, like regions, cities, private sector, and so on. I think this is something that oftentimes we forget when trying to develop science diplomacy strategies. I mean, in the last 5-6 years, we've seen plenty of governments launching their science diplomacy strategies, and sometimes we're like merely government strategies without thinking much about other emerging actors that do also have a voice and represent that country abroad from their sector. So there is a lot of work to do in terms of aligning interests of the internal stakeholders when doing a science diplomacy strategy. And then globally, of course, I mean, it's not something specific about science or tech diplomacy. We're all reading every day about how sometimes we have a divide between big blocs in the world, between the East and the West, or with more liberal or less liberal countries, what's happening with Russia, some fears about tech cooperation with China. So those are topics that are also present in the science and technology discussion, and this needs to be taken into consideration when we design science and tech diplomacy strategies, plans, and actions.
Thank you very much. Maybe Van der Kerkhoven may say Maxime during the panel, because the name is a bit longer for me to pronounce. Is there anything, maybe from the perspective of teaching diplomats who are at the root of doing diplomacy in those institutions, maybe something that has been part of your curricula or something that you have struggled with to construct this curriculum in the terms of science diplomacy and national interest at heart?
Well, I guess in this multidisciplinary approach, it's also important that these aspiring diplomats and the new tech diplomats find these common grounds together to think about solutions. For now, you see that every company, for example, is a tech company. But the international rules and legislations don't follow on that. There is not an international trade law, for example, that is ready for this transnational tech transfers. You have this artificial intelligence and augmented reality that also brings a lot of fake news and need for data protection. So you also need to think how to educate young diplomats on that. And of course, these new developments in artificial intelligence will also impact the exact academic and scientific research that we're doing to see what we need for the tech diplomats itself. So there doesn't need to be a prohibition of it. We need to work with these new technologies. And you also see that we're developing that every enterprise, every city, every citizen becomes intelligent in a sense, becomes technologically intelligent, so everyone needs to jump on this train. But the question is also, where do we agree on this common international rules? What do we do together? What do we do separately and keep separately in our countries? But also, which topics do we manage publicly and which one do we manage privately? And there are risks on both sides, because you have, of course, this populism and politics. So the question here is, and that's also what we want to say to our students, who's in charge? Who will take the lead on that? And then, of course, we also need to make sure that the low and middle income countries also jump on this train. So we should help together with these young diplomats of different countries to push for a sort of meaningful global digital compact that is now already introduced in the United Nations, but of course need to be broadened a lot more.
Thank you very much. So actually this translates quite nicely to a question we've got from our delegates. If Dimitar, if you want to ask your question yourself, yes, if one of the volunteers could maybe give him a mic. Just sitting in the middle over there. Maybe if you stand up, then they can find you more easily. And if you want someone specific to answer your question, you can also state that in the beginning, or just do it generally.
Yeah, it's mostly a general question, because so basically over the last couple of days, one of the main things that we've talked about quite a lot is climate change. Obviously, it's one of the main interests of young people especially. It's part of the report of like the major challenges young people believe need to be addressed. And there was yesterday there was a question from one of the delegates as well. Why should countries, developing countries, pay the price of climate change, which was to a great extent brought about from the development of Western countries. So my question here is how science diplomacy is being used by Western countries to support the development of the economies of the developing countries without them having to rely on oil, without them having to, you know, have to connect their economy with emissions as we did back in the days. Thank you.
So anyone wants to be the...
I'll keep it quite short on that. Maybe we need more open source technologies for that, as a matter of fact, because, okay, we need to do way more to support the development countries, and indeed they are paying the bill for what we are doing, but also we still need to think about our economy. And the only thing we can really make an impact with is with this open scientific research and make sure that everyone can benefit from that, everyone has access to that, and that it's also tailor-made for the specific requirements of this country, so that in Europe we don't start to become the neo-colonial power again.
Thank you. I think Ms. Berg, you also wanted to unmute yourself, or Professor Mandel first?
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. Just to build on Maxim's comments there, really, at the European Space Agency, we operate satellites that not only look out into the cosmos, which sits in my area, but my colleagues over in the Earth Observation Directorate have a suite of satellites that look down on the Earth and actually study the behavior and the evolution of the Earth, and particularly around climate change. And so I think that's something that we do very well in Europe. We serve all those data for free, so they come from things like the Copernicus satellites. And that also particularly helps climate-impacted countries be able to use those free data to be able to look to help during a crisis like a flood or a fire. We can see this happened across Europe. This summer, you could actually see where the fires were now, and of course the catastrophic flooding in Greece. So they're incredible resources. These are many, many years of infrastructure, technology and science development. And also from the business perspective, actually small companies can take these data and start to develop downstream products. I think the counter to this, of course, is also an attribution. And so when we're actually asking developed nations to do better on climate change and to cut their emissions to support developing countries, and in fact the whole world, we also need to be able to measure the emissions and the impacts of those. And so what the scientists do with these infrastructures provided by our agency, I'm sorry, there's a terrible echo on the line. I'm finding it difficult to speak at the same time as listen, so I'm sorry if it's not coming through properly. Is also be able to measure, for example, you know, the ozone hole, or look at the methane emissions into the atmosphere. And I think those data are very important, because if we don't measure what's happening, we can't know, and we can't know when we're changing for the better, so that we're then getting below that, that 2 Celsius and hopefully down to the 1.5 Celsius cap that the scientists have told us is important to stop our global warming. And so I think, you know, the scientific method, as Alexis mentioned, you know, the scientific method is very robust. And so we do have really strong data that shows climate change is happening, over what time scales, how we can then start to mitigate it. And this is also important when there are false actors who come and say climate change isn't real, or we can ignore this problem because it's not produced by fossil fuels. So I think attribution also leads to positive solutions, both scientifically, technically and politically.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure if there is much to add on that, and it is a very broad topic, and I'm sure we're not going to find the perfect answer today here. It's an usual argument, the one about the West developed by industrializing in a way that was polluting and affecting climate. Why should not the developing world should be able to do the same thing? Well, the West also developed their economy by colonizing and slavering people, and I don't think this should be a practice that should be exported just for the sake of economic development of others. I would say that the challenge is global. We all share. We are in this situation, and financial support and tech technology transfer and exchange is the only way to go. This is already happening in a manner. Obviously, there is always more work and more efforts that could be done. We just saw a few weeks ago the summit in Africa. There was some big consensus on continuing in this way, but asking for more financial support. And by this scientific cooperation, hopefully we can get to those goals. But I also would like to highlight, and I know this might be a bit polemic, but sometimes some countries that are not so undeveloped still use the argument of, since we need to develop, we should be able to pollute as much as the West might did in the last century.
So we've already been talking about. Yeah, please.
If I can just come back on that. I think we're also very much learning from other countries who are being impacted by climate change. So I read recently that Costa Rica has managed to reverse its deforestation. So I think we also can be humble in the West and learn from our low middle income countries about them developing green economies that we then need to learn from in turn. So thanks.
Yeah, so maybe just to add on this, you were asking about tech transfer, Sandra. Maybe it should be about tech exchange or knowledge exchange, and not so much like a transfer that sounds very unilateral.
It does, yes. I mean, transfer can also go both ways, can it not? But since we already talk about like not just transfer unilateral, but multilateral, both-way transfer, and with the question asked from the audience just now, already kind of steering a little bit more into the direction of interregional cooperation on whichever level now, may it be citizen, national, intergovernmental level, I would like to kind of open the discussion a bit more on a topic which is of course interesting for all of us here, as is this Asia-Europe Young Leaders Summit. We're all from Europe, Asian background, so I would like to ask our panelists today their opinion on what measures can be taken to actually enhance the technology and knowledge. Let's not call it transfer then, let's call it, what would be a better word than transfer then?
Exchange.
In exchange, yes, thank you. This technology knowledge exchange specifically between European and Asian nations. And where do you see those opportunities, but also maybe possible challenges right now or in the future? Maybe, Maxime, you've already glanced my direction, so thank you, yes.
Yeah, I can maybe start on that. You see that the most simple economic trade became actually a sort of technologically diplomatic topic. You see that the export of raw elements for chips, for conductors, these simple natural resources become a very big discussion of that need to be solved by tech diplomats. And the thing is that many governments still tend to go along in crafting their tech-related foreign policy strategies. They create fragmentation around issues that you can actually only solve with global coordination. We saw it during COVID. We see it in food-related topics, energy-related topics, and of course, very importantly, nuclear security. And what we also see is, and that's maybe a good opportunity, that we exchange a lot of highly educated people between our continents. And you see that in Asian countries, of course, there is more focus on technology in education, in high schools, even in primary schools. So as EU, we also need to make sure that we keep the brains with us as well, and that we, because this is actually our only resource, so there we need to have a very proper collaboration between our two regions, because we're both very strong in that. And then, of course, the topic of the compatibility of technology between our continents, the access to internet and to open information. And maybe a small thing that I wanted to touch about was something that was discussed yesterday, and that was the topic of degrowth. I think that's quite a bit of nonsense, to be honest. Competition is real, also between our continents. We need to collaborate a lot together, but we still have our own economies. And if you see that we are in Europe going to implement this degrowth, certainly BRICS countries, but a lot of other countries as well, will fill in that gap. So we need this growth for investments, for competition, and for the strive of innovation. Of course, this doesn't mean that we just need to go with growth as we do now. We need to have proper redistribution mechanisms like we have in Europe, and we need to implement this on a global scale. It's by far not perfect, obviously not, but we need to think about this. And you also need to have a focus on non-corporation based development cooperation, and included with that anti-fraud mechanisms. So what does our focus for the future need to be? Actually real growth and real added value between our continents. So we need to foster this technological innovation in many sectors, and we need to step away from this concept of GDP and GDP growth and the nominal economic growth towards more sort of well-being index, and that can enhance our trade a lot, and that will also it's our pursuit for a better quality of life in general.
Yes, thank you very much. Any tap on that? Any thoughts from Professor Medell, Mr. Roy, or maybe even from the audience? Yes, we've got someone. I've actually got a few from the audience, but first got the mic. Please stand up.
Hello, this is Glotat Paibunukunkit. So I'm a participant from Thailand. I have a really interesting proposition that I want to understand more about. How is the infrastructure that we can foster together in terms of open innovation ecosystem that is such a very important thing to driving those research and also entrepreneurship and the develop in such a case. So how are you looking for to foster the relationship between like in Asia and Europe for like open innovation infrastructure?
Is your question addressed to someone specific, or is it an open floor question? Open floor question. Okay, then please feel free.
Well, I'm not an expert on open innovation,
And afterwards, Professor Mandel.
but well, cooperation on open innovation might start by having an open innovation ecosystem or framework in each one of the countries that want to get engaged in this cooperation, which is not always the case. And even in the most developed economies, open science and particularly open innovation are still not as developed as many of us would wish. And in general terms, many Asian countries do not have a very keen view of open science, despite having quite an innovative ecosystem. But well, that was my 5 cents, and I'm not sure how we could like branch this into the science diplomacy conversation in terms of cooperation between regions. I don't know if our fellow speakers could add on this.
Thank you. I think Professor Medell, you also wanted to? Yes.
Yeah, I'm very happy to add to that. I mean, I think one of the things I learned when I worked in UK government and that I'm now using in the European Space Agency is every country is different. Every country has its strengths, it has its capabilities, and it has its gaps that it might like to improve in. And I think that's what I'm learning, managing the expectations and ambitions of 22 member states, all of whom pay into the European Space Agency. I'm just in the process of touring each of those 22 countries, meeting their scientists, meeting their funding agencies, meeting their governments to try to understand where they are, where they would like to be. And I think that the reception I've had has been very open. And again, I've done this internationally. I know, countries like Thailand very well. And I think having that clear view of your sovereign capability, understanding what's important to your society and where you're trying to get to, will then help you to engage with other countries. It might be like-minded countries, it might be countries that have capabilities that you don't have. And I think, the open science agenda is something that has been very much a strong lead from the UK and Europe more generally. How we serve that science also matters. So some of the data that we have from our satellites in astrophysics are incredibly complex. It doesn't help if I just put raw data on a website and say it's open for all. So we actually add value to that. We work with our university partners. We work across our agency to make sure that we can serve data products, we can serve tools, we can serve digital platforms that the public, including our member states who pay for this to start with, but globally, scientists and citizens can then mine those data and start to do new things with them. I had a young woman who worked in my research group in academia who was studying some of the most energetic explosions in the universe. And she was very fortunate to win an archive fellowship at the European Space Agency before I was a member of the European Space Agency. And she took data from a mission that has long since been decommissioned that was studying the dying embers of the birth of the universe. And she came with some really new machine learning tools, some artificial intelligence tools, and she realized that she could mine these data to look for metal asteroids, which ultimately might be something that companies in the future will want to fly out to mine for precious metals, for example, and may tackle climate change. And so it's that next generation, I think Maxime made this point as well, that actually circulation of bright young people with bright ideas. You live and you work in a different culture. I lived in the United States when I was a scientist. I learned to work in a very different science system. I'm now living in Spain. And so you move and you work in different cultures and you bring those back to either your home country or onto another country. And I think that's a hidden aspect of openness, that you bring that new thinking. But you're right that I think critical national infrastructures are important, and I see huge ambition around the world in terms of joining the global space community, because that again is a new frontier, how we use space to the benefit of our societies and how we inspire the next generation to think far beyond anything that we can imagine scientifically, technologically at the moment.
Thank you very much. Before we go, I think we had a few more questions from the audience. Yes, a few more. Just before going to one of your questions, unfortunately, I don't think we can take all of them because we have a bit of a time limitation. And there is still another topic we also want to talk about more, since it's really relevant to our discussion here as in Society 5.0. I want to mention that I've seen your questions in the Mentimeter. There are 2 more questions I would like to mention later on because they fit better into the next big discussion topic, so please don't feel forgotten. I will get back to you, but first let's give someone else from the audience the chance to ask the question. It's quite hard to see from here. Everything is really bright, so we leave it up to you. Yeah, just over there, maybe in the back, we had someone, yes? Yes, you already had the mic. Yeah.
Hi, sorry.
Yeah.
It's more of a clarification than a question, because we have had a few discussions on degrowth yesterday already, and was mentioned on the panel again. And I just wanted to clarify that justice feminism is not about like putting women first and bashing on men, but rather about like questioning current systems of power and questioning the patriarchy. Degrowth is not about shrinking. It's about questioning where the money goes and what kind of growth we want and whether we would want more prosperity rather than just growth for growth's sake.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to comment on that, or do you have to go to, yes?
No, I just wanted to say that the audio is really bad from the stage.
Okay.
So maybe it would be good, I don't know how it is online, maybe after each question if we could like summarize it from here or something.
Okay, so it's quite hard to hear the questions, right? Okay, let's try one more from the audience. Maybe try to have it really close to your mouth, so and speak really slowly and articulate, and make it easy to understand. Unfortunately, the audio is a bit bad here now.
Okay, I will try to speak slowly. My name is Rembert. I'm also from Belgium. And I have a background in education. And my question is a bit outside of the box. I think we can only acknowledge that the West also has been very successful at exporting Western ways of education to the world, and forgetting also how traditional ways of thinking were transferred from generation to generation. In the 20th century, there's been a massive loss of indigenous knowledge on how to have more respect for the land and for the environment in which we live. For example, just in 2019, 2020, Australia has witnessed a very severe fire outbreak, and if you look at how Aboriginals live with respect to their land, we can learn a lot of fire management, for example. So the question is, have we still forgotten that there is a lot of knowledge on how to live more in harmony with the environment? Can we connect this knowledge with the science world? And can the diplomats be also a bridging figure to connect these types of knowledge?
Yes, thank you. Was it all right audio-wise? Was it good to understand? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah, who wants to take take on this?
Well, maybe the last thing first. I will end with an answer to your question in my final remarks on the Society 5.0. So.
Well, I would just add, now we are designing a group of trainings for Latin American and Caribbean diplomats for the Association of the Regional Academic Schools there. And many of the case studies that we are designing are actually on indigenous knowledge and how diplomats that oftentimes don't come from these indigenous communities, from all these governments, get acquainted and familiar with this, and this is considered, and we have some best practices in Brazil, but also in Bolivia, with preserving indigenous knowledge and using it as a tool also for improving relationships with, because sometimes also we have indigenous communities living in between two borders of nation states, and how this can be leveraged as well. And for the gender question, I didn't get it.
The general question of the delegate right now, or
the first one.
The first one.
I understood it was about gender.
It
was a request to read up on degrowth as a concept.
Okay.
Clarify what it is, because it's not about stagnation or shrinking the economy. It's about opening up the discussion. What kind of growth do you want? What is prosperity to us, and how do you measure that? And then, because we have been discussing this yesterday, and I feel like there's just a misconception about what it means.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was actually easier to hear without the mic.
Yes, I think so too. It was easier to hear, but I'm not quite sure if Professor Mundell can hear it then, or if it's linked to her mic. I think, yeah, because you have to use the mic so Professor Mundell can hear it in her Zoom call. But yeah, we also have a few more questions for the next part online, which I can read out then. Maybe it's easier to understand for our panelists. Looking at the time also, I think it would be of interest now to circle a little bit back to one of our main topics here, the Society 5.0, and how technology, let's not say transfer again, exchange in science diplomacy, can contribute to ensuring that these benefits, or these for all benefits of Society 5.0 are shared equitably among all nations and communities, and addressing issues such as digital divide and global inequality, and what one of our delegates have asked here on the Mentimeter, for example, in Indonesia, it was Andrew from Indonesia who said that scientists are still facing basic needs problem like low salaries and no professional development. And if there is an international framework, like how can science diplomacy help mandate better quality life academia in a Society 5.0, for example? So either you can already take on this question, or just generally on your take on how science diplomacy, technology exchange can help build a more equitable society in the future. Yeah, maybe.
Well, actually, my answer to this Society 5.0 includes everything going from the degrowth to the respect for our cultural heritage as well. So, of course, technology becomes core to our human experience, but we need to make sure that it's still inclusive, that we have a multi-speed approach to that, because of course there are countries and people that lag behind a bit. We have different age groups as well, and this also needs a proper and tailor-made communication. So innovation always needs to be with a purpose. And for this we need actually the responsibility of all of us, and we need proper legislation for that, and all the rest is actually utopic. Dreaming is necessary, of course, on this, but we need to act with proper legislation before it's too late, and there is where these tech diplomats have a huge and multidisciplinary role to take. For example, again with this AI that creates challenges. And with that, this tech transfer also leads to job loss. Not everyone can be re-educated, not everyone has the opportunities to be technically skilled. So tech diplomats also need to think a bit broader, and for example, they need to think about the tax shift from tax on labor to tax on production. Of course, when we have more trade, these things will be absolutely necessary. to think about, and tech diplomats have to negotiate this. Of course, this also comes with solving the issue of tax havens, and so this is a big topic. I also don't have a clear answer to that, otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here. But it's something definitely to think about. Also, once again, in the light of degrowth, that we need to focus, to be clear, on creating significant growth, not as in, wowzers, this is big, but more as in broad growth, inclusive growth, sustainable growth, and growth which is real and tangible. So not what we are used to in stock exchange growth, but really a tangible value for human beings, and certainly in lower and middle income countries who have, of course, this digital divide. So we always have these tax benefits that we give to companies and so on. Maybe we need to shift this idea on these tax benefits more on the basis how they stimulate this new approach on technology. And I guess these companies need to create a more meaningful relationship with the people and the civil society. Also, we need to make sure that we work with trustworthy technology that is tailor-made for every organization. For example, it's not just technology as nice to have. We see in Swedish schools that they step away again from using all these smart boards and smart technology and go back again to just school books, because we see that we are not incorporating everything and every aspect into this very rapid approach. And it will need a shift from all of us, and it will require an additional responsibility for all of us. But this also means that we need to set limits to these technological, very fast innovations. It is definitely not self-regulating, and still the companies who provide it are profit-based companies, so we need to regulate this. And I can imagine for young people, for youngsters, how hard it is to deal with all this information and to fact-check all these things. And it's of course similar for elderly people with a digital gap. So you need to really be increasingly agile in your thinking and need to be ready for change over and over and over again. And this brings me to my very last point, to answer to the question of this gentleman about the cultural identity. All these things also gives us a sort of eager to things that we can hold on to. And there is where this cultural and technological diplomacy come together. So it's really a question on how can we preserve cultural uniqueness when mostly Western, but now also Asian tech companies basically rule the world. And for me, it's also important that I will be able to show my kids the real world, how we cope with traditions, how we solve things in our own way, in our own cultural uniqueness, how we deal with languages, because also languages are very much impacted by this broad technological languages are being taken over by that. So the respect for your mother languages is very important. Also, you even see it in our architecture, how everything becomes a little bit more similar and uniqueness is going away. So, of course, in this topic we will have a clash between conservatives and progressives, but I think the balance is somewhere in the middle. There needs to be a culturally balanced society that copes with these new tech challenges. And of course, everyone in the world wants to have progress, everyone wants to have the best life. So it will be very much difficult. So the last question I want to pose is a very open question. With all the uncertainties that the tech transfer brings us, will we automatically hold on to our cultural identity or not? It's an open question. I really, really hope so.
Thank you. Any takes on also maybe on this open question? Or yes, Professor Mandel, please.
Thank you. I'd like to wrap a number of the comments and questions from our audience together. I mean, first of all, touching on the indigenous knowledge, I think there's a real understanding that in the West, with our technological advancements, we've disconnected from nature. And I'd really recommend the audience read a really interesting report called The Economics of Biodiversity, or short for the Dasgupta Review. And this was a review that was written by Professor Sapatha Dasgupta a few years ago. I can share the link afterwards with the organisers. And it really talks about these boundaries. You know, why should we ask for example, Brazil to safeguard its rainforests, and we use the common phrase of the lungs of the world. And rightly, the Brazilian government say, well, why should we? We want to cut our trees down and log them and burn the forests for other reasons. And so that report actually comes up with a very new economic framework. And so it might be a very different way of thinking about our biosphere. We have no planet B. This is our life support system when we're an organism on this planet. The description I've heard from biologists is that we mine raw materials, we process them, we create waste, and then we live in our own waste, which is a very graphic way of thinking about what humans are doing to the planet. And our astronauts, when they fly above the Earth and they look back, they come back and tell us how incredibly beautiful this planet is and how we need to safeguard it because there isn't one nearby that we can move to. So that Desktop report is very interesting because it may speak to economists, it puts a science framework into the economics, it puts an economic framework into the science, and really helps us to think about how we need to safeguard our planet. And I think for me, technology is a tool, it's a major tool that, you know, sometimes my teams are inventing technology that doesn't exist yet because we want to go and look for life in other parts of the universe, for example. But for me, technology is a tool, it's a means to an end, it's not an end in itself. And I think that's also really important to mention. I mean, Maxime, you touched on this a bit, that it's not technology for technology's sake, it should do good, it should have a purpose. That then takes you to, you know, value-led leadership, which I think all of you in the audience there are thinking about. What values, whose values, and, you know, do they clash with other people's objectives? I love Maxime's idea of a well-being index. As an academic, I did some work in an interdisciplinary team, and particularly we worked with young children in different countries around the world. And it was incredibly eye-opening to listen to what their ambitions were for the future. The young child who was in a country where her mother used to bathe in the local streams, and she wrote this very poignant story about how her streams are black and the air burns her lungs. So I think, you know, clean air, clean water, shelter, food are some real fundamentals. It doesn't matter how advanced our technologies become. If we don't have those, then the quality of our life, our ability to live on this planet becomes impossible. And so I think we have, in, you know, the generation sitting there in the audience, the experience we have on the panel, you know, we have the choice to destroy our planet or to not destroy our planet. We have the choice to be equitable in our development. And I think it's great that you're having these conversations about leadership and society 5.0 because we can choose to do better. I'm now working with teams in terms of how we work on the moon, how we go to Mars. And again, we're having these questions about how we safeguard our interplanetary environment and do better than past generations have done on this planet.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Well, I would just add that frameworks like the concept of Society 5.0, or we also hear sometimes technology humanism, where we try to put citizens and people at the center of tech development, smart cities, and so on. We have also other frameworks like planetary health or planetary well-being that tries to intersect with natural ecosystems, human health, animals, as well as the progress of society. Even the SDGs themselves, the 17 goals and all the targets, those are, at the end of the day, frameworks to make sure that economic progress goes hand by hand with social progress, with a more equitable and just future. And obviously, as any social construct, they are constructs, frameworks, but I think that the vision they imply is what help us to get somewhere. Probably we are not attaining all these goals that we set up in all these frameworks or strategies, but it's setting us in the right direction. And I would say that, I mean, I know that you all have different backgrounds, but many of you come from social sciences or international relations backgrounds. Most of you, maybe all of you, are going to end up working either by an international organization, a government, an NGO, or a company in science and technology diplomacy, because you're going to be working with public policy, how scientific or knowledge-based policies can be implemented, what's the role of different stakeholders in this, how new technologies are going to support the implementation of those policies or achieving the goals that these policies have set. So I would encourage all of you to get more and more acquainted and familiar with the concept of science and technology diplomacy, because it's not something just for diplomats. It's not something that scientists at the lab are going to be doing. It's something that at the end is very transversal and necessary for many of the topics we have been discussing during the sessions during these days.
Yes, thank you. Some impactful words I hope we'll also keep in mind. I think the best is, because we really have bad audio, is you put your questions into the Mentimeter. I'm right now asking another question from the Mentimeter, and I will try to get to that and then just ask the question, because we have really bad audio and it's quite hard to understand, right? And there is one question that has been in the Mentimeter for quite some time, and I want to ask it now because it really fits. It's about more technology, but also this human rights aspect and indigenous people, because Amanda from Malaysia was asking what is being done in the sphere of science diplomacy regarding the rights to data sovereignty for indigenous people to decide how their data can be used. So is there an answer to that? And if yes, what kind of answer? If it's no, what is the problem, or what is the... How can we address, or how can this be addressed, especially in Society 5.0? Do you have one of the panelists who wants to elaborate on this question? Maybe more generally on data sovereignty, how can we keep our data safe in Society 5.0 than maybe in the realms of science diplomacy?
Sandra, I wonder if I could take data generally. I think for me in society, the good rule about data cleanliness and security is purpose. Why are you gathering the data? Who's gathering it? What it will be processed, what its purpose is, and how, in particular, if it's personal data, do you ensure that it is correct? And I think this is one of the concerns, that if we process data about people, and we start to identify individuals, because you can do this without having the personal data to start with. It actually becomes very easy with mass data sets to start to intersect and cross-correlate those and find individuals. And then you might infer characteristics about those individuals, and then that might cause some decisions to happen. So again, it's one of regulatory frameworks. Governments may make decisions about a citizen and take action on that citizen. If the data are incorrect, then that can bring some injustices. I think, again, in science, one of the important things is the scientific method. You have a hypothesis, you design an experiment, you gather the data from that experiment, and you go back and retest against your hypothesis. So there's something about quality checking. And there are, a number of leading scientists like Timothy Gebru, who speaks very eloquently about the importance of having that integrity within data streams and data systems, but also having the value of citizen health, if you like. I'm putting words in her mouth, of course, I'm paraphrasing, but the integrity of how you process that and what you do with it, and who is owning that ultimately. I think we know that big commercial entities see huge amounts of value in the data, but as citizens, we spew data about ourselves without us knowing it. Our phones track us, you can see where we are around the world. Everything we do creates data about ourselves. So I think there's something about us individually is thinking about, where do the boundaries of self sit? Where is the boundaries of society? What are we happy to share? Different cultures have different attitudes towards personal data. And then the wider environment, for me, I have data about the universe, we have data about our planet, and it's very much about helping people to use that. That's data we do want to make publicly available, because data, helps to drive information. Information creates knowledge. Knowledge creates insight. And ultimately, when you get insight, we hope that will drive positive action. So I think it's the whole design of the ecosystem and how we safeguard that in the future, when the use and usefulness of those data may change, and questions that we might want to ask in the future have not actually been asked at the beginning when we designed the data systems. I hope that kind of addresses some of the.
Yes, thank you. Has your question been somewhat answered, Amanda?
I want to put some context to what kind of data I'm talking about.
Okay, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that without the microphone.
I will briefly summarize it for you. I will briefly summarize it for you after I've got it from the audience. Yeah.
So I'm asking more on indigenous knowledge when it comes to pharmaceutical use or cosmetics.
I will try to speak slowly.
So it's what we've talked about before, a little bit more about the indigenous knowledge and keeping knowledge from the past.
One of the benefits of technology is access to knowledge sharing. Yeah. And coming from an indigenous tribe myself, from Borneo, Malaysia, and I'm sure it's a sentiment that is shared similarly amongst other indigenous people globally, is that our ancestral knowledge, specifically regarding use of medicinal plants in healthcare and cosmetics, are under patent threat. from mainstream society, largely researchers and bio-prospectors, they appropriate indigenous knowledge for commercial gain for themselves. While I understand we all have our part in sharing our knowledge for the betterment of society, but I also know that rarely are the indigenous knowledge acknowledged in the science sphere, our contribution to it. So I'm just asking, what is being done in the sphere of science diplomacy regarding our data sovereignty on how we can decide ourselves how it's interpreted and used? That's the context. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand your question more now. I'm sorry, my answer was very general. I don't work in the biological side, and I think you raise a really important point there. I think, with digital technology, you have the opportunity to have that indigenous knowledge brought more to the fore and made public. I think visibility is very important. Theft happens in dark corners. And I think also from the perspective of astrophysics, I guess the closest my community has come to this is really about sensitive or insensitive use and exploitation of indigenous land, particularly when we need to put telescopes on the top of mountains. And you'll be aware of the controversy within the US community about a large telescope that was being planned for the top of one of the Hawaiian mountains. And I think there was a lot of learning that happened in the science community, really very poorly choice language, but we have the science to do, we have to do this for the good of humanity, but not at the expense of the communities who would host that. So I think there's been quite a lot of learning in our community about that, and I think that probably would be the closest I have in my perspective.
Okay, thank you very much. Also, thank you for giving a bit more context to the question. We are quite running out of time, or not running out of time, it's just coming to the closure of our session. We only have a few more minutes left. There are still some more really interesting questions. I also invite everyone to, I think our speakers, unfortunately Professor Mandel will not be during the coffee break, but maybe she's open to share her contact information for especially the ones who are working on the space challenge later on, to maybe ask some more in-depth questions in person, and all the others might ask or talk with our panelists during the coffee break. Before heading to this coffee break, everybody visualize maybe a bit more of a coffee. I would like to get to the final question from Alden Queer from Spain about the possible regulation of the usage of AI, especially since a lot of computers can run AI models, and there are different legislation by state, and there's no homogeneity in this. So maybe your take on possible regulations on this, and then maybe also finish up with a few finishing thoughts, either from this panel, what you've also learned from the panelists, from our delegates, or just generally a message you want to give our panelists. We really don't have much time left. Please, during the break, we've got time. Or is this your question? It's your question. Do you want to also give a bit more context to the question? Okay, yes. Then let's try to give a bit more context. Please keep it brief.
So it looks like I had to write it like in 200 characters, and like it's hard to explain. So what I mean by my question is, usually we discuss like about legislating on AI. So we say we're going to do like an European law on AI, right? But so my point is, even if we do like an European law on AI, there's not like the GDPR, for example. Like GDPR is, I regulate what I do with my data, but the problem with AI is like, for example, someone in Russia can create lots of fake news, and if we don't have legislation that applies to Russia, then how are we going to have the effects of our proposed legislation? So we, for example, propose something here in Europe, and we intend that this protects us, but if someone can do like illegal stuff in Russia that affects us, is it really like a viable idea to actually intend to regulate on AI? Because we're always going to have like different legislations in countries, and honestly I think it's very hard, but I'd really love to get your views on that. Mm-hmm. I hope that gives more context.
Yes, thank you, and also thank you for keeping it brief. So, yes, please.
Well, it's actually a very interesting question. Of course, you cannot stop the influx of this fake news and this augmented and artificial intelligence and reality and deep fake videos, obviously. The only thing you can do is try to oblige the social media platforms to create their own AI system that is strong enough to detect it. I don't see any other real solution for this topic, and the European Commission did quite a good proposal already. But this is one of the most hot topics now, and if someone would have a clear answer to that, we would have been free of these deep fakes already quite a while ago. But it's extremely difficult.
Yeah, we just quickly add that one of the good things about the bureaucracy of the EU that we often complain about is that being the EU such a major trade bloc, it can impose or suggest others to follow the same regulation if they want to do trading with the EU. That's what happened with GDPR, which was mainly a EU regulation that other big companies that were not European, they were mostly US-based, but later on maybe Chinese, had to comply with plenty of GDPR regulation in order to keep having their operations in Europe and dealing with our data. And then many other countries just implemented similar laws to the GDPR one. And with the EU AI Act that was just approved a few weeks ago, I think we're going towards the same direction. Actually, in the State of the Union speech of Commissioner von der Leyen, President von der Leyen was actually saying that she would like to extend the regulation of artificial intelligence beyond the EU, because as you were pointing out, it's useless that just a few countries regulate it if others are not following, because the challenge and internet is global. But I think that we have two different aspects. One is when it comes to data sovereignty and the privacy of citizens, and the other one, which directly we are talking about cybersecurity, which is like it goes into another realm of governance and security issues.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe a small thing to add to that. Also, with all these new legislations, it also needs to be still workable for the good aspects of it. And you even see with GDPR that some simple tasks, like where I work in the Ministry of Social Security, sometimes we need to help people who are not always very knowledgeable about the different things, cannot always provide the right information. It's very, very difficult to work with that. So, of course, the new legislation is necessary, but we need to have a good balance between the good and the bad ones.
Yes, Professor Mandel.
And I think I would add that it's something actually much more fundamental than just the nature of the regulation, because sometimes we see unintended consequences. You put regulation in place and your method of evaluation and scrutiny then becomes too narrow and things fall outside of that. So I think it's about continuous learning, about making sure that excluded minorities are not inequitably impacted. And as you say, you constantly iterate to mitigate the bad and to improve the good, but from everybody's perspective. So I think it's a wide range of stakeholders, making sure that the assessment methods of impact are also scrutinized, and making sure that the legislation is fit for purpose in a technology that is still very much emerging and disruptive.
Yes, thank you. So adding on that, and maybe as some final statements, some final thoughts, I would like to ask our panelists to summarize, hopefully in one sentence, what they then think is the role of science diplomacy in the Society 5.0, exactly that panel name. What is the role going to be? What is the most important role of science diplomacy coming up? If they can. I think they can.
Make sure that we have a good balance between incorporating global technologies that are needed for our global growth and our global challenges that cannot be solved on a local or national basis, and make sure that we protect the uniqueness of every country, every society, every language, and and that we make sure that the future of the next generations is equalized on social topics and on topics that implements their education, but that we still have enough space for unique societies.
Thank you.
Well, I would just add that neither science and technology diplomacy are a magic stick that are going to solve all our global challenges, wars, or whatever. nor concepts like Society 5.0 are 100% applicable to real life. As I was saying earlier, I think that they are frameworks that set us to the right direction. So I would say that using science and technology as a tool for global understanding and building these more equitable societies is the way to go. And I would like to reiterate the idea that most of you are gonna be working in science and technology diplomacy, even if you are not calling it this way. Maybe you're already doing it, and I really encourage you to keep learning about this, because it's essential for many of the tasks that you're going to be leading in the future.
And the pleasures of the last words, last statement for Professor Mandel. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. I think for me, it's about relationships, trust, learning, and understanding. And through all of the roles I've had, every engagement I do, and including today, so thank you to all of my panelists, to Sandra and to the audience in particular, I've taken some new learning away from this interaction. And that for me was the high point of my job in the Foreign Ministry, is one of the real pleasures of working in the European Space Agency, that however bad the news of the day appears to be, however challenging some of these issues are that we're tackling, when we start to speak to one another, we can find a shared understanding and find better solutions together. So trust and solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all the panelists for this really, really insightful discussion, insights into the topic. And without further ado, I want to give the mic to Freya, who's probably going to announce our next program points.
Yes, thank you, Sandra. Thank you to all our panelists. I think a big round of applause. And to Sandra herself for moderating this session. So lovely, so wonderfully. Thank you all so much. Okay, we're going to go for a quick coffee break. It's in the same place as earlier. Let's come back for 4:25, please, so that we can start promptly for our final session. Thank you all so much. Thank you to our wonderful panelists once again. Thank you.
How do I turn this off?
Okay, everyone. I ask you to settle down, please. You know, lots of excitement now that you've all had coffee. Shh. Thank you so much. And welcome back for our final panel discussion roundtable today. I am so excited for this last session. Well, of course, there's lots more content over the next couple of days, but the last content session today, we have 3 lovely speakers for you, and we are so excited to hear what they have to say and hear what they have to share with you. So on this session, the roundtable on Citizen 5.0, so we've talked a lot of the last couple of days about Society 5.0, but what does that mean to be a citizen in that society? We have Mr. Antonio Bonet Madruga, we have Mr. Roman Alvarez Rodriguez, and we have Ms. Miriam Gonzalez Durantes. And we have Piran, who's our ASEFYLS5 navigator, who will be moderating this session. So if I can invite our speakers and moderator to come to the stage, and you can give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Okay, better. Welcome to the Roundtable on Citizen 5.0. I know the last session for the day can be tiring, but I guarantee you, you wouldn't want to miss this one. So stay engaged with me, okay? In this session, we are going to reflect on Citizen 5.0 from different perspectives. We're going to reflect from the perspective of the importance of the human factors in encouraging the sense of belonging. We are going to reflect from the perspective of promoting the involvement of young people in shaping public policies and solving problems. We are also going to reflect on the relevance in improving the intercultural competence and social commitments as an element in an interconnected market. And joining us in this very long, very in-depth 1.5-hour session in this reflections will be 3 amazing and wonderful speakers with amazing experience. But before I introduce them, just a little bit briefly about myself. My name is Piran. I'm from Cambodia. I'm going to pursue my master's degree in development studies in the London School of Economics in the coming weeks. But prior to that, I was working with the Ministry of Economy and Finance in Cambodia. I did several research, mainly touch upon the topic of social protection, climate change, climate adaptation and mitigation, as well as digital economy and society. Now, just to get to know our speakers a little bit better, allow me to introduce an amazing speakers on my right, on my left, Ms. Miriam Gonzalez Durantes. She holds a law degree and also a master's degree in European Studies from the College of Europe. She is a lawyer specializing in international trade. She is also the founder and president of Inspiring Girls, a global charity dedicated to raising the inspirations of young girls around the world by connecting school-age girls with women role models. She is also the founder of España Major. Sorry for my pronunciation, but I try my best. A nonprofit seeking to respond to Spain challenges. And to my right, we have Mr. Antonio Bonet. He's the president of Exporters and Investors Club of Spain, as well as the vice president of the European Federation of Trading House Associations. He has an MA in Business Administration and an MS in Economics and Finance from MIT. He is the founder and CEO of ACE International Consultants, which has implementing projects in more than 150 countries and won more than 900 international tenders. Additionally, he has experience working with various positions in Ministry of Economy in Spain. And to my furthest right, we have Dr. Roman Alvarez Rodriguez. He was the professor of English Studies at the University of Salamanca, former dean of the faculties of philology, and he was the head of the English department, the directors of British Council Centers in Salamanca. For many years, he has collaborated with different Spanish quality assurance agencies in higher education. Currently, he is acting as the Vice President of Alumni of University of Salamanca. So before we start, can I have a big round of applause for our speakers? We are going to have a lot of reflections, but just to set down some rules for this session, I would hope to have a conversational kind of approach with our speakers and with our participants. So in the Mentimeters, you can post your question, but while I'm asking questions to our speakers, there are questions that also the participant can reflect as well and write them down in the Mentimeters, because you all are as well citizens in 5.0. Just to start with setting the context and the scene so that we know what kind of pictures of Society 5.0 and what kind of pictures Citizen 5.0 is from the perspective of our speakers. So maybe I can start with my left. And again, remember, the participant also have to reflect some of the question, and this one is one that you can reflect with. We'll start with setting the scene on the question of a definition of Society 5.0, but more importantly, what does it mean to be citizen in 5.0? How is it different from being a citizen in Society 4.0 or 3.0?
To me, Society 5.0 is a society where we have fully integrated the physical and the virtual. And it is a society full of possibilities. I look at that society where I think that we are just stepping into it, but I see it as something that no doubt there are challenges and there are some threats and there are things that we need to sort out, but primarily I see it as a moment of great possibility. And therefore that is the way in which I look at what a citizen of that society is. To me, from the moment that you have the possibility, you have a certain responsibility. So if it's a society with many more possibilities, it's a society where we all have much more responsibility as individuals to get the society where we want it to be. I tend to look at it like, if I, at an individual level, we have gone basically from the different revolutions and the different steps of society in the direction of giving more power to the individual. We will have, when the Society 5.0 is fully there, we will have much more power as individuals and many more tools than we have today. It is like if to each of us, on our birthday, suddenly we have this massive present of lots of different tools that we never even imagined that we would be able to have, and we will have that at our disposal. So therefore, for me at the citizen level, Society 5.0 is a society where every single citizen assumes the responsibility to bring the society where we want it to be rather than delegating it very often, as we are doing now, to suprapower structures.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miriam. I love how you talk about possibility, but not neglecting responsibility, which many of us tend to forget. And we'll come back to the question of responsibility later. And now, to my right, Mr. Antonio, can you share with us your thoughts about Citizen 5.0? What is the meaning of citizen in the Society 5.0?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to be here. It's a pleasure. I think it's a very interesting summit that you're having here, and it's really a pleasure, no, to be here. No? You asked me about what do I think about Society 5.0. Miriam said before, she mentioned two elements, technology and then persons. No? Technology. I don't think, for me, it's I don't like to classify and make boxes, no? Which is citizen or society 3.0, then 4.0, then 5.0, because things evolve. No? The things that remain and things that change. Let me give you an example, no? A real-life example. In my company, we did advice to governments, many governments all over the world, on designing policies, public policies, implementing and evaluating public policies. Now, how did we do it? In the 90s, we used something called a fax. I don't know if you know what it is. Some of us, I mean, the older ones, we do know what's a fax. No? But it was physical presence and it was paper, typed paper. We submitted reports in paper. Then, at the beginning of this century, end of last century, we started using email, so technology changed. We were able to communicate much faster. We were able to organize things, to send reports much faster. But there was also a need for physical presence. Now, what are we doing in this century, in the decade of the 1910s and nowadays? We are still using email. We're using the cloud. We are sending proposals, sending reports using electronic means. We are delivering training via Zoom or Teams. So technology changes. What doesn't change, and what's most important of all, is trust. Unless you trust somebody, and unless someone trusts you, it's very difficult, really difficult to cooperate and to go one step beyond. And to trust someone, in our experience, you need to see the person. You need to feel, you need to smell, you need to see how he eats or what does he like. That builds trust, because you find things that you understand, that you can imagine how they can behave in the future. So it's essential, regardless of the technology. And the main challenge that we see in this society 5.0, or for citizens 5.0, is how are you going with so much technology? How are you going to build trust among your peers, among people with whom you have to work with, among your clients, among your suppliers, among the people that rule our countries? That is the point. That is the main issue.
Thank you so much. Now, may I have Dr. Roman to share his perspective? Yes.
Okay, let me express how grateful I am also for the invitation, and I'm very happy to share this roundtable with such people, interesting people, and I hope that good friends in the future. I'm sure this is going to be a great success, and once again, on behalf of the University of Salamanca, I welcome you, and I'm sure you are learning a lot, and you will be having good memories of this presence in Salamanca during these days. Well, the name of the roundtable is Citizen 5.0. And, well, we may ask ourselves what a citizen is. That was my first question when I was invited to participate in this. The first idea that comes to our head is, well, somebody living in a city, an inhabitant of a particular town, a particular city, a person also who is granted full rights and responsibilities as a member of a political community. I believe that you, young people, both in Asia and Europe, belong to what we may call a transition generation. And the terms 5.0 will apply to you, perhaps more than to us, which belong, at least I belong to a different generation. A society like this implies many transformations, digital transformations, implies assuming the role of technologies, self-confidence, big data, artificial intelligence, and all their threats as well. Implies multiculturalism, and I'm sure you are very well aware of this. In my view, it implies also to tackle with people getting older and older, which means investments in healthcare, housing for young people, and many more things that no doubt will be brought about during this roundtable.
Thank you so much. Just to recap quickly, I'm getting a very good insight from Mr. Antonio, sorry, my pronunciation, especially on the topic of trust. I will come to you on this question in a bit, but first I want to pose the question on trust to actually Dr. Ramans, because he is acting as the Vice President of Alumni Salamanca at the moment. So perhaps you can share with us a little bit more on how trust building can be done within the student alumni, or the student itself, or the alumni network itself. Because I understand with rapid change in technology and with the missing touch and communication, especially during COVID-19, where students were doing their school online, those elements of human touch and trust and feeling of isolation has been very strong negative impact on their health, on their studies. So how are all of these challenges has been addressed within the student, within the network of the alumni itself?
I think that there is a big problem of acoustics in this room.
Oh, really? Sorry. I'll repeat the question. I was wondering about how trust and the sense of isolation, trust building among students and the alumni of Salamanca, and addressing the issues of sense of isolation among the student and alumni network in the context of rapid change of technology, how that has been addressing within the University of Salamanca and especially the alumni network you're leading. Yeah.
I can only talk about the small field in which I'm working and the people I meet every day, young students in Salamanca. Their aims, their preoccupations, housing, how to access to the work, jobs ladder, how to improve their studies, how to find a job after that. That is, Salamanca, you'll probably know that is a very small city, but full of students, 100,000 people altogether, 30,000 students, which provides a specific atmosphere of young people, safe city, comfortable, good university, and so on. And there is I think the problem we may face from this point of view is social isolation, especially not only older people, because now we are having some programs to share housing, retired people, old people, and young students. And this is a very good experience from which all of you, could learn in your different countries or cities. This is one of, I think it is one of the most successful programs because in these terms, we try to put together the problems of the young people, the future leaders, and the problems of those who had been working and giving us their money, their experience, everything.
Thank you. That's actually a unique program that we can actually learn from, and we definitely encourage our participants to dive further into this program itself and having mixed housing and accommodation. Now, on the question of trust again, back to Mr. Antonio. Coming from a private sector, I don't know about your perspective yet, but I can get a general sense from the participants so far that they do not like private sector as much. Maybe just my personal opinion, but I have a question. Maybe more on your reflective on the comments that I have with one of my friends. So my friend mentioned the advancement in technology is driven by a small group of people, usually an elite group in the private sectors. And while the rest of the population actually has to race among themselves to upgrade their skills or risk being obsolete in the job market. I wonder what your reaction to this comment would be like.
Well, first of all, I have to say that there's something in the question that I didn't like. We want debate, no? So,
yeah. A conversational kind of thing.
What is it that, now, you've mentioned that some people in the private sector that may be monopolizing. Now, when I hear that, I immediately have the feeling that private sector is not good because they, to some extent, I mean, there's people that are profiteering, that they're monopolizing, and this is not the reality. Of course, there are exceptions, but private sector is what has driven the growth and the world to where we are. Because that means that private sector gives people the possibility to put their ideas, their initiatives into practice. Now, having said that, I truly agree, I fully agree with you that the advances in technology, I mean, they are being profited by very few. There's a case now, you all know about it, legal proceedings in the United States against Google for monopolizing. We all know what's happening with TikTok, with Meta, with Facebook, I think with all the companies, no, and the programs, no, that we know about. And even if you don't, I mean, whenever I search in the web or wherever, they ask me, everybody, if I want to permit that they track or they do things, no? Which I always say no. However, if I'm looking for a hotel in Portugal to go for a weekend, why is it that without my consent I start receiving propaganda about restaurants in Oporto, in Portugal? I don't know. Why? Probably because there are some algorithms, which I don't know what even they are, but there are, that they are trying they know what I'm looking for, they try to imagine what I want, thus they are encouraging me to react and to behave in a way which is not what I want. And that is happening. So yes, advance in technology can be a problem. It's also necessary. I mean, where do you put the limits between one thing and another? Let me give you another example. If you, artificial intelligence, if you search for Taiwan in ChatGPT, you will get an answer saying that Taiwan is a country in Asia, a little bit about the history, that it's democratic, etc., etc., etc. If you search for Taiwan in a Chinese, People's Republic of China, in a Chinese application which is equivalent to ChatGPT, it says that Taiwan is a member, is part of the Republic of China, that it has gone away, but it will come back. So totally different answer. And well, that's technology. And they understand what we are looking for or what we are asking for, but the answers are different. And that's the problem. I mean, is it possible or not? Is it desirable or not to start putting limits? Because, I mean, there might be people, there are people in the private sector that they are immensely rich, and they have become very rich using and appropriating the most of the profits or the good things of technology, but it can also be used not in the private sector, but in the public sector, in governance, trying to influence us on certain ideas or certain behaviors that we might not feel comfortable with.
Thank you for sharing your thought with us. Still on the topic of trust, but I know Ms. Miriam have a lot more expertise working with public sectors as well. So perhaps you can share with us a little bit on how you actually engage youth in building more trust toward the public institution. Because if I read research at the moment, it's probably at the lowest regarding youth or public trust toward institution or the government itself.
Sure, Piran, but if I may just come back on Antonio's point first, if you allow me. I think that the issue in terms of the private sector is not only really in terms of those big tech companies. I mean, those big tech companies have come now at the top of the value of any kind of company in the world, and it is only right that we are all focusing on them. But the issue of trust, for me, comes from the fact that we are seeing wealth being concentrated, really, and there are two different trends that are happening in parallel. On the one hand, we have companies now of a size, and it's not only in tech, it's multinationals getting bigger and bigger because it's all concentrated in knowledge and talent. I mean, we can see it already here. Here in the rural areas in Spain, you know, it is the talent and the knowledge goes to the city. What Madrid does to the rural areas here is what Amsterdam does to Madrid, is what New York does to London. Everything is going like bigger and bigger, and certainly in terms of companies, it is getting bigger and bigger. We are not organized like that as societies. So from the point of view of the public sector, we are organizing government. So we have a real mismatch that these private sector big actors are there operating with a variety of governments that many times do not even agree with themselves. You can see it very clearly at the level of tax, that we have been talking about the global tax for a long time, and it's still a little bit there up in the cloud in terms of how does it happen in concrete terms. And yet, that is the way in which we are operating. But that comes together with another trend, which is that now you see some of those governments using those big companies as part of their weapons, so to speak, to dominate in a very big war, which is what is dominating what is happening to all of us, really, which is the big war for the dominance of the artificial intelligence and the technology that is happening primarily between the US and China. And there is no doubt, I have no doubt, that the US is using those big tech companies as part of their ammunition and their soldiers. And by the way, you know, the US has done pretty well so far, because over the last year, what they have done is to produce some clear water in relation to China. We don't know whether China is going to respond or how, but on the one hand, you have governments complaining about some of these companies in terms of I cannot really control what they are doing, you know, regulation, governance, very clearly on governance, and on the other hand, they are using them for the public purposes that they want, and that produces a tension there that I think that we are going to continue seeing. In terms of the involvement of citizens and young people in particular in the public sector and the political space, I think that coming back to what Antonio was saying, the concept of trust, in that area it is a very easy way to look at trust, because we start from a point of view that many citizens do not trust their governments and do not trust their politicians. So clearly having a lot of a diversity of means to be able to interact in the political sphere and public policy sphere can only be a good thing in principle, because we need the means to be able to be involved. To me, one of the biggest, I don't know whether it's a challenge, but frustration, probably it's a frustration, is to have seen how in the kind of last 15 years, more or less, which is when we started seeing this big technology coming in, everything has changed. I mean, we have cut down intermediaries on pretty much everything. We have cut down intermediaries on how we have access to entertainment. We have cut down intermediaries in how we communicate with each other, very much on how we travel, for example, how we learn. We can do that more directly. The area where we haven't really cut down intermediaries is in politics, in the public policy sphere. We continue having, you know, certainly in democratic countries like this one, we have the very rigid political parties, structures, and you either get into that harness and you follow those rules, or there is very little that you can do to influence the public policy agenda. That is something that applies in particular to young people, that they feel uncomfortable with those structures. We tend to work in España Mejor a lot with, we are a relatively new organization, but we work a lot with young people. We are asking young people. Let me give this first message. I think that lots of people talk on behalf of young people. You are the young people. You are the ones who need to speak. But what they are telling us, and we are running macro polls to be able to, you know, put them into this is your voice. What they are telling us is if there was a different way to have influence in public policy, if I could do it more directly, if I had, for example, suggestion boxes digitally, etc., 77% tell us that they will want to have that. Put that together with the number of people who vote, young people who vote in elections. 2019, I think it was around the 10% maximum. I mean, it's a clear answer. We need new instruments to open up the public policy space.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miriam, for that reflection. I don't want it to be just one-side reflection, so if Mr. Antonio or Dr. Roman has any reflection or thought back for Ms. Miriam as well, I'm pretty happy to open the floor for your reflection as well.
First of all, I would like to add something to what our colleague just said about public policies, elections, the participation, and so on. I really believe that public policies must take into consideration the situation of young people, their health, their education, their entry into the labor market, and their role as a young citizen, finding that progress for young people and progress in the transition are mutually supportive. In Spain, the age of independence from parents, when young people leave their homes, is around about 30 years. I don't know what happens in the rest of the countries, but young people are grasping their new opportunities with initiative, creativity, flexibility. But new freedoms also mean, in my view, new risks, including several challenges: unemployment, inequality, exclusion. And there is another key word, another key issue: the fear of the other, which builds both metaphorical and real walls among people from different communities. And if you are raised in one of those cities or ghettos, because now cities are so big, they overwhelm the inhabitants. And I think that the city is a space of productive diversity, but also, as I said before, a space for isolation. Urban life is increasingly as much about as connectivity, physical contact, and so on. But from the point of view of students, the field I better know because I've been in touch with them for many years, I think we have to promote first of all, critical thinking, solidarity, and that means understanding the other, responsibility, motivation to learn, self-discipline, and a pitch of skepticism, and perhaps another pinch of humor. Besides building networks through associations, like alumni, for instance, the promotion of curiosity as a basic principle for attaining knowledge, effort, values, because nothing is free in this world, and I'm sure you already know this. Adaptability to different contexts, respect diversity, cultural, racial, religious, political, linguistic diversities, and also the knowledge of other languages as vehicles for contact with people, and above all, common sense. I think this is the most important. You and we as seniors, you as future leaders of the world, would need from now on.
Thank you. Mr. Antonio?
I fully agree with what Miriam said, no? That technology has facilitated. It's much more easy, no? To understand, to know, to communicate. And the second point, so it's totally true. The second point that she mentioned is that we should, I mean, especially young people, no, should try to get engaged more in trying to design public policy. I have a question, though. Imagine there's two groups of people. One that is interested and is motivated to influence public policy, to think about it, to have ideas. That requires time. And they have to dedicate their time, which is not infinite, part of their time to that activity, trying to influence and try to generate ideas. No? That's one group of people. There's another group of people that they're more interested in going to the mountains or doing sports or just playing around. So they will dedicate very little time to those efforts that are needed to influence public policy. Imagine that the first group, those that are interested in dedicating their time and their effort to influence public policy, they believe that the best type of government and the best for them and for everybody is to have more regulations, more intervention, being more into telling people what they can do and what they cannot do. So probably public policy will be influenced by these people that will dedicate time, and the outcome, if they are successful, will be that our society will be more, with more regulations, we will be told much more what to do and what not to do. Now suppose that the other group, the ones that are more interested in dedicating their time to playing sports or whatever, they think that the best type of society is a society which gives plenty of freedom to the people, a lot of freedom, and not too much regulation. Exactly the contrary. What will happen? What will be the public policy? Because half of the population, I mean, this is all theoretical, no? Half of the population will actively search for more intervention, while the other half of the population, which they believe that this is not good, is better for society and is better for the individual to have less regulation, more freedom, what will happen at the end? What type of policy will we have? So it's a dilemma. And I'm sure that Miriam has an answer.
Yes. Yeah. Because to me, Antonio, that happens now. I mean, you know, I sit in Spain, over-regulated. No? And a lot of the regulation that we have now and a lot of the barriers that we have now do not really serve any purpose. I mean, we were talking just before coming here about some of the barriers, regulatory barriers that you have for exports. And I was asking you, why is this rule here? And the answer was, well, because it has been here kind of forever. So part of the problem that we have now is that we have over-regulation and too many barriers simply because in the structure of public power, asserting the power over the individuals and the companies, etc., they started doing that and it has accumulated and we have it there. And there is another aspect to, I think I have understood a little bit of a different aspect to what you were saying, that obviously is those who are more interested in the public policy debate who end up having more influence altogether. I personally, you know, I come from a democracy. I want to continue living in a democracy, and I hope that we always have the corrector there of the votes. But I do think that we need to have both systems in parallel. The same is true in terms of the burdens and the barriers at the European level. We have far too many barriers in our markets, and some of them, they are simply there because that is how things were being done a lot of time ago. I work in the European Union as an official, kind of, I'm scared to say this, it's more than 25 years ago. And I tell you, the way that competition policy was being done and the way that regulation was being driven at that time is what it is today. The world has changed, you know, in a way that you can hardly recognize it, and we are still applying the very same principles. The difference between what happens, in my view, what happens now between those that want to over-regulate and those who do not, and what would happen with the same groups of people if we were operating in a fully 5.0 society, is that we will be able to see it more easily. You as a citizen will be able to see this doesn't serve any purpose. You will be able to have the data saying, why do we have this? This is completely absurd. You will be able to have it on the public debate. You will be able to put it on the electoral discussion because, you know, that you will have all that data organized just quickly and you will see the results. I mean, just imagine to be able to see the results of policies and to be able to see the policies that do not have any results because you will get it just like that, almost at no cost. I mean, that is a super, super powerful tool. So I very much agree with you that we obviously have risks and we will need to adapt things. And for me, as I say, coming from a democracy, we will need to adapt all this to the basis of democracy, which is that we have the majority deciding, but you preserve also the rights of the minority. But I see it very much as going in the better direction.
Thank you to all our speakers for this great reflection. Just to remind our participants, we also talk about dilemmas in our first session, right? So these are still an ongoing dilemma, and I hope there's more discussion going on. Now I'm gonna open the floor for question quickly, but I'm gonna read out a few questions that's already in the Mentimeter first. So that there's more, so that it's easier for our speakers to hear the question, because I understand there's some technical issues when the question I read out there, from down there. But I encourage all our participants to try to put your question in here so that I can actually read them out, and I'm definitely going to invite you to elaborate on giving more context. But at the same time, don't forget, reflect on your definitions of citizen in a society 5.0 as well. I would be happy to call out a few of participants who are courageous enough to try to share their perspective of their definition of citizens in society 5.0. We have one question. This one go back to the topic of responsibility that Ms. Miriam raised the questioner didn't put their names or country, but they can definitely come up and elaborate further. But first, let me read out the question first. So, in the question, in Society 5.0, you talk about every citizen should take responsibility instead of delegating. The question asks is, how can that be at rapid or spontaneous pace? Because especially, how can we actually encourage different stakeholders, the government, the private sectors, the youth, the civil society, to take their own responsibility and to start performing their responsibility? I hope I interpret that right. So if you feel like you want to elaborate, feel free to raise your hand.
Do you want me to answer now or yes?
Elliot, okay, go.
This way? Okay, well, thank you very much for reading this question. I was a big fan of the sentence you said. Society 5.0 is which every single citizen will be part of the solution. Like, this will be an amazing world. How will this happen? Like, should we work for it? Will it happen naturally, like everyone will start doing it? Should we expect the parliament to vote some law? What is your thoughts for this dreamlike society? Thank you.
I'm not sure I have listened to it all, but from what I have listened to, I was able to understand. To me, it is clear that we need to create the channels. And we need to imagine together those channels. I can tell you what we are trying to do right now in Spain. We have seen that there is a lot of interest from citizens to be involved into providing solutions to the problems that we have in the country. There is a lot of discontent, I think that is the most accurate way to put it, from many of those citizens that they think that there is a disconnect between the political debate and the real problems that they have. In Spain, for example, it is a very polarized country right now, so you can see a lot that disconnect between the political debate and the real problems. And part of what we are seeing that the appetite of the people is to say, let's put aside the ideology. We may all come from totally different ideologies. Full disclosure, I'm a liberal. I'm sure that many of you would come from different areas of the ideological spectrum. And there is an interest to put that aside and to say, let's find spaces where we can debate the policies so that we can put together a range of solutions in the understanding that obviously afterwards you have the traditional space of the political parties and everybody can give the gloss to that range of solutions that is their ideological one, and people will vote for whatever it is. But we are missing that whole intellectual open space for debate that we are not being able to fill in right now, because otherwise people will not have that frustration. Now, we are doing this with traditional means, right? We are doing working groups, and we are, doing Zoom calls, and we are over Google and more sophisticated platforms. We are getting people together to do drafts, etc., and then we are having debates in person. Just imagine if you were able to do that with all the technology at your disposal. And a lot of the effort that we are having to put there is on the initial stage of that analysis of how we can define different policies, which is the gathering data. So if we want to have evidence-based policies, the gathering data is one of the crucial steps. Right now, we don't have the amount of data that we will be able to have in 3-4 years' time, and we certainly do not have it as easily organized as we will be able to have in 3-4 years' time. So that could be enormously helpful. So this is just a really minuscule example of things that we are doing right now where we will be able to have all those instruments to help us. But you can take it to the very, very extreme. I mean, right now, the citizens interact in democracies like mine every kind of 4 years with the political power. Well, we may be able to have a constant interaction. I mean, I tell you, in Spain, that would be totally revolutionary, that the politicians are in constant interaction with their citizens, and they can see how they are reacting, not through polls, but actually what they really want. Now, it has risks, because part of what we do in democracies is to say we need the long-term view. And therefore, we create different layers to be able to have the long-term perspective. But in terms of the tool to be able to spot the problems, to see what is not working, and coming through the interaction of the recipients of the policies, I think that that is massively powerful.
Thank you so much for your insight. Now I want to turn to one question to Mr. Antonio regarding trust again from our participant from Spain. People are interacting with AI, such as ChatGPT, Alexa. Do you think it's possible to have a society that is based on a network of trust in people, but also in AI?
And also from?
AI, people and AI. Society that have trust in the network of people and also AI.
Artificial intelligence.
Yes, yes, yes.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, definitely, I mean, we know what has happened in the past. And what we know that in order to build trust in people, you need physical contact. In the world of business, you need to trust the person, your suppliers and your clients. Are they going to do a good job or not? And it's not only a track record, which is important. They have done similar work, similar jobs, and they have performed well. That's a very good point. But you also need to trust, to feel comfortable. Why? Because if a project, if a contract is not going well, and that can happen, because I mean there might be a misunderstanding, because expectations are different for a variety of things. No? If there's trust, it will be very easy to early problem solving. Why? Because among people that trust each other, one will say, listen, this is not going well, because I want this, and I'm getting that other thing. And that's only possible with trust, with physical presence. Very difficult to do it just online, on conversations, So that is the past, and that has worked. What's going to happen in the future with ChatGPT or similar, artificial intelligence? I don't know. I just told you an example. If I trust artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence, I ask a question, and I get an answer which is different. If I'm asking one provider of generative artificial intelligence, the answer is different if I ask another one. So, can I trust? I don't know. Is there anyone going to tell us, no, this is the truth and that's not the truth? Well, I mean, we're all Democrats. I mean, we don't like to be told by someone what is true and what is not true. I mean, we want to decide by ourselves. So the tools are there, the possibilities are much bigger, because we will have much more information and much easier access to that information. But again, will I trust or not? I don't know.
I know it's a very challenging question to reflect on. Thank you for sharing your perspective. For Dr. Roman, we have a question from our participant as well. And this one regarding Citizens 5.0, a question of whether it's only applicable to younger generation or whether Citizen 5.0 only applicable to the younger generation or is also applicable to the older generation as well. And what responsibilities should the older generation take?
Yes, I think that since I said before, you are in a transition generation, we belong to a different generation. So I think the Society 5.0 applies to everybody, perhaps in different ways, perhaps in different degrees, but we are all subjects living in the same world. It is true that perhaps some countries are still in the previous stages, 3.0, even 4.0, but we are at the, let's say, avant-garde in Western world, in Western civilization. And when you consider the education, the technology, all the instruments, the tools our fathers, our forefathers had, we have to be absolutely astonished. And in the world we are today, and what we are going to have in the future, something that we don't know, but we can somewhat visualize. I think it is for both, for young people, and that's why public policies would try to encourage the operation of institutions and groups that promote mutual knowledge, dialogue, understanding, and cooperation between different geopolitical and cultural regions, such as, in this case, Asia and Europe. Both parts of the world, Eastern and Western world, both generations, our generation and the previous one, will have, whether they like or not, be subject to Citizen 5.0, in my opinion. Of course, we try to facilitate the exchanges of young people because they are the leaders. You will be the leaders of the future, and you will be responsible for the designing of new policies in the future. The economic development, the educational development, and this is my area, I mean, when I'm talking about educational programs, perspectives, and institutions.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond, for your reflections. Now I have more of an open question to all of three of our speakers. This one comes from Kolatat from Thailand. The question is, as citizens in Society 5.0 going to experience the Great Divide and Wealth Gap, how could we address social cohesion and collaboration to address inequality between EU and Asia?
In which area, sir?
In Europe and Asia. You didn't say healthcare, how can we address social cohesion and collaboration to address inequality between Europe and Asia? So any speakers would like to have their first reflection?
You are at a loss. You are at a loss. I would like to know your ideas about it as well. I mean, since you come from a different country, from a different...
Thank you for the opportunity. Then perhaps, can I invite Kolatat to share your question and provide more context as well? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Kulatat Paipunukungit, representation from Thailand. So, to elaborate more for the proposition that I question is going to be. So inequality is something appear more great throughout like the Society 5.0. As we can see, like as the technology accelerating, there's some part that have to be left out, especially in the change in the climate change. So it's something that developing right now is called climate heaven. So it's a place similar to tax haven where there's a place that people don't have to worry the climate change and urban politics of it. So it is something that it is going to create the wealth gap because there's a small portion in the Society 5.0 is going to focus to developing a climate heaven just to save in a specific part of the world. So this is something like is going to be happen across Europe and Asia, as we can see many initiatives focus on developing such a climate haven, and that is not going to similar to segregation. So we just I just want to know how together we can addressing the collaboration between like the social cohesion and also address those inequality that are going to happen greater in the future.
I understand it can be quite challenging to get the full pictures, but if speakers need a bit more clarification, we can.
What is challenging is to hear, but trying to give my perspective on this, because we have the issue of inequalities generally within our societies, and then we have the issue of cooperation between Europe and Asia. Is that what this is aiming to?
The issues of inequality within Europe or within Asia itself, and then the issues of inequality between Europe and Asia as well.
Because I think that the easiest part of the answer is about the inequalities that we have within our societies. For me, something that we tend to forget all the time is that we tend to attach the inequalities to specific events. So if you look at it from the European narrative, there is a way to look at inequalities as this all started, things were going well, then came the financial crisis of 2008, we started having inequalities, then it has got worse with COVID, with Ukraine, with the food supply. You want to speak?
Further elaboration would help. So in such, because of Society 5.0 is going to happen in such of like a technological inequality and also a climate inequality that is going to appear more severe, because right now everything is going to expand into more different magnitude in terms of climate extreme, different increase in severity, increase in intensity, and also appear at a different time of the year. So it's something like, it's harder to predict as such of a event, and like you say, inequality is an event focus that is going to happen and help us understand in those contexts. But when it comes to technological and climate inequality, how we could address that together as international collaboration.
I'm only half hearing, but if you are talking about technology inequality and environmental inequality, yes. That's right, yeah. In terms of technology inequality, I personally am not very hopeful that we will be able to sort out the inequalities, because I am very worried about the access to technology in the European Union. I think that there is much more development on Asia, on technology, not throughout the whole of Asia, but certainly in some countries in Asia. Clearly, the two poles of technology are right now almost exclusively the US and China. Many of the other countries, what we are having to rely on is how do we apply that technology then in our countries to be somehow hooked into that revolution. But in terms of, the clearest is what is happening on artificial intelligence. We have 4 companies having the large language models, and we don't really know what is being done in China at that level yet. I imagine that we will at some point, and then we have one or the other who are hoping to do that with a lot of public, Emirates is one of them, know that there will be others, but in Europe for a series of decisions, and I'm very critical about the fact that we have far too many barriers to see the European talent being translated into Europe having its own technology. I fear that Europe is almost condemned. I think that my children and probably my grandchildren would be using technology in Europe that has been developed by others. And for those of you who are Europeans and who are going to be leaders with responsibility there, I think that if the European Commission in particular would have spent half of the time that it has spent in the last 5 years bashing US tech companies and would have dedicated that time to actually eliminating the barriers that there are currently now in the European internal market, we would probably be better off and we would have more European technology than we have right now. So I think that to summarize, in terms of the real technology, the development of technology, I think that Asia is likely to be far ahead. In terms of the application of the technology, we can probably become a bit more equal. There are pockets, so green technology is one of the areas where Europe is hoping to do well, and you are no doubt aware of the fact that there has been a big wake-up call with the US IRA actions and what it means for that predominance that Europe wanted to have. In terms of the environment, I think that the situation is slightly different. You know, part of the problem that we have on environment is that we don't have the tools for international cooperation right now. And the tech revolution has a very, very big environmental cost. I mean, you know, I was living for 4 years in California. When you look at the amount of energy that it is being used right now by some of those big technology companies, you know, all this nice narrative about how this is all clean and modern and wonderful, it starts being put into question. So I think that, I personally think that having access to good data and good impact, and once that we can come out from this fight for the predominance on the technology side, some more space would be open to resume international cooperation. But now, right now, we have very, very little space. We have the two main actors, US and China, and in particular, the US is simply focused on that fight right now. So the space for international cooperation, you would have seen them withdrawing from the multilateral agenda pretty much at every level, and who can blame them? You know, they have managed to make good progress, so perhaps they want to continue doing this over the next 2-3 years. Hope I have answered a question that I have only half heard.
Thank you so much for sharing your insight. Maybe, Mr. Antonio, would you like to share your reflection on perhaps advancement in technology in Society 5.0? Would it escalate inequality or would it reduce inequality?
I think that it will increase inequality. And the reason is that not everybody has the same access to technology. So those lucky ones that can use the technology, have the means, the understanding of the technology and how to use it, will have a very big advantage. And that happens, I mean, there's several criteria, no? One is being young. I mean, you're much better users of technology. You profit from it much more than what we do, at least I. Because I'm not so familiar. I mean, of course, I can use technology, but not the same as you, absolutely. So age is one divide. Another one is income per capita. Rich countries, is much easier for them to have access to technology than poor countries. I mean, is there internet access to many places in I don't know, in Central Africa, for instance? Well, I'm afraid not. What's the rate of use of internet or mobile phones? So money also has an issue with that, no? Because I mean, those that have the economic means to use the technology may use it. Those that don't have the economic means will not use it. So yes, I think that it will increase inequalities.
Thank you, Mr. Antonio.
I entirely agree with you, because I think the technology, the modern or even the future technology, I'm not a prophet, but I'm afraid that sometime, sooner or later, there will be a breach of inequality between what we used to call the first world. Now, it's an old-fashioned term, and the rest of the world. Perhaps these possibilities should be increased in parts of the world because of the expansion of commerce, the exchanges of young people, the industries that go to different areas and countries and regions where they can have probably a better future. But in any case, nowadays, I think it is, in this respect, governments should facilitate the access to technology in those countries where it is not possible today, unless, or it is just possible for the higher levels of the society, wealthy people, privileged people, whereas the rest of the people in some time, years, maybe decades, will not be able to have at hand some of the disposals that we have nowadays, some of the gadgets we have nowadays. Probably one of the ways to cope with this, to tackle with this, should be if public policies could raise awareness in the respective societies of the progressive implementation of certain attitudes because they contain many of the solutions to current global problems, problems that you, young leaders, will have to face. And also encourage university exchanges, which are always very rich, among students and professors from different countries, both in Asia and Europe. Things like joint degrees, PhD programs, seminars, conferences, because this will include, or should include, grants, scholarships, subsidies, as well as mutual recognition of curricula, certificates, degrees. And we at the universities are very well aware of how important is this. We have the example of the Erasmus programs, for instance, in Europe, which are extremely fruitful, and this could be one of the ways in order to improve mutual knowledge and enrich our intellectuals to promote the welfare of the world. And in this respect, also, I think that governments should facilitate regulations, norms, and strategies in order to enhance mobility in academic exchanges, simplifying administrative requirements and unnecessary bureaucracy. Probably you had to cope, or you had to fight against some problems of visas, permits, not to mention such aspects as refugees, regulations, and so on. I am optimistic to a certain extent, and this is the only way of being today in the world. Either we are optimistic or otherwise everything will be so black that it isn't worthwhile fighting for the future. So let's hope, let's be optimistic, let's be, as I said before, a little bit, I was going to say sarcastic, but let's say some pinch of humor, some pinch of skepticism could be useful as well in order to cope with what we have ahead of us in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Roman, for your reflection as well as sharing with us what the academy is and also the government can do as well. I'm quite conscious of the time, so I want to apologize to our participant that I will only read out one more question. But this should be the concluding question, but also this is not the end as well, because as again, I will encourage everyone to continue the discussion and also reflect on the definition of Citizen 5.0. Dr. Roman already shared his perspective on what the academy and government can do, but for Mr. Antonio and Ms. Miriam, perhaps you can also reflect as well and share with us on this. This is a question from Feline. A question that for young people, how can we as young people challenge the way things are done in the current system? when at the same time developing ourselves in that system. And it would be very helpful if you can actually reflect this question with relevant example from your experience itself, your personal career or your personal experience in academia.
From young people, or did I understand Asian? No, young people.
Just young people.
That's much easier. Do you want to go? Or do you?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Listen, I think that's, you cannot choose, right? The question almost assumes that you have a choice. You are in the current system, you are recipients of what happens in the current system, and somebody is going to be reimagining society because what is happening is huge. My generation didn't have access to this. I'm jealous of you, right? You have the chance to redefine how society takes place with a series of tools that we cannot even possibly imagine. When we are talking about generative artificial, what is happening right now in artificial intelligence that has shocked everybody, and let's be clear, the main reason that they are shocked in California is because this machine could code. That is the bit that they didn't envisage. They thought that it could do everything, but suddenly they started coding, and all these engineers that set up all those machines for a number of years, it hasn't been a long time, it was like, oh my God, this does what we are really good at. And that is all the hype that we had with ChatGPT and then some of the other systems. But it is baby steps. It still doesn't act as a human brain. All that it does is to recognize the patterns, and depends on is us, is what we put into the system is what it takes in terms of patterns. Now, all that we have there is going to be even bigger later on, and that the two things are going to happen. The fact that you have the current systems and that you have to reimagine the society. The only thing available to you is choose two choices. Do you want to continue, well, probably even only one choice, because you are part of the current systems. Do you want to participate in reimagining society or not? Because I can guarantee to you that if you don't do that, somebody else is going to do that for you. And you have, in terms of what worries me, what excites me really, which is how can we redefine public services, for example, to address some of the issues that Antonio and Roman were talking about, inequalities, the way in which we can redefine public education is just amazing, and that is the biggest equalizer of society. We are not very far away from being able to trace every single kid in the school. We will see exactly where they are failing, at what they are failing, when do we need to intervene, and we will be able to put a remote system, which is like a personal system, personalized for that kid, and we will be able to give it the personality that really makes this kid react. I mean, that is kind of unbelievable. You are in the current education system. You have to think about the next education system. You are in the current political systems. You will be able to see whether you can have enhancers to whatever is the political system that you are in. I hope very much that you are all moving towards democracies and we make the democracies better, but you will be able to participate in those decisions. So my main message to you really is that this is happening, right? This is happening. You as young people can decide whether you are going to participate in shaping it, or otherwise somebody else is going to shape it for you.
Thank you so much for that reflection. And Mr. Antonio?
Thank you. You asked for specific examples, no, of how to influence. No? Let us look briefly at how we did it in the past and still in the present. No? So in order to influence public policy, the main instruments that we used and are still using are strikes, walkouts, demonstrations, some of them violent, some of them non-violent, but it was basically using force, not trying to tell our government or politicians, that we were feeling very strongly against something. Therefore, we were so mad at it that we even went out and demonstrated and carried out strikes and things like that. No? But there was very little information, logic, explanation of things. No? With technology, that has to change. Of course, it will be also violent things in the future, but we have the means now with technology to react to what we don't like using data, using information, using logic, and being able to present it in such a way that is not harmful and it does not go against the interests of others as victims, innocent victims of whatever actions we took before. I think that's the main difference and what we can achieve with technology.
Well, I entirely agree with my colleagues, but just let me add that these policies or intercultural policies and projects that young leaders should keep in mind aim, in my opinion, at three basic principles of intercultural competence and integration: real equality, diversity advantage, and relevant integration. And don't forget that you are fortunate. You are the leaders of the future in a better world. So, in you we trust.
Thank you for that last recap right there and a clear message to all of us young audience right here. Now, I know that this discussion can go on very long time, and I can see that there's many more questions. It's heartbreaking to end the session here, but I was reminded by Freya to end it early, 5 minutes. So thank you so much to all our three speakers for sharing their insights, reflection, and thoughts. So can I have one big round of applause for them, please? Now, Freya, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pern, and thank you to our lovely speakers. I'm conscious that Miriam unfortunately has to depart very promptly, so I will thank you all and let you leave the stage as you wish. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone who is here in person, but also to everyone who has been on our live stream today. It has been wonderful to be able to share parts of the 5th ASEF Young Leaders Summit with a wider audience as well, even just a small portion. So, thank you very much for joining us on the live stream today. And I will let the live stream end. And to our lovely participants here,